Section 12 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8. Paradise. Maggie had never really been happy before. She had, of course, not known this. Her adventures in introspection had been very few. Besides, she had not known what happiness looked like. Her father, her uncle, and her aunts were not exactly happy people. Now she flung herself without thought or care into a flood of happiness, and as sometimes happens in life, she was granted by the gods, beneficent or ironic as you please, a period of security when everything menacing or dangerous withdrew, and it seemed as though the whole world were in a conspiracy to cheat her into confidence. She was confident because she did not think. She simply did not think at all. She loved Martin, and Martin loved her. Cased in that golden armour, she confronted her aunts and the house and the world behind the house with a sublime and happy confidence. She loved her aunts now. She loved Martha and the parrot and the cat, and she could not believe that they did not all love her. Because Martin loved her, the rest of the world must also do so, and if they did not, she would compel them. For 3 whole weeks the spell lasted, for 3 marvellous golden weeks. When she looked back afterwards, she wondered that she had not seen many things, warnings, portents, whatever you please to call them. But for 3 weeks she saw nothing but Martin, and for 3 weeks he saw nothing but Maggie. She began her career of defiance at once by informing Aunt Anne that she was now going out every morning to do her shopping. Considering the confinement to the house that her life had always been, this was such a declaration of independence as those walls had never encountered before. But Aunt Anne never turned one of her shining, neatly ordered hairs. "Shopping, my dear?" she asked. "Yes," said Maggie, looking her full in the face. "What sort of shopping, dear?" "Oh, I don't know," said Maggie. "There's always something every day." Maggie had an uncomfortable feeling that her aunt had in some way mysteriously defeated her by this sudden abandonment of all protest, and for a moment the mysterious house closed around her, with its shadows and dim corners and the little tinkling chapel bell in the heart of it. But the thought of Martin dissolved the shadows, and off she went. They agreed to meet every morning at 11 o'clock outside Hatchard's, the bookseller's, in Piccadilly. They chose that place because you could look into a bookseller's window for quite a long time without seeming odd, and there were so many people passing that no one noticed you. Their habit then was to walk to the corner of the Green Park and there climb onto the top of a motor omnibus and go as far as they could within the allotted time. Maggie never in after life found those streets again. They had gone, she supposed, to Chelsea, to St. John's Wood, to the heart of the city, to the Angel, Islington, to Westminster and beyond, but places during those 3 weeks had no names, streets had no stones, houses no walls, and human figures no substantiality. They tried on 1 or 2 occasions to go by tube, but they missed the swing of the open air, the rush of the wind, and their independence of men and women. Often he tried to persuade her to stay with him for luncheon and the afternoon, but she was wiser than he. "No," she said, "everything depends on keeping them quiet. A little later on it will be lovely. You must leave that part of it to me." She promised him definitely that soon they should go to a matinee together, but she would not give her word about a whole evening. In some strange way she was frightened of the evening, although she had already pledged her word to him on something much more final. "No," she thought to herself, "when the moment comes for me to leave everything I will go, but he shall know that I am not doing it cheaply, simply for an evening's fun." He felt something of that too, and did not try to persuade her. He hugged his unselfishness. For the first time in his life it seemed to him that he wanted to follow somebody else's will. With the other women it had been so different. If they had not wanted to obey him, he had left them. But indeed all through these 3 weeks they were discovering themselves and one another, and as though it were part of the general conspiracy, only the best part of themselves. On the top of the bus, as they sat close together, their hands locked under his overcoat, the world bumping and jolting, and jogging about their feet, as though indeed public houses and lamp-posts and cinemas and town halls and sweet shops were always jumping up tiptoe to see whether they couldn't catch a glimpse of the lovers. Martin and Maggie felt that they were really divine creatures, quite modestly divine, but nevertheless safe from all human ravages and earthly failings, wicked and cowardly thoughts, and ambitions and desires. Indeed, during those 3 weeks Maggie saw nothing of Martin's weaknesses, his suspicions and dreads, his temper and self-abasement. The nobility that Martin had in him was true nobility. His very weaknesses came from his sharp consciousness of what purity and self-sacrifice and asceticism really were. and that they were indeed the only things for man to live by. During those weeks he saw so truly the sweetness and fidelity and simplicity of Maggie that his conscience was killed, his scruples were numbed. He did not want during those weeks any sensual excitement, any depravity, any licence. A quiet and noble asceticism seemed to him perfectly possible. He burst out once to Maggie with, "I can't conceive, Maggie, why I ever thought life complicated. You've straightened everything out for me, made all the troubles at home seem nothing, shown me what nonsense it was wanting the rotten things I was always after." But Maggie had no eloquence in reply. She could not make up fine sentences. It embarrassed her dreadfully to tell him even that she loved him, and when he was sentimental it was her habit to turn it off with a joke if she could. She wanted terribly to ask him sometimes what he had meant when he said that he didn't love her as he had loved other women. She had never the courage to ask him this. She wondered sometimes why it had hurt her when he had said he loved her as though she were a man friend, without any question of sex. "Surely that's enough for me," she would ask herself. "It means that it's much more lasting and safe." And yet it was not enough. Nevertheless, during these weeks she found his brotherly care of her adorable. He found her shyness divine. "Every other woman I have ever been in love with," he told her once, "I have always kept asking them would they ever change, would they love me always, and all that kind of nonsense. A man always begins like that, and then the time comes when he wishes to God they would change, and they won't. But you're not like that, Maggie. I know you'll never change, and I know that I shall never want you to." "No, I shall never change," said Maggie. At the very beginning of the 3 weeks a little incident occurred that was trivial enough at the time, but appeared afterwards as something significant and full of meaning. This incident was a little talk with poor Mr. Magnus. Maggie always thought of him as poor Mr. Magnus. He seemed so feckless and unsettled, and then he wrote novels that nobody wanted to buy. He always talked like a book, and that was perhaps one reason why Maggie had avoided him during these last months. Another reason had been that she really could not be sure how far he was in the general conspiracy to drive her into the chapel. He would not do that of his own will, she was sure, but being in love with Aunt Anne, he might think it his sacred duty, and Maggie was terrified of sacred duties. Therefore, when, 3 days after that great evening in the park, he caught her alone in the drawing-room, her first impulse was to run away. Then she looked at him and found that her love for the world in general embraced him too. If only he won't talk like a book, she thought to herself. He looked more wandering than ever with his high white collar, his large spectacles, and his thin dusty hair. The fire of some hidden vital spirit burnt beneath those glasses, and his face was so kindly that she felt ashamed of herself for having avoided him so often. "Both the aunts are at Miss Avy's," she said. "Oh," he said, looking at her rather blankly. "Perhaps I'll come another time," and he turned towards the door. "No," she cried, "you won't. I haven't seen you for months." "That's not my fault," he answered. "I thought we were to have been friends, and you've run away every time you saw the corner of my dusty coat poking round the door." "Yes," she said, "I have. I've been frightened of everyone lately." "And you're not now?" he asked, looking at her with that sudden bright sharpness that was so peculiarly his. "No, I'm not," she answered. "I'm frightened of nobody." He said nothing to that, but stared fixedly in front of him. "I'm in a bad mood," he said. "I've been trying for weeks to get on with a novel. Just a fortnight ago a young man and a young woman took shelter from the rain in the doorway of a deserted house. They're still there now, and they haven't said a word to one another all that time." "Why not?" asked Maggie. "They simply won't speak," he answered her. "Well, then I should start another story," said Maggie brightly. "Ah," he said, shaking his head. "What's the use of starting one if you know you're never going to finish it? What's the use of finishing it if you know no one is ever going to read it?" Maggie shook her head. "You've changed. When I saw you last, you told me that you didn't mind whether anyone ever read them or not, and that you just wrote them because you loved doing them." "Every author," said Mr. Magnus gloomily, "says that to himself when he can't sell his books. But it's all vainglory, I'm afraid." "I can't help being glad," Maggie answered. "There are such interesting things you might do. I can't imagine why anyone writes books now when there are so many already in existence that nobody's read." He wasn't listening to her. He looked up suddenly and said quite wildly, "It's terrible, all this that's going on. You know about it, of course. Warlock's visions, I mean, and the trouble it's making. I'm outside it, and you're outside it, but we're being brought into it all the same. How can we help it when we love the people who are in it? It's so easy to say that it's nonsense, that people ought to be wiser nowadays, that it's hysteria, even insanity. I know all that, and of course I don't believe for a moment that God's coming in a chariot of fire on New Year's Eve, especially for the benefit of Thurston, Miss Avies and the rest. But that doesn't end it. It ought to end it, but it doesn't. There's more in some people's madness than in other people's sanity. And anyway, even if it's all nonsense, it means life or death to your aunt and some of the others, and it means a certain breaking up of all this place. And it probably means the triumph of a charlatan like Thurston, and the increase of humbug in the world, and the discouragement of all the honest adventurers. I call myself an adventurer, you know, Miss Maggie, even though I'm a poor specimen, but I'm damned if it isn't better to be a poor adventurer than to be a fat, swollen, contented stay-at-home who can see just as far as his nose and his cheque-book, and might be just as well dead as alive. I beg your pardon, he added suddenly, for swearing. I'm not myself. I'm not really. She could see, indeed, that he was in great agitation of mind, and some of this agitation communicated itself to her. Had she not been selfish in forgetting all this through her own happiness? He was right, she was part of it all, whether she wished or no. What do you think, she asked, dropping her voice a little, is the real truth about it? The real truth, he looked at her suddenly with a tender, most charming smile that took away his ugliness. Ah, that's a tremendous question. Part of the truth is that Warlock's been praying so much and eating so little that it would be odd indeed if he didn't see visions of some sort. And part of the truth is that there are a lot of women in the world who will believe simply anything that you tell them. It's part of the truth, too, that there are scoundrels in the world who will take advantage of anybody's simple trust to fill their pockets. But that's not all, he went on, shaking his head. No, that's not all. It's part of the truth that there is a mystery, and that human beings will go on searching whatever all the materialists and merchants in the world can try to do to stop them. I remember years ago an old man, a little off his dot, telling my father that he, the old man, was a treasure hunter. He told my father that the world was divided into two halves, the treasure hunters and the town councillors, and that the two halves would never join and never even meet. My father, who was a practical man, said that the old idiot should be shut up in an asylum, and eventually I believe he was. We'll have him going off one day, my father said, in a cargo boat, with a map in his pocket, looking for gold pieces. But it wasn't gold pieces he was after. To Maggie it was always irritating the way that Mr. Magnus would wander away from the subject. She brought him back now with a jerk. No, but what do you think is going to happen? She asked him. I don't know, he answered. I can't tell, but I know all my happiness here is coming to an end, and I don't know what I shall do. If I were a strong man, I would go out and find all the other treasure hunters, all the vicious ones, and the diseased, and the drunkards, and the perverted, and I would try to found some kind of a society so that they should recognize one another all the world over, and shouldn't feel so lonely and deserted and hopelessly done for. I don't mean a society for improving them, mind you, or warning them or telling them they'll go to prison if they don't do better. That's none of my business. But it seems to be a solemn fact that you aren't a treasure hunter until there's something wrong with you, until you've got a sin that's stronger than you are, or until you've done something that's disgraceful in the eyes of the world. Not that I believe in weakness or in giving way to things. No one admires the strong and the brave more than I do. I think a man's a fool if he doesn't fight as hard as he can. But there's a brotherhood of the dissatisfied and the uneasy and the anxious-hearted, and I believe it's they who will discover the Grail in the end, if it's ever going to be discovered at all. He broke off and then said restlessly, I think things out, you know, and at last I come to a conclusion, and it ends by being a platitude that all the goody-goody books have said times without number. But all the same, that doesn't prevent it from being my discovery. It's nothing to do with goodness and nothing to do with evil. It's nothing to do with strength and nothing to do with weakness. It simply is that there are some people who want what they can see and no more, and there are others, the baffled, fighting and disordered others, for whom nothing that they can see with their mortal eyes is enough, and who will be restless all their days with their queer little maps and their mysterious thumbed directions to some island or other that they'll never reach and never even get a ship for. He stopped, and there was a long silence between them. Maggie was silent because she never knew what to say when he burst into parables and divided mankind under strange names into different camps. And yet this time she did know a little what he was after. There was that house of Catherine Marks the other day, with its comfort and quiet and a kind, smiling clergyman. And there was this strange place with all of them in an odd quiver of excitement waiting for something to happen. But she couldn't speak to him about that. She couldn't say anything to him at all. He cleared his throat as though he were embarrassed and were conscious that he had been making a fool of himself. Maggie felt that he was disappointed in her. She was sorry for that, but she was as she was. "Well, I'm glad you're happy," he said, looking at her wistfully. He got up and stood awkwardly looking at her. "I want you to promise me something," he said. "That's really what I came for. I want you to promise that you won't in any case leave your aunt's before the new year." She got up, looked at him and gave him her hand. "Yes," she said, "I promise that." The year had only a week or two more to run, and she was not afraid of that little space of time. He seemed to want to say something more, but after hesitating he suddenly made a bolt for the door, and she could hear him stumbling downstairs. She forgot him almost as soon as he had left the house, but his words nevertheless brought her to consider her aunts. Next morning at breakfast time she had a further reason to consider them. Aunt Elizabeth met her when she came downstairs with a very grave face. "Your aunt's had a terrible night," she said. "She's insisted on coming downstairs. I told her not. She never listens to anything I say." Maggie could see that something more than ordinary had occurred. Aunt Elizabeth was on the edge of tears, and in so confused a state of mind that she put sugar into her egg, and then ate it with a puzzled air as though she could not be sure why it tasted so strange. When Aunt Anne came in, it was plain enough that she had wrestled with demons during the night. Maggie had often seen her before, battling with pain and refusing to be defeated. Now she looked as though she had but risen from the dead. It was a ghost in very truth that stood there, a ghost in black silk dress, with white wristbands and a stiff white collar, black hair so tightly drawn back and ordered that it was like a shining skull-cap. Her face was white, with the effect of a chalk drawing into which live, black, burning eyes had been stuck. But it was none of these things that frightened Maggie. It was the expression somewhere in the mouth, in the eyes, in the pale bony hands, that spoke of some meeting with a torturer whose powers were almost omniscient, almost but not quite. Pain, sheer physical, brutal pain, came into the room hulking, steering behind Aunt Anne's shoulder. It grinned at Maggie and said, "You haven't begun to feel what I can do yet, but everyone has his turn. You needn't flatter yourself that you're going to escape." When Aunt Anne moved now, it was with infinite caution, as though she was stalking her enemy and was afraid lest any incautious gesture should betray her into his ambush. No less marked than her torture was her courage and the expectation that sustained that courage. She had her eyes set upon something very sure and very certain. Maggie was afraid to think what that expectation might be. But Maggie had grown during these last weeks. She did not now kiss her aunt and try to show an affection which was not so genuine as she would have liked it to be, by nervous little demonstrations. She said gravely, "I am so sorry, Aunt Anne, that you have had so bad a night. Shall I stay this morning and read to you?" Even as she spoke, she realized with sharp pain what giving up her meeting with Martin meant. "What were you going to do, dear?" asked Aunt Anne, her eyes seeing as ever far beyond Maggie and the room and the house. As she spoke, Thomas, the cat, came forward and began rubbing himself very gently, as though he were whispering something to his mistress, against her dress. Maggie had an impulse, so strong that it almost defeated her, to burst out with the whole truth. She almost said, "I'm going out to meet Martin Waller, whom I love and with whom I'm going to live." She hated deceit, she hated lies. But this was someone else's secret as well as her own, and telling the truth now would only lead to much pain and distress, and then more lies and more deceit. So she said, "I'm going to Piccadilly to get some things for Aunt Elizabeth." "Yes," said Aunt Elizabeth, "she saves me a great deal of trouble. She's a good girl." "I know she's a good girl," said Aunt Anne softly. It was strange to remember the time not so long ago when to run out of the house and post a letter had seemed a bold, defiant thing to do, threatened with grave penalties. The aunts had changed their plans about her and had given her no reasons for doing so. No reasons were ever given in that house for anything that was done. The more Maggie went out, the more she was drawn in. On her way to Martin that morning, the figure of Aunt Anne haunted her. She felt for a brief moment that she would do anything, yes, even surrender Martin, to ease her aunt's pain. And then she knew that she would not, and she called herself cruel and selfish and felt for an instant a dark shadow threatening her because she was so. But when she saw Martin outside Hatchard's, she forgot it all. It was a strange thing that during those weeks they neither of them asked any questions about their home affairs. It was as though they both inwardly realized that there was trouble for them of every kind waiting outside, and that they could only definitely realize their happiness by building a wall around themselves. They knew perhaps in their secret hearts, or at any rate Martin knew, that they could not hold their castle for long. But is not the gift of 3 perfect weeks a great thing for any human being to be given? and who has the temerity, the challenging audacity to ask with confidence for even so much? On this particular morning, Martin said to her, "Before we get into the bus, Maggie, you've got to come into a shop with me." He was especially boyish and happy and natural that morning. It was strange how his face altered when he was happy. His brow was clear, his eyes were bright, and he had a kind of crooked, confident smile that must have won anybody's heart. His whole carriage was that of a boy who was entering life for the first time, with undaunted expectation that it could give him nothing but the best and jolliest things. Maggie, as she looked at him this morning, caught her breath with the astonishing force of her love for him. "Oh, how I'll look after him," was her thought. "He shall never be unhappy again." They crossed the street together and stood for a moment close together on the curb in the middle way, as though they were quite alone in the world. She caught his arm and they ran before a charging motor bus, laughing. People turned back and looked at them, so happy they seemed. They walked up Bond Street and Martin drew her into a jeweller's. She had never possessed any ornament except a coral necklace in all her life, and she knew now for the first time how terribly she liked beautiful things. It was useless of her to pretend that she did not know that he was going to give her something. She did not pretend. A very thin old man who looked like one of the prophets, drawn out of the wilderness and clothed by the most fashionable of London tailors, looking over their shoulders as he talked to them, because he saw at once that they were not customers who were likely to add very much to his shop's exchequer, produced a large tray full of rings that glittered and sparkled and danced as though they'd been told to show themselves off to the best possible advantage. But for Maggie at once there was only one possible ring. It was a thin hoop of gold with 3 small pearls set in the middle of it. Nothing very special about it. It was in fact less striking than almost any other ring in the tray. Maggie looked at the ring, and the ring looked at Maggie. It was as though the ring said, "I shall belong to you whether you take me or no." "Now," said Martin with a little catch in his throat, "you make your choice, Maggie." He was not a millionaire, but he did honestly intend that whatever ring she chose she should have. "Oh," said Maggie, whispering because the shop was so large and the prophet so indifferent, "don't you think you'd better choose?" At the same time she felt the anxious gaze of the 3 little pearls upon her. "No," said Martin, "I want to give you what you'd like." "I'd like what you'd like," said Maggie, still whispering. At this banality the prophet made a little impatient movement as though he really could not be expected to stand waiting there forever. Also a magnificent lady, in furs so rich that you could see nothing of her but her powdered nose, was waving ropes of pearls about in a blasé manner very close to them, and Maggie had a strange, entirely unreasonable fear that this splendour would suddenly turn round and snatch the little pearl ring and go off with it. "I'd like that one," said Maggie, pointing. She heard the prophet sniff his contempt, but she did not care. Martin, although he would willingly have given her the most gorgeous ring in the shop, was delighted to find that her taste was so good, and like herself. He had great ideas about taste. Some of his secret fears had been lest her strange uncouth upbringing should have caused her to like gaudy things. He could have hugged her before them all when she chose that particular ring, which he had himself noticed as the prettiest and neatest there. "Just see whether it fits, darling," he said. At the word "darling" the prophet cast another despairing look about the shop, as though he knew well the length of time that lovers could take over these things if they once put their hearts into it. Maggie was ashamed of her stubby finger as she put her hand forward, but the ring fitted exactly. "That's right," said Martin. "Now we'll have this put into a case." "How wonderful he is," thought Maggie. Not as other women might have thought, "I wonder how many times he's done this before." Maggie thought then that it would be more proper to retire a little so that she should not know the price, and she stood in the doorway of the shop, looking upon the wind and weather in Bond Street, and the magnificent motor car that belonged to the lady with the pearls, and a magnificent chauffeur, who was so superior that it was probable that the lady with the pearls belonged to him. And she saw none of these things, but was conscious of herself and Martin wrapped together in a mist of happiness that no outside force could penetrate. As they walked away from the shop, she said, "Of course I won't be able to wear it." He put the little square box wrapped in tissue paper into her hand and answered, "You can wear it on a ribbon under your dress." "Oh yes," she whispered, pressing his hand for a moment. They did not climb onto a bus that morning, but walked ahead blindly, blissfully, they did not know whither. They were now in wild days at the end of November, and the weather was tempestuous, the wind blowing with a screaming fury and black clouds scudding across the sky like portents. Little heavy drops of rain fell with a sudden urgency as though they were emphasizing some secret. Figures were swept through the streets, and the roar of the wind was so vehement that the traffic seemed to make no sound. And yet nothing happened, no great storm of rain, no devastating flood. It was a day of warning. They noticed nothing of the weather. It might have been a world of burning sunshine for all they saw of it. "You know," said Martin, "I've never liked giving anyone anything so much as I liked giving you that ring." "I wish I could give you something too," she said. "Well, you can," he said. "Some little thing that I'll carry about with me always." "Oh, Maggie," he went on, "isn't it strange how easy it is to be good when no one worries you? These last 10 days with you I couldn't have done anything wrong if I tried. It isn't fair to say we can help ourselves. We can't. Something just comes along and seizes you and makes you do wrong." "Oh, I don't know," said Maggie. "Don't let's talk about those things. It's like Mr. Magnus, who says we're treasure hunters or pools of water or old men in asylums. I don't understand all that. I'm just Maggie Cardinal. All the same, I believe one can do what one wants to do. I don't believe people can make one do things." "Do you think anyone could make me not love you if they tried?" "I shall love you always, whatever happens. I know I shall never change. I'm not one to change. I'm obstinate. Father used to say, obstinate as a pig." That made her think of the old days at St. Driot's, just then as they seemed so remote. She began to tell him of those old days, of the vicarage, of the holes in the floor and the ceiling, of her loneliness and the way the villagers used to talk, of her solitary walks and looking down onto Polchester from the hilltop, of her father's sudden death, of Uncle Matthew. "He's a funny old codger," said Martin. "What does he do?" "I don't know," said Maggie. "I really don't know how he lives. I'm afraid it's something rather bad." "I've known men like that," said Martin. "Plenty, but it's funny that one of them should be connected with you. It doesn't seem as though you could have anything to do with a man like that." "Oh, but I like him," said Maggie. "He's been very kind to me often. When I was all alone after Father died, he was very good." She stopped abruptly, remembering how he'd come into her bedroom. "Drink's been his trouble, and never having any money. He told me once if he had money he'd never do a thing he shouldn't." "Yes," said Martin, "that's what they always say when they haven't any money. And then when they have any, it's worse than ever." He was thinking perhaps of himself. At any rate, to stop remorseful thoughts, he began to tell her about his own childhood. "Mine was very different from yours, Maggie," he said. "I wasn't lonely. You don't know what a fuss people made of me. I was conceited too. I thought I was chosen by God out of all the world, that I was different from everyone else, and better too. When I was only about 9, at home one Sunday they asked me if I'd say a prayer, and I did, before them all. Made it up and went on for a quarter of an hour. Lord, I must have been an awful child. And outside the religious time I was as wicked as I could be. I used to go down into the kitchen and steal the food, and I'd dress up as a ghost to frighten Amy, and I'd break Mother's china. I remember once after we'd had a service in the drawing-room and 2 girls had gone into hysterics, I stole down into the kitchen in my nightdress to get some jam, and I found one of the elders making love to the cook. They were both so fat, and he had his coat and waistcoat off, and he was kissing her neck. My word, they were frightened when they saw me standing there. After that I could do what I liked with the cook. We used to have prayer meetings in the drawing-room, and sometimes Father would pray so hard that the glass chandelier would shake and rattle till I used to think it would come down. And the funny thing was that one minute I'd be pinching Amy, who was kneeling next to me, and the next I'd be shaking with religion and seeing God standing right in front of me by the coal scuttle. Such a mix-up. It was then, and so it is now. Amy always hated me. She was really religious, and she thought I was a hypocrite. But I wasn't altogether. There was something real in it, and there still is. "Didn't you go to school?" asked Maggie. "No, that was the mistake. They never sent me. Father loved me too much, and he wanted to keep me always with him. He tried to teach me himself, but I never learnt anything. I always knew I could turn them round my little finger. I always knew he'd rather do anything than make me unhappy. Sometimes we had lovely times together, sitting in the dusk in front of the fire. Do you know, Maggie, I've never changed in my love for Father. I've changed in everything else, but in that never. Yet I've hurt him over and over and over again. I've done things..." Here he broke off. Today was to be happy. They must build up their walls faster, faster, faster to keep the world out. He would think of nothing but the present. The wind blew and the heavy drops of rain fell, one and one and one, slowly between the gusts. He drew her close to him. "Are you cold?" "No, Martin dear." "I suppose we should turn back." "Yes, it's getting late." "It will seem hours until tomorrow." "And to me too." They were at the end of the Green Park. There was no one there. They kissed and clung together, and Maggie's hand was warm inside his coat. Then they turned back and entered the real world once more. "Now we must have our matinee," Martin said. Maggie could not refuse, and besides, she herself wanted it so badly. Also, the 3 weeks were drawing to a close, and although she did not know what was in store for them, she felt in some mysterious way that trouble was coming. "Yes, we'll have our matinee," she said. It was a terrific excitement for her, apart altogether from her love for Martin. She had, of course, never been to a theatre. She could not imagine in the least what it was like. It so happened, by a wonderful chance, that a note came from Catherine Mark asking her to tea. She showed this to the aunts and said that she would accept it. She wrote to Catherine Mark and refused, and told Martin that for that Wednesday afternoon she was quite free until at least 7 o'clock. She wove these deceits with strong disgust. She hated the lies, and there were many, many times when she was on the edge of confessing everything to the aunts. But the thought of what would follow that confession held her back. She could not make things harder for Martin. Nevertheless, she wondered why, when she felt in herself no shame at all at the things that she was doing, she should have to lie to cover those things up. But everything in connection with the chapel seemed to lie. The place was wrapped in intrigue and double-dealing. How long would it be before she and Martin were out of it all? She was to meet him by one of the lions in Trafalgar Square. She bought a golden chrysanthemum which she stuck into the belt of her black dress, and she wore her coral necklace. She was tired of black. She sometimes thought she would spend all her £300 on clothes. Today, as soon as she was out of the house and had turned the corner into King William Street, she slipped on her ring. She kissed it before she put her glove on. He was waiting there looking like a happy schoolboy, that way that she loved him to look. That slow, crooked smile of his, something that broke up his whole face into geniality and friendliness. How she adored him when he looked like that. He was wearing clothes of some rough red-brown stuff and a black knitted tie. She was carrying something, a little parcel in tissue paper. She pressed it into his hand when they met. He opened it, just like a boy, chuckling, his eyes shining, his fingers tearing the paper in his eagerness. Her present was a round locket of thin plain gold, and inside was the funniest little black faded photograph of Maggie, her head only, a wild untidy head of hair, a fat round schoolgirl face, a village snapshot of Maggie taken in St. Driot's when she was about 15. "It's all I had," she said. "I remembered it the other day and I found it. A travelling photographer took it one day. He came to the village and everyone was taken, father and all. It's very bad, but it was the only one." "It's wonderful," said Martin, and truly it was wonderful. It had caught by a marvellous chance, in spite of its shabby faded darkness, the very soul of Maggie. Was it her hair, her untidy hair, or the honesty of her eyes, or the strength and trustiness of her mouth? But then it was to anyone who did not know her the bad, dim photograph of an untidy child. To anyone who did know her, the very stamp and witness of Maggie and all that she was. Maggie had spent 25 shillings on the locket. She had had £3 put away from her allowance in her drawer. It was a very simple locket, thin plain gold, round and smooth, but good, and it would last. "You darling," whispered Martin. "There couldn't have been anything more like you if you'd been taken by the grandest photographer in London." They started off towards Shaftesbury Avenue where the theatre was, and as they went a funny little incident occurred. They were both too happy to talk, and Maggie was too happy even to think. Suddenly she was aware that someone was coming towards her whom she knew. She looked and tugged herself from that world of Martin and only Martin in which she was immersed. It was the large, smiling, rosy-cheeked, white-haired clergyman, Mr. Trenchard. Yes, certainly it was he. He had recognized her and was stopping to speak to her. Martin moved on a little and stood waiting for her. She was confused and embarrassed, but pleased too, because he seemed glad to see her. He looked the very picture of a well-dressed, kindly, genial friend who had known her all his life. He was wearing a beautifully shining top hat, and his stiff white collar gleamed. Yes, he was glad to see her, and he said so. He remembered her name. Miss Cardinal, he called her. How had she been? What had she been doing? Had she seen Mrs. Mark? He was staying with his sister at Brown's Hotel in somewhere. She didn't catch the name of the street. His sister would be so glad if she would come and see them one day. Would she come? He wouldn't tie her down, but she had only to write and say she was coming. He took her hand and held it for a moment and looked in her eyes with the kindliest, friendliest regard. He was glad to have seen her. He should tell his sister. He was gone, and Maggie really could not be sure what she had said. Something very silly, she could be certain. Stupid the pleasure that his few words had given her, but she felt once again, as she had felt in Catherine Mark's drawing-room, the contact with that other world, that safe, happy, comfortable, assured world, in which everything was exactly what it seemed. She was glad that he liked her, and that his sister liked her. Then she could not be so wild and odd and uncivilized as she often was afraid that she was. She rejoined Martin with a little added glow in her cheeks. "Who was that?" Martin asked her rather sharply. She told him. "One of those humbugging parsons," he said. "He stood over you as though he'd like to eat you." "Oh, I'm sure he's not a humbug," she answered. "You'd be taken in by anybody," he told her. "Oh, no, I shouldn't," she said. "Now forget him." And they did. By the time they had reached Piccadilly Circus, they were once more deep, deep in one another. They were back in their dark and gleaming wood. The Lyric Theatre was their destination. Maggie drew a breath as they stepped into the hall, where there stood two large stout commissionaires in blue uniforms, gold buttons and white gloves. People pushed past them and hurried down the stairs on either side as though a theatre were a nothing. Maggie stood there fingering her gloves and feeling lonely. The oil painting of a beautiful lady with a row of shining teeth faced her. There were also some palms and a hole in the wall with a man behind it. Soon they too passed down the stairs, curtains were drawn back, and Maggie was sitting, quite suddenly, in a large desert of gold and red plush, with emptiness on every side of it and a hungry-looking crowd of people behind a wooden partition staring at her in such a way that she felt as though she had no clothes on. She gave a hurried glance at these people and turned round blushing. "Why don't they sit with us?" she whispered to Martin. "They're the pit and we're the stalls," he whispered to her, but that comforted her very little. "Won't people come and sit where we are?" she asked. "Oh yes, we're early," he told her. Soon she was more composed and happier. She sat very close to Martin, her knee against his and his hand near to hers, just touching the outside of her palm. Her ring sparkled and the three little pearls smiled at her. As he breathed, she breathed too, and it seemed to her that their bodies rose and fell as one body. Without looking directly at him, which would, she knew, embarrass him before all those hungry people behind her, she could out of the corner of her eye see the ruddy brown of his cheek and the hard thick curve of his shoulder. She was his, she belonged to no one else in the world, she was his utterly. Utterly. Ever so swiftly and gently her hand brushed for an instant over his. He responded, crooking his little finger for a moment inside hers. She smiled. She turned round and looked at the people triumphantly. She felt a deep contented rest in her heart, rich and full, proud and arrogant, the mother, the lover, the sister, the child, everything to him she was. People came in, the theatre filled, and a hum of talk arose. Then the orchestra began to tune, and soon music was playing, and Maggie would have loved to listen, but the people must chatter. When suddenly the lights went down, the only thing of which she was conscious was that Martin's hand had suddenly seized hers roughly, sharply, and was crushing it, pressing the ring into the flesh so that it hurt. Her first excited, wondering thought then was, "He doesn't care for me any more, only as a friend. There's the other now." And a strange shyness, timidity, and triumph overwhelmed her, so that her eyes were full of tears and her body trembling. But as the play continued, she must listen. It was her very first play, and soon it was thrilling to her so that she forgot for a time even Martin. Or rather, Martin was mingled with it, absorbed in it, part of it, and she was there too, sharing with him the very action of the story. It was a very old-fashioned play about a little charity girl who was brought up by a kindly middle-aged gentleman who cared for nothing but books. He brought her up on his own plan with a view to marrying her afterwards. But meanwhile, of course, she saw a handsome young soldier who was young like herself, and she was naturally bored with the studious gentleman. Maggie shared all the feelings of the charity girl. Had she been brought up, say, by a man like Mr. Trenchard, and then had met Martin, why, of course, she could have gone only one way. The soldier was not like Martin, being slim and curled and beautiful, nor was the studious gentleman like Mr. Trenchard, being thin and tall with a face like a monk and a beautiful voice. But the girl was like Maggie, prettier, of course, but with artful ways, but untidy a little and not very well educated. At the first interval, when the lights were up and the band was playing and the people walking, Martin whispered, "Do you like it, Maggie?" "I love it," she answered. And then they just sat there, without another word between them, pressed close together. A little song ran through the play, one of Burns' most famous songs, although Maggie, who had never read anything, did not know that. The verses were, Oh, my love's like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love's like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till all the seas gang dry. Till all the seas gang dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with the sun, I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands of life shall run. And fare thee weel, my only love, and fare thee weel a while, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 mile. First the handsome soldier sang this to the charity girl, and then, because it was a sentimental tune, it was always turning up through the play, and if one of the characters were not singing it, the orchestra was quietly playing it. Maggie loved it. She was not sentimental, but she was simple, and the tune seemed at once to belong to herself and to Martin by natural right. As the story developed, it became more unreal, and Maggie's unerring knowledge of the difference between sense and nonsense refused to credit the tall, handsome villainess who confronted the charity girl at the ball. The charity girl had no right to be at the ball, and people stood about in unnatural groups and pretended not to listen to the loud development of the plot, and no one seemed to use any of their faculties. Then at the end, when the middle-aged gentleman nobly surrendered his charity girl to the handsome soldier, the little tune came back again, and all was well. They came out of the theatre into lights and shadows and mists, cabs and omnibuses and crowds of people. Maggie clung to Martin's arm. It seemed to her, dazzled for an instant, that a great arc of white piercing light cut the black street, and that in the centre of this arc a tree, painted green, stood, and round the tree figures, dark shapes, and odd shadows danced. She shaded her eyes with her hand. The long shining light of Shaftesbury Avenue ran out from her feet into thick clusters of silver lights. The tree had vanished, and now there were policemen and ladies in hats and strange mysterious houses. She caught above it all, between the roofs, the pale flat river of the evening sky, and in this river stars like golden buttons floated. The moon was there too, a round amber coin with the laughing face stamped upon it. "What time is it?" she asked Martin. 5:30, he said. "How early the moon rises! It's only climbing now. See, the chimney is tossing it about. I must get home." "No, no," he held her arm fiercely. "You must come to tea. That's part of the programme. We have plenty of time before 7 o'clock. She knew that she ought to return. Something seemed to tell her, as she stood there, that now was the moment to break this off. But when his hand was on her arm, when he was so close to her, she could not leave him. She would have 1 hour more. He took her across the street, down into darkness, up into light. Then they went into a shop, up some stairs, and were suddenly in a little room with a table with a cloth, a window looking out into the lamp-lit square, cherry-coloured curtains and gay hunting pictures on the walls. Martin pushed a bell in the wall, and a stout waiter, perspiring, smiling, a napkin in his hand, came to the door. "Tea," said Martin, and he vanished. "It's all right," he said, drawing her to a creaking wicker armchair near the empty fireplace. "No one will interrupt us. They know me here. I ordered the room yesterday." Tea came, but she could not eat anything. In some strange way, the moment in the theatre when he had pressed her hand had altered everything. She recognized in herself a new Maggie. She was excited with a thick, burning excitement. She was almost sleepy with the strain of it, and her cheeks were hot, but her throat icy cold. When she told him that she wasn't hungry, he said, "I'm not either." Then he added, not looking at her, "That fellow won't be back for an hour." He came and stood by her, looking down on her. He bent forward over the chair and put his hands under her chin and pressed her face up towards his. But he did not kiss her. Then he took her hands and pulled her gently out of the chair, sat down on it himself, then, still very tenderly, put his arms round her and drew her down to him. She lay back against him, her cheek against his arms tight around her. He whispered to her again and again, "Darling, darling, darling." She felt now so terribly part of him that she seemed to have lost all her own identity. His hands softly, tenderly passed up and down her body, stroking her hair, her cheeks, her arms. Her mouth was against his cheek, and she was utterly motionless, shivering a little sometimes, and once her hand moved up and caught his, and then moved away again. At last, as it seemed from an infinite distance, his voice came to her, speaking to her. "Maggie, darling," he said, "don't go back till late tonight. You can say that those people asked you to stay to dinner. Your aunts can't do anything. Nothing can happen. Stay with me here, and then later we'll go and have dinner at a little place I know. And then come back here. Come back here, like this. Maggie, darling, say you will. You must. We mayn't have another chance for so long. You're coming to me afterwards. What does it matter, a week or two earlier? What does it matter, Maggie? Stay here. Let us love one another and have something to think about, to remember, to remember, to remember. His voice seemed to slip away into infinity as voices in a dream do. She could not say anything because she was in a dream too. She could only feel his hand stroking her face. He seemed to take her silence for consent. He suddenly kissed her furiously, pressing her head back until it hurt. That woke her. She pushed his arms back and sprang up. Her hands were trembling. She shook her head. No, Martin. No, not now. Why not? He looked at her angrily from the chair. His face was altered. He was frowning. His eyes were dark. I'm not going to stay now. Her voice shook in spite of herself. With shaking hands she patted her dress. Why not? He asked again. I'm not. I promised the aunts. Not now. It would spoil everything. Oh, very well. He was furious with her. He wouldn't meet her eyes. Not now. She felt that she would cry. Tears flooded her eyes. It's been so lovely, Martin. Don't look like that. Oh, I love you too much. She broke off. With a sudden movement she fell at his feet. Kneeling there, she drew his hands to her face. She kissed them, the palms of his hands over and over again. His anger suddenly left him. He put his arms round her and kissed her, first her eyes, then her cheeks, then gently her mouth. All right, he said. Only I feel as though our time has come to an end. But it shan't. He turned upon her fiercely, held her hands, looked in her face. Maggie, do you swear that you'll love me always, whatever I am, whatever I do? I swear, she answered, gazing into his eyes, that I'll love you always, whatever you are, whatever you do. Then she went away, leaving him by the table, staring after her. In the street she saw that her chrysanthemum was in pieces, torn and scattered and destroyed. She slipped off the ring and put it into her pocket. Then, with forebodings in her heart, as though she did indeed know that her good time was over, she turned towards home. She was right. Her good time was over. That night she was left alone. Martha let her in, and, regarding her darkly, said nothing. The aunts also said nothing, sitting all the evening under the green shade of the lamp in the drawing-room. Aunt Anne reading a pamphlet, Aunt Elizabeth sewing. Maggie pretended to read, but she saw no words. She saw only the green lamp like a dreadful bird suspended there, and Aunt Anne's chiselled sanctity. Over and over again she reasoned with herself. There was no cause for panic. Nothing had happened to change things. And yet everything was changed. Everything had been changed from that moment when Martin pressed her hand in the theatre. Everything. Danger now of every sort. She could be brave. She could meet anything if only she was sure of Martin. But he too seemed strange to her. She remembered his dark look, his frown when she had refused him. Oh, this loneliness, this helplessness. If she could be with him, beside him, she would fear nothing. That night, the first faint suspicion of jealousy, of doubt, an agonizing dart of pain at the knowledge of what it would mean to her now if he left her, stirred in her breast. This room was stifling. She got up from her chair, went to the window, looked out between the thick curtains at the dark, deserted street. "What is it, Maggie?" "Nothing, Aunt Anne." "You're very restless, dear." "It's close. May I open the door?" "A little, dear." She opened the door and then sat there hearing the armed men sway ever so slightly, tap, tap, against the wall in the passage. That night she scarcely slept at all, only tumbling into sudden nightmare dreams when something had her by the throat and Martin was not there. In the morning, as soon as she could escape, she hurried to Piccadilly. Martin was waiting for her. When she saw him, she realized at once that her good time was indeed over. His face was white and strained. He scarcely looked at her, but stared anxiously up and down the street. "What is it?" she asked breathlessly. "Look here, Maggie," he began, still scarcely looking at her. "I must get back at once. I only came to tell you that we must drop our meetings for the next day or two, until it's blown over." "Until what's blown over?" she asked him. "It's my father. I don't know what exactly has happened. They'll none of them tell me, damn them. It's Caroline Smith. She's been talking to Amy about you and me. I know that because of what Amy said about you at breakfast this morning." "What did she say?" "She wouldn't speak out. She hinted. But she admitted that Caroline Smith had told her something. But she doesn't matter. Nothing matters except father. He mustn't be excited just now. His heart's so bad. Any little thing. We must wait." She saw that he was scarcely realizing her at all. She choked down all questions that concerned themselves. She simply agreed, nodding her head. He did look at her then, smiling as he used to do. "It's awfully hard on us. It won't be for more than a day or two. But I must put things right at home, or it will be all up. I don't care for the others, of course, but if anything happened to father through me..." He told her to write to the Charing Cross post office. He would do the same. In a day or two it would be all right. He pressed her hand and was gone. When she looked about her, the street seemed quite empty, although it was full of people. She threw up her head. She wouldn't be beaten by anybody. Only it was lonely going back to the house and all of them alone, without Martin. She cried a little on her way home, but they were the last tears she shed. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Inside Saints. Maggie, when she was nearly home, halted suddenly. She stopped as when on the threshold of a room that should be empty one sees waiting a stranger. If at the end of all this she should lose Martin. There was the stranger who had come to her now and would not again depart. She recognized the sharp pain, the almost unconscious pulling back on the sudden edge of a dim pit, as something that would always be with her now, always. One knows that in the second stage of a great intimacy, one's essential loneliness is only redoubled by close companionship. One asks for so much more, and then more and more, but that final embrace is elusive and no physical contact can surrender it. But she was young and did not know that yet. All she knew was that she would have to face these immediate troubles alone, that she would not see him for perhaps a week, that she would not know what his people at home were doing, and that she must not let any of these thoughts come up into her brain. She must keep them all back. If she did not, she would tumble into some foolish precipitate action. When she reached home she was obstinate and determined. At once she found that something was the matter. During luncheon the two aunts sat like statues, Aunt Elizabeth a dumpy and squat one. Aunt Anne's aloofness was coloured now with a very human anger. Maggie realized with surprise that she had never seen her angry before. She had been indignant, disapproving, superior, forbidding, but never angry. The eyes were hard now, not with religious reserve, but simply with bad temper. The mist of anger dimmed the room. It was in the potatoes and the cold, dry mutton, especially was it in the hard, pallid knobs of cheese. And Aunt Elizabeth, although she was frightened by her sister's anger on this occasion, shared in it. She pursed her lips at Maggie and moved her fat, podgy hand as though she would like to smack Maggie's cheeks. Maggie was frightened, really frightened. The line of bold independence was all very well, but now risks were attached to it. If she swiftly tossed her head and told her aunts that she would walk out of the house, they might say walk, and that would precipitate Martin's crisis. She knew from the way he had looked at her that morning that his thoughts were with his father, and it showed that she had travelled through the first stage of her intimacy with him, that she could not trust him to put her before his own family troubles. At all costs she must keep him safe through these next difficult weeks, and the best way to keep him safe was herself to remain quietly at home. Of all this she thought as she swallowed the hostile knobs of cheese and drank the tepid, gritty coffee. She followed her aunts upstairs, and was not at all surprised when Aunt Elizabeth, with an agitated murmur, vanished into higher regions. She followed Aunt Anne into the drawing-room. Aunt Anne sat in the stiff-backed tapestry chair by the fire. Maggie stood in front of her. She was disarmed at that all-important moment by her desperate sensation of defenceless loneliness. It was as though half of herself, the man half of herself, had left her. She tried to summon her pluck, but there was no pluck there. She could only want Martin, over and over again inside herself. Had anyone been ever so hopelessly alone before? "Maggie, I am angry," said Aunt Anne. She said it as though she meant it. Amazing how human this strange aloof creature had become. As though some coloured saint, bright with painted wood and tinsel, before whom one stood in reverence, slipped down suddenly and with fingers of flesh and blood struck one's face. Her cheeks were flushed, her beautiful hands were no longer thin but were hard and active. "What have I done, Aunt?" asked Maggie. "You have not treated us fairly. My sister and I have done everything for you. You have not made it especially easy for us in any way, but we have tried to give you what we wanted. You have repaid us with ingratitude. She paused, but Maggie said nothing. She went on. Lately, these last 3 weeks, we have given you complete liberty. I advised that strongly against my sister's opinion because I thought you weren't happy. You didn't make friends amongst our friends, and I thought you should have the chance of finding some who were younger and gayer than we were. Then I thought we could trust you. You have many faults, but I believed that you were honest. I am honest, Maggie broke in. Her aunt went on. You have used the liberty we gave you during these weeks to make yourself the talk of our friends. You have been meeting Mr. Martin Warlock secretly every day. You have been alone with him in the park and at the theatre. I know that you are young and very ignorant. You could not have known that Martin Warlock is a man with whom no girl who respects herself would be seen alone. That is untrue, Maggie flamed out. And, went on Aunt Anne, we would have forgiven that. It is your deceit to ourselves that we cannot forget. Day after day you were meeting him and pretending that you went to your other friends. I am disappointed in you, bitterly disappointed. I saw from the first that you did not mean to care for us. Now, as well, you have disgraced us. Maggie began. Yes, I have been seeing Martin. I didn't think it was wrong. I don't now. I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would stop me. Then that shows that you knew it was wrong. No, Aunt Anne, only that you would think it was wrong. I can only go by myself, by what I feel is wrong, I mean. I've always had to, all my life. It would have been no good doing anything else at home, because Father... She pulled herself up. She was not going to defend herself or ask for pity. She said, speaking finally, Yes, I have been out with Martin every day. I went to the theatre with him too, and also had tea with him. Maggie could see Aunt Anne's anger rising higher and higher like water in a tube. Her voice was hard when she spoke again. She pronounced judgment. We see now that you were right when you said that you had better leave us. You are free to go as soon as you wish. You have, of course, your money, but if you care to stay with us until you have found some work, you must now obey our rules. While you remain with us, you must not go out unless my sister or I accompany you. Then her voice changed, softening a little. She suddenly raised her hands in a gesture of appeal. Oh, Maggie, Maggie, turn to God. You have rebelled against him. You have refused to listen to his voice. The end of that can be only misery. He loves, but he also judges. Even now, within a day, a week, he may come with judgment. Turn to him, Maggie, not because I tell you, but because of the truth. Pray with me now, that he may help you and give you strength. Because she felt that she had indeed treated them badly, and must do just now what they wished, she knelt down on the drawing-room carpet. Aunt Anne also knelt down, her figure stiff like iron, her raised hands once again delicate and ghost-like. O Lord God, she prayed, this thy servant comes to thee and prays that thou wilt give her strength in her struggle with the evil one. She has been tempted and is weak, but thou art strong to save and wilt not despise the least of these thy children. Come, O Lord the Father, and take thy daughter into thy loving care, and when thou comest, in all thy splendour, to redeem the world, I pray thou wilt find her waiting for thee in holiness and meekness of heart. They rose. Maggie's knees were sore with the stiff carpet. The family group watched her from the wall ironically. She saw that in spite of the prayer Aunt Anne had not forgiven her. She stood away from her, and although her voice now was not so hard, it had lost altogether the tender note that it used to have. Now, Maggie, you must promise us that you will not see Martin Warlock again. Maggie flushed. No, Aunt, I can't promise that. Then we must treat you as a prisoner whilst you are with us. If he wants to see me, I must see him. They looked at one another. Aunt Anne was like a man just then. Very well. Until you give us your promise, we must see ourselves that you do not disgrace us. There was no more to be said. It was as though a heavy iron door had rolled to. Aunt Anne passed Maggie and left the room. Well, then, there was the situation. As she remained in the empty room, she felt relief because now she knew where she was. If only she could keep in touch with Martin, then nothing else at all mattered. But that must be, otherwise she felt that she would rush at them all, and tread them down, and break doors and windows to get at him. Meanwhile, how they must all have been talking! She felt no especial anger against Caroline Smith. It had been her own fault for trusting that note to her honour. Caroline had no honour, of course. Maggie might have guessed that from the way that she talked about other people. And then probably she herself was in love with Martin. She sat down, staring in front of her, thinking. They all knew, Amy Warlock, Mr. Thurston, Miss Avies, knew about that wonderful, marvellous thing, her love for Martin, his for her. They were turning it over in their hands, soiling it, laughing at it, sneering at it. And what were they doing to Martin? At that thought she sprang up and began hurriedly to walk about. Oh, they must leave him alone. What were they saying to him? They were telling him how ridiculous it was to have anything to do with a plain, ugly girl. And he? Was he defending her? At the sudden suggestion of his disloyalty, indignation fought in her with some strange, horrible suspicion. Yes, it would come back, that thought. He was weak. He had told her that he was. He was weak. She knew that he was. She would not lie to herself. And then at the thought of his weakness, the maternal love in her that was the strongest instinct in her character flooded her body and soul, so that she did not mind if he were weak, but only wanted to defend him, to protect him. Strangely, she felt more sure of him at that moment when she was conscious of his weakness than she had been when she asserted his strength. Beneath that weakness he would be true to her because he needed her. No one else could give him what she did. He had said so again and again. And it would always be so. He would have to come back to her, however often he denied her. She felt happier then. She could face them all. She had been bad to her aunts too. She had done them harm, and they had been nothing but goodness to her. Apart from leaving Martin, she would do all, these next weeks, to please them. She went up to her bedroom, and when she reached it she realized, with a little pang of fright, that she was a prisoner. No more meetings outside Hatchard's, no more teas, no more walks. She looked out of the window down into the street. It was a long way down, and the figures walking were puppets, not human at all. But the thing to be thought of now was the question of letters. How was she to get them to the Strand office and receive from them Martin's letters in return? After long anxious thought there seemed to be only one way. There was a kitchen maid, Jane, who came every morning to the house, did odd jobs in the kitchen, and went home again in the evening. Maggie had seen the girl about the house a number of times, had noticed her for her rebellious, independent look, and had felt some sympathy with her because she was under the harsh domination of Martha. Maggie had spoken to her once or twice, and the girl had seemed grateful, smiling in a kind of dark, tearful way under her untidy hair. Maggie believed that she would help her. Of course the girl would get into trouble were she discovered, and dismissal would certainly follow, but it was clear enough that she would not in any case be under Martha's government very long. Martha never kept kitchen maids for more than a month at a time. She sat down at once and wrote her first letter, sitting on her bed. Darling Martin, there has been an explosion here. The aunts have told me to give you up. I could not promise them that I would not see you, and so I am a prisoner here until I leave them altogether. I won't leave them until after the New Year, partly because I gave a promise, and partly because it would make more trouble for you if I were turned out just now. I can't leave the house at all unless I am with one of them, so I am going to try and send the letters by the kitchen maid here, who goes home every day, and she will fetch yours when she posts mine. I'll give her a note to tell the post people that she is to have them. Martin, dear, try and write every day, even if it's only the shortest line, because it is dreadful to be shut up all day, and I think of you all the time and wonder how you are. Don't be unhappy, Martin. That's the one thing I couldn't bear. If you're not, I'm not. There's no reason to be unhappy about me. I'm very cheerful indeed if I know that you are all right. You are all right, aren't you? I do want to know what happened when you got home. I quite understand that the one thing you must do now is to keep your father well and not let anything trouble him. If the thought of me troubles him, then tell him that you are thinking of nothing but him now and how to make him happy. But don't let them change your feeling for me. You know me better than any of them do, and I am just as you know me, every bit. The aunts are very angry because they say I deceived them, but they haven't any right to tell me who I shall love, have they? No one has. I am myself, and nobody's ever cared for me except you, and Uncle Matthew, so I don't see why I should think of anybody. The aunts never cared for me, really, only to make me religious. But, Martin, never forget I love you so much I can never change. I'm not one who changes, and although I'm young now, I shall be just the same when I'm old. I have the ring and I look at it all the time. I like to think you have the locket. Please write, dear Martin, or I'll find it very difficult to stay quiet here, and I know I ought to stay quiet for your sake. Your loving, Maggie. She put it in an envelope, wrote the addresses he had told her, and then set out to find Jane. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon now, and the house, on this winter's day, was dark and dim. The gas was always badly lit in the passages, spitting and muttering like an imprisoned animal. The house was so quiet when Maggie came out onto the stairs that there seemed to be no one in it. She found her way down into the hall and saw Thomas the cat there, moving like a black ghost along the floor. He came up to her and rubbed himself in his sinister, mysterious way against her dress. When she turned towards the green beige door that led towards the kitchen regions, he stood back from her, stole onto the lower steps of the staircase and watched her with steady, unblinking eyes. She pushed the door and went through into the cold passage that smelt of cheese and bacon and damp earth. There seemed to be no one about, and then suddenly the pantry door opened and Jane came out. She stopped when she saw Maggie. "Where's Martha?" asked Maggie in a low voice. The whisper seemed to tell Jane at once that this was to be a confidential matter. She jerked with a dirty thumb in the direction of the kitchen. "In there, cooking the dinner," she whispered back. She was untidy, there were streaks of black on her face, but her eyes looked up at Maggie with a friendly, roguish glance, as though they had already something in common. Maggie saw that she had no time to lose. She came close to her. "Jane," she said, "I'm in trouble. It's only you who can help me. Here's a letter that I want posted, just in the ordinary way. Can you do that for me?" Jane, suddenly smiling, nodded her head. "And there's something else," Maggie went on. "Tomorrow morning, before you come here, I want you to go to the Strand post office, you know, the one opposite the station, and ask for a letter addressed to me. I've written on a piece of paper here that you're to be given any letters of mine. Give it to me somehow when no one's looking. Do you understand?" Jane nodded her head. Maggie gave her the note and also £0.50, but Jane pushed back the money. "I don't want no money," she said in a hoarse whisper. "You're the only one here decent to me." At that moment the kitchen door opened and Martha appeared. When she saw Jane, she came up to her and said, "Now then, idling again. What about the potatoes?" She looked at Maggie with her usual surly suspicion. "I came down for a candle," Maggie said, "for my room. Will you give me one, please?" Jane had vanished. Martin, meanwhile, after Maggie left him, had returned home in no happy state. There had leapt upon him again that mood of sullen, impatient rebellion that he knew so well. A mood that really was like a possession, so that, struggle as he might, he seemed always in the grip of some iron-fingered, menacing figure. It was possession in a sense that to many normal, happy people in this world is so utterly unknown that they can only scornfully name it weakness and so pass on their way. But those human beings who have suffered from it do in very truth feel as though they had been caught up into another world, a world of slavery, moral galley-driving with a master high above them, driving them with a lash that their chained limbs may not resist. Such men, if they try to explain that torment, can often point to the very day and even hour of their sudden slavery. At such a tick of the clock the clouds gather, the very houses and street are weighted with a cold malignity. Thoughts, desires, impulses are all checked, perverted, driven and counter-driven by a mysterious force. Let no man who has not known such hours and the terror of such a dominion utter judgment upon his neighbour. To Martin, the threat of this conflict with his father over Maggie was the one crisis that he had wished to avoid. But his character, which was naturally easy and friendly and unsuspicious, had confused him. Those 3 weeks with Maggie had been so happy, so free from all morbidity and complication, that he had forgotten the world outside. For a moment, when Maggie had told him that she had given her note to Caroline, he had been afraid. But he had been lulled as the days passed, and nothing interfered with their security. Now he was suddenly plunged into the middle of a confusion that was all the more complicated because he could not tell what his mother and his sister were thinking. He knew that Amy had disliked him ever since his return, and that that dislike had been changed into something fiercer since his declared opposition to Thurston. His mother he simply did not understand at all. She spoke to him still with the same affection and tenderness, but behind the words he felt a hard purpose and a mysterious aloofness. She was not like his mother at all. It was as though some spy had been introduced into the house in his mother's clothing. But for them he did not care. It was his father of whom he must think. Here, too, there was a mystery from which he was deliberately kept. He knew, of course, that they were all expecting some crisis. As the days advanced, he could feel that the excitement increased. He knew that his father had declared that he had visions, and that there was to be a revelation very shortly. But of these visions and this revelation he heard only indirectly from others. His father said nothing to him of these things, and at the ordinary chapel services on Sunday there was no allusion to them. He knew that the inside saints had a society and rules of their own inside the larger body, and from that inner society he was quite definitely excluded. Of that exclusion he would have been only too glad, had it not been for his father. But now when he saw him growing from day to day more haggard and worn, more aloof from all human society, when he saw him wrapped further and further into some strange and, as it seemed to him, insane absorption, he was determined to fight his way into the heart of it. His growing intimacy with Maggie had relieved him for a moment of the intensity of this other anxiety. Now suddenly he was flung back into the very thick of it. His earlier plan of forcing his father out of all this network of chicanery and charlatanism now returned. He felt that if he could only seize his father and forcibly abduct him and take him away from Amy and Thurston and the rest, and all the associations of the chapel, he might cure him and lead him back to health and happiness again. And yet he did not know. He had not himself escaped from it all by leaving it, and then that undermining, bewildering suspicion that perhaps after all there was something in all of this, that it was not only charlatanism, confused and disconcerted him. He was like a man who hears sounds and faint cries behind a thick wall, and there are no doors and windows, and the bricks are too stout to be torn apart. He had been behind that wall all his life. Amy's allusion to Maggie in the morning had been very slight, but had shown quite clearly that she had heard all, and probably more than the truth. When he returned that morning he found his mother alone, knitting a pink woolen comforter, her gold spectacles on the end of her nose, her fresh lace cap crisp and dainty on her white hair, the very picture of the dearest old lady in the world. "Mother," he began at once, "what did Amy mean this morning about myself and Maggie Cardinal?" "Maggie who, dear?" his mother asked. "Maggie Cardinal, the cardinal niece, you know," he said impatiently. "Did she say anything? I don't remember." "Yes, mother, you remember perfectly well. She said that they were all talking about me and Maggie." "Did she?" The old lady slowly counted her stitches. "Well, dear, I shouldn't worry about what they all say, whoever they may be." "Oh, I don't care for that," he answered contemptuously. "Although all the same I'm not going to have Amy running that girl down. She's been against her from the first. What I want to know is, has Amy been to father with this? Because if she has, I'm going to stop it. I'm not going to have her bothering father with bits of gossip that she's picked up by listening behind other people's keyholes." Amy, meanwhile, had come in and heard this last sentence. "Thank you, Martin," she said quietly. He turned to her with fury. "What did you mean at breakfast," he asked, "by what you said about myself and Maggie Cardinal?" She looked at him with contempt, but no very active hostility. "I was simply telling you something that I thought you ought to know," she said. "It is what everybody is saying, that you and she have been meeting every day for weeks, sitting in the park after dark together, going to the theatre. People draw their own conclusions, I suppose." "How much have you told father of this?" he demanded. "I don't know at all what father has heard," she answered. "You've been that girl's enemy since the first moment that she came here," he continued, growing angrier and angrier at her quiet indifference. "Now you're trying to damage her character." "On the contrary," she answered, "I told you because I thought you ought to know what people were saying. The girl doesn't matter to me one way or another, but I'm sorry for her if she thinks she cares for you. That won't bring her much happiness." Then suddenly her impassivity had a strange effect upon him. He could not answer her. He left them both and went up to his room. As soon as he had closed the door of his bedroom, he knew that his bad time was come upon him. It was a physical as well as a spiritual dominion. The room visibly darkened before his eyes. His brain worked as it would in dreams, suggesting its own thoughts and wishes and intentions. A dark shadow hung over him, hands were placed upon his eyes. Only one thought came before him again and again and again. "You know, you have long known, that you are doomed to make miserable everything that you touch, to ruin everyone with whom you come into contact. This is your fate, and you can no more escape from it than you can escape from your body." How many hours of this kind had he known in Spain, in France, in South America? Often at the very moment when he had thought that he was at last settling down to some decent steady plan of life, he would be jerked from his purpose. Some delay or failure would frustrate him, and there would follow the voice in his ear and the hands on his eyes. It was indeed as though he had been pledged to something in his early life, and because he had broken from that pledge, had been pursued ever since. He stripped to the waist and bathed in cold water. Even then it seemed to him that his flesh was heavy and dull and yellow, that he was growing obese and out of all condition. He put on a clean shirt and collar, sat down on his bed and tried to think the thing out. To whomsoever he had done harm in the past, he would now spare Maggie and his father. He was surprised at the rush of tenderness that came over him at the thought of Maggie. He sat there for some time thinking over every incident of the last 3 weeks. That at least had been a good decent time, and no one could ever take it away from them again. He looked at her picture in the locket and realized as he looked at it a link with her that he had never felt with any woman before. All the same, he thought, I should go away. She'd mind it at first, but not half as much as she'd mind me later on when she saw what kind of a chap I really was. She'd be unhappy for a bit, but she'd soon meet someone else. She's never seen a man yet except me. She'd soon forget me. She's such a kid. Nevertheless, when he thought of beginning that old wandering life again, he shrank back. He had hated it. Oh, how he'd hated it. And he didn't want to leave Maggie. He was in reality beginning to believe that with her he might pull himself right out of this morass of weakness and indecision in which he had been wallowing for years. And yet what sort of a life could he offer her? He did not believe that he would ever now be able to find this other woman whom he had married. And until he had found her and divorced her, Maggie's position would be impossible. She, knowing nothing of the world, could disregard it, but he knew that daily, hourly recurrence of slights and insults and disappointments, knew what that life could make after a time of women in such a position. Even though she did not mind, he would mind for her, and would reproach himself continually. No, it was impossible. He must go away secretly without telling her. Then at that he was pulled up again by the thought of his father. He could not leave him until this crisis, whatever it might be, was over. A very little thing now might kill him, and at the thought of that possibility he jumped up from his bed and swore that that catastrophe at least must be prevented. His father must live and be happy and strong again, and he, Martin, must see to it. That was his charge and his sacred duty above all else. Strong in this thought, he went down to his father's room. He knocked on the door. There was no answer, and he went in. The room was in a mess of untidiness. His father was walking up and down, staring in front of him, talking to himself. At the sound of the door he turned, saw Martin and smiled, the old trusting smile of a child, that had been, during his time abroad, Martin's clearest memory of him. "Oh, is that you? Come in." Martin came forward, and his father put his arm round his neck as though for support. "I'm tired, horribly tired." Martin took him to the shabby broken armchair and made him sit down. Himself sat in his old place on the arm of the chair, his hand against his father's neck. "Father, come away, just for a week, with me. We'll go right off into the country to Glebeshire or somewhere, quite alone. We won't see a soul. We'll just walk and eat and sleep. And then you'll come back to your work here another man." "No, Martin, I can't yet, not just now." "Why not, father?" "I have work that can't be left." "But if you go on like this, you'll be so that you can't go on any longer. You'll break down. You know what the doctor said about your heart. You aren't taking any care at all." Perhaps. But for a week or two I must just go on, preparing many things. Martin." He suddenly looked up at his son, putting his hand on his knee. "Yes, father." "You're being good now, aren't you?" "Good, father?" "Yes, not doing anything you or I'd be ashamed of." "I know in the past. But that's been forgotten, that's over. Only now, just now, it's terribly important for us both that you should be good, like you used to be when you were a boy." "Father, what have people been saying to you about me?" Nothing. Only I think about you so much. I pray about you all the time. Soon, as you say, we'll go away together. Only now, just now, I want you with me here, strong by my side. I want your help." Martin took his father's hand, felt how dry and hot and feverish it was. "I'll be with you," he said. "I promise that. Don't you listen to what anyone says. I won't leave you." He would like to have gone on and asked other questions, but the old man seemed so worn out and exhausted that he was afraid of distressing him. So he just sat there, his hands on his shoulders, and suddenly the white head nodded. The beard sank over the breast and huddled up in the chair as though life itself had left him. The old man slept. During the next 4 days, Martin and Maggie corresponded through the fair hands of Jane. He wrote only short letters, and over them he struggled. He seemed to see Maggie through a tangled mist of persons and motives and intentions. He could not get at the real Maggie at all. He could not even get at his real feelings about her. He knew that these letters were not enough for her. He could feel behind her own a longing for something from him more definite, something that would bring her closer to him. He was haunted by his picture of her sitting in that dismal house, a prisoner, waiting for him, and at last, at the end of the 4 days, he felt that he must, in some way or other, see her. Then she herself proposed a way. "Tomorrow night, Friday," she wrote, "the aunts are going to a meeting. They won't return until after 8 o'clock. During most of that time Martha will be in the kitchen cooking, and Jane, who is staying late that night, has promised to give me a signal. I could run out for a quarter of an hour and meet you somewhere close by and risk getting back. Jane will be ready to let me in. Of course it may fail, but things can't be worse than they are. I absolutely forbid you to come if you think this can make anything worse for you at home. But I must see you, Martin. I feel tonight as though I couldn't stand it any longer, although I've had only 5 days of it. But I think that if I met you, really you, for only 5 minutes, I could bear it then for weeks. Let me know if you agree to this, and if so, where we could meet about 7:30. The mere thought of seeing her was wonderful. He would not have believed a month ago that it could have come to mean so much to him. He wrote back, "Yes, at the corner of Dundas Street by the pillar box, 7:30. He knew that she had been to that dark little street with her aunts to see Miss Pinchon. The night when it came was misty, and when he reached the place she was at once in his arms. She had been there more than 5 minutes. She had thought that he was not coming. Martha had nearly caught her. He kissed her hair and her eyes and her mouth, holding her to him, forgetting everything but her. She stayed, quiet, clinging to him as though she would never let him go. Then she drew away. "Now we must walk about or someone will see us," she said. "We've only got 5 minutes. Martin, what I want to know is, are you happy?" "Yes," he said. They walked like ghosts in the misty street. "Well, then I am," she said. "Only your letters didn't sound very happy." "Can you hold on till after the new year?" They were walking hand in hand, her fingers curled in his palm. "Yes," she said, "if you're happy." "There are troubles, of course," he said, "but I don't care for Amy and the rest. It's only father that matters. I can't discover how much he knows. If I knew that, I'd be much happier. We'll be all right, Maggie, if nothing happens to him." With a little frightened catch in her throat, she asked him, "How do you mean, if anything happens to him?" "If anything happened to him," she could feel his hand stiffen round hers, "through me, then, why then, I'd leave you, everything, I'd have to." "Leave me? Oh, Martin, no." "I'd go. I don't know where to. I don't know what I'd do. I'd know then that I must leave everyone alone, always, forever, especially you." "No, you'd need me more than ever." "You don't understand, Maggie. I'd be impossible after that. If father suffered through me, that would be the end of it, the end of everything." "Martin, listen." She caught his arm, looking up, trying to see his face. "If anything like that did happen, that would be where you'd want me. Don't you see that you couldn't harm me except by leaving me?" "You can reason it as you like, Maggie, but I know myself. I know the impulse would be too strong, to go away and hide myself from everybody. I've felt it before, when I've done something especially bad. It's something in me that I've known all my life." Then he turned to her. "But it's all right. Nothing shall happen to the old man. I'll see that it doesn't. We've only got to wait a fortnight, then I'll get him away for a holiday, and once he's better I can leave him. It will be all right. It shall." Then he bent down to her. "You know, Maggie, I love you more, far more than I ever thought. Even if I went away, you'd be the only one I'd love. I never dreamt that I'd care for anyone so much." He felt her tremble under his hand when he said that. She sighed. "Now I can go back," she said. "I'll say that over to myself again and again." They stayed a little longer. He put his arms round her again and held her so close to him that she could feel his heart throbbing. Then when they had kissed once more, she went away. She returned safely. Jane opened the door for her, mysteriously, as though she enjoyed her share in the conspiracy. Maggie sped upstairs, and now with Martin's words in her ears, had enough to stiffen her back for the battle. The next move in the affair was on the following afternoon, when Maggie, alone in the drawing-room, beheld Caroline Smith in the doorway. "She's got cheek enough for anything," was Maggie's first thought. But she was not aware of the true magnificence of that young woman's audacity until she found her hand seized and her cheek kissed. Caroline, in fact, had greeted her with precisely her old spontaneous enthusiasm. "Maggie, darling, where have you been all these days? But weeks it is indeed. You might at least have sent me just a word. Life simply hasn't been the same without you. You pet. And you look tired. Yes, you do. You've been overworking or something. All because you haven't had me to look after you." Maggie gravely withdrew, and standing away from the shining elegance of her friend, said, "Caroline, I want to know something before we go any further. What I want to know is, why did you read that note that I asked you to give to Martin Warlock?" Caroline stared in amazement. "My dear, what is the matter? Are you ill or something? Oh, you are. I can see you are. You poor darling. Read your note? What note, dear?" "The note I gave you a month ago, one evening when you were here." "A note? A month ago? My dear, as though I could ever remember what I did a month ago. Why, it's always all I can manage to remember what I did yesterday. Did you give me a note, dear?" Maggie began to be angry. "Of course I did. You remember perfectly well. I gave it to you for Martin Warlock. You let him have it, but meanwhile you read it, and not only that, but told everybody else about it." Caroline's expression changed. She was suddenly sulky. Her face was like that of a spoiled child. "Well, Maggie Cardinal, if you call that being a friend, to say that I would ever do such a thing." "You know you did," said Maggie quietly. "Read your letters? As though I'd want to. Why should I? As though I hadn't something more interesting to do. No, thank you. Of course you have been getting yourself into a mess. Everyone knows that. That's why I came here today, to show you that I was a real friend and didn't mind what people said about you. When they were all talking about you last night and saying the most dreadful things, I defended you and said it wasn't really your fault. You couldn't have told what a rotten sort of a man Martin Warlock was." "That's enough," said Maggie. "I don't want your defence, thank you. You're mean and deceitful and untrue. You never have been a friend of mine, and I don't want ever to see you again." Caroline Smith was horrified. "Well, upon my word, isn't that gratitude? Here am I, the only person in this whole place would take any trouble with you. When the others all said that you were plain and stupid, and hadn't anything to say for yourself, I stuck to you. I did all I could, wasting all my time going to the dressmaker with you and trying to make you look like something human, and this is the way you repay me. Well, there's a lesson for me. Many's the time mother's said to me, 'Carrie, you'll just ruin yourself with that kind heart of yours, laying yourself out for others when you ought to be seeing after yourself. You've got too big a heart for this world.' Doesn't it just show one? And to end it all with accusing me of reading your letters. If you choose to sit in the park after dark with a man who everybody knows, either you're going to leave this room or I am," said Maggie. "Thank you," said Caroline, tossing her head. "I haven't the slightest desire to stay, I assure you. Only you'll be sorry for this, Maggie Cardinal, you will indeed." With a swish of the skirts and a violent banging of the door, she was gone. "The only friend I had," thought Maggie. The next development was an announcement from Aunt Anne that she would like Maggie to accompany her to a meeting at Miss Avy's. Aunt Anne did not explain what kind of a meeting it would be, and Maggie asked no questions. She simply replied that she would go. She had indeed by this time a very considerable curiosity of her own as to what everyone thought was going to happen in 10 days' time. Perhaps this meeting would enlighten her. It did. On arriving at Miss Avy's gaunt and menacing apartment, she found herself in the very stronghold of the inside saints. It was a strange affair, and Maggie was never to see anything quite like it again. In the first place, Miss Avy's room was not exactly the place in which you would have expected to discover a meeting of this kind. She lived over a house-agent's in John Street, Adelphi. Her sitting-room was low-ceilinged with little diamond-paned windows. The place was let furnished, and the green and red vases on the mantelpiece, the brass clock and the bright yellow wallpaper were properties of the landlord. To the atmosphere of the place Miss Avy's, although she lived there for a number of years, had contributed nothing. It had all the desolate forlornness of a habitation in which no human being has dwelt for a very long time. There was dust on the mantelpiece, a melancholy sputtering of coal choked with cinders and gasping for breath in the fireplace, stuffy hot clamminess beating about the unopened windows. Along the breadth of the faded brown carpet, some 50 cane-bottomed chairs were pressed tightly in rows together, and in front of the window, facing the chairs, was a little wooden table with a chair beside it, on the table a glass of water and a Bible. When Maggie and her aunts entered, the chairs were almost all occupied, and they were forced to sit at the end of the last row but one. The meeting had apparently not yet begun, and many heads were turned towards them as they took their places. Maggie fancied that the glances directed at herself were angry and severe, but that was very possibly her imagination. She soon recognised people known to her: Miss Pynchon, calm and placid; Mrs. Smith, Caroline's mother, very stout, hot and self-important; Amy Warlock, proud and severe; and Miss Avies herself standing, like a general surveying his forces, behind the table. The room was draughty and close, and had a confused smell of oilcloth and geraniums, and Maggie knew that soon she would have a headache. She fancied that already the atmosphere was influencing the meeting. From where she sat she could see a succession of side faces, and it was strange what a hungry, appealing look these pale cheeks and staring eyes had. Hungry! Yes, that's what they all were. She thought fantastically for a moment of poor Mr. Magnus's treasure hunters, and she seemed to see the whole of this company in a raft drifting in mid-ocean, not a sail in sight and the last ship's biscuit gone. They were not, taken together, a very fine collection, old maids and young girls, many of them apparently of the servant class, one or two sitting with open mouths and a vacancy of expression that seemed to demand a conjurer with a rabbit and a hat. Some faces were of the true fanatic cast, lit with the glow of an expectancy and a hope that no rational experience had ever actually justified. One girl, whom Maggie had seen with Aunt Anne on some occasion, had especially this prophetic anticipation in the whole pose of her body, as she bent forward a little, her elbows on her knees, her chin on her hands, gazing with wide burning eyes at Miss Avies. This girl, whom Maggie was never to see again, hung as a picture in the rooms of her mind for the rest of her life. The youth, the desperate anxiety as of one who throws her last piece upon the gaming-table, the poverty of the shabby black dress, the real physical austerity and asceticism of the white cheeks and the thin arms and pale hands. This figure remained a symbol for Maggie. She used to wonder in after years, when fortune had carried her far enough away from all this world, what had happened to that girl. But she was never to know. There were faces too like Miss Pynchon's, calm, contented, confident old women who had found in their religion the panacea of all their troubles. There were faces like Mrs. Smith's, coarse and vulgar, out for any sensation that might come along, and ready instantly to express their contempt if the particular trick that they were expecting failed to come off. Other faces again like Amy Warlock's, grimly set upon secret thoughts and purposes of their own, faces trained to withstand any sudden attack on the emotions, but eager, too, like the rest, for some revelation that was to answer all questions and satisfy all expectations. Maggie wondered, as she looked about her, how she could have raised in her own imagination, around the chapel and its affairs, so formidable an atmosphere of terror and tyrannic discipline. Here gathered together were a few women, tired, pale, many of them uneducated, awaiting like children the opening of a box, the springing into flower of a dry husk of a seed, the raising of the curtain on some wonderful scene. Maggie, as she looked at them, knew that they must be disappointed, and her heart ached for them all, yes, even for Amy Warlock, her declared enemy. She lost, as she sat there, for the moment all sense of her own personal history. She only saw them all tired and hungry and expectant. Perhaps, after all, there was something behind it all, something for which they had a right to be searching. Even of that she had not sure knowledge. But the pathos and also the bravery of their search touched and moved her. She was beginning to understand something of the beauty that hovered like a bird always just out of sight about the ugly walls of the chapel. "Whatever they want, poor dears," she thought, I do hope they get it." Miss Avies opened the meeting with an extempore prayer. Then they all stood up and sang a hymn, and their quavering voices were thin and sharp and strained in the stuffy, close-ceilinged room. The hymn, like all the other chapel hymns that Maggie had heard, had to do with the blood of the Lamb, the sacrifice of blood, the blood that heals. There was also a refrain: "And when thou comest, Lord, we pray that thou wilt spare thy sword. Or on that grim and ghastly day, who will escape the Lord? Who will escape the Lord?" There were many verses to this hymn, and it had a long and lugubrious tune, so that Maggie thought that it would never end. But as it proceeded, the words worked their effect on the congregation, and at the last there was much emotion and several women were crying. Then they all sat down again, and the meeting developed a very businesslike side. There was a great deal of discussion as to dates, places, appointments, and Maggie was amused to discover that in this part of the proceedings Mrs. Smith had a great deal to say, and took a very leading place. The gathering became like any other assemblage of ladies for some charitable or social purpose, and there were the usual disputes and signs of temper and wounded pride. In all those matters Miss Avies was a most admirable and unflinching chairman. Then at last the real moment came. Miss Avies got up to speak. She stood there scornful, superior, and yet with some almost cynical appeal in her eyes, as though she said to them, "You poor fools, no one knows better than I the folly of your being here. No one knows better than I how far you will, all of you, be from realizing any of your dreams. Tricked, the lot of you, and yet, go on believing, expecting, hoping. Pray that I may be wrong and you may be right." What she actually said was as follows: "This will be our last meeting before the end of the year. What will come to all of us before we all meet again no one can say, but this we all know, that we have, most of us, been living now for many years in expectation. We have been taught, by the goodness of God, to believe that we must be ready at any moment to obey his call, and that call may come in the middle of our work, of our prayers, of our love for others, of our pursuit of our own ambitions, and that whenever it does come we must be ready to obey it. We have been told by our great and good Master, who has been set over us for our guidance by God himself, that that call may now be very near. Whatever form it may take, we must accept it, give up all we have and follow him. That is understood by all of us. I will not say more now. This is not the time for any more directions from me. We must address ourselves, each one of us, to God himself, and ask him to prepare us so that we may be as he would have us on the day of his coming. I suggest now, before we part, that we share together in a few minutes of private prayer." They all rose, and Maggie, before she knelt down, caught a sudden glimpse of the pale girl whom she had noticed earlier, standing for a moment, as though she were about to make some desperate appeal to them all. Some words did indeed seem to come from her lips, but the scraping of chairs drowned every other sound. Nevertheless, that figure was there, the hands stretched out, the very soul struggling through the eyes for expression, the body tense, sacred, eloquent, like the body of some young prophetess. Then all were on their knees, and Maggie, too, her face in her hands, was praying. It was perhaps the first time in her life that she had actively, consciously, of her own volition, prayed. The appeal formed itself, as it were, without her own agency. "God, if there is a God, give me Martin. I care for nothing else but that. If you will give me Martin for my own always, ever, I will believe in you. I will worship you and say prayers to you, and do anything you tell me if you give me Martin. Oh God, I ought to have him. He is mine. I can do more for him than anyone else can. I can make him happy and good. I know I can. God, give him to me, and I will be your slave. God, give me Martin. God, give me Martin." She rose, as it were, from the depths of the sea, from great darkness and breathlessness and exhaustion. For a moment she could not see the room nor any detail, but only one pale face after another, like a pattern on a wall, hiding something from her. She stood bewildered beside her aunts, not hearing the strains of the last hymn nor the quaver of Aunt Anne's trembling voice beside her. "God, give me Martin," was her last challenge in the strange pale silence that floated around her. Then suddenly, as though she had pushed open a door and had gone through, she was back in the world again. A flood of sound was about her ears, and in front of her the red face of Mrs. Smith, her mouth wide open, like the mouth of an eager fish, singing about the blood of the Lamb with unctuous satisfaction. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 10. The Prophet. The year 1907 had 4 more days of life. It crept to its grave through a web and tangle of fog. It was not one of the regular yellow devils who come and eat up London, first this part and then that, then disgorge a little, choking it all up only to snap at it and swallow it down all bewildered a quarter of an hour after. This was a cobweb fog spun, as it might be, by some malignant central spider hidden darkly in his lair. The vapouring-like filmy threads twisted and twined their way all over London, and for 4 days and nights the town was a city of ghosts. Buildings loomed dimly behind their masks of silver tissue, streets seemed unsubstantial, pavements had no foundation, streams of water appeared to hang glittering in mid-air, men and horses would suddenly plunge into grey abysses and vanish from sight. Church bells would ring peals high up in air, and there would be, it seemed, no steeple there for them to ring from. As the sun behind the fog rose and set, so the mist would catch gold and red and purple into the vapours, strange gleams of brass and silver, as though behind its web armies flaunting their colours were marching through the sky. Down on the very earth itself horses staggered and stumbled on the thin coating of greasy mud that covered everything. Men opened their doors to look out onto the world, and instantly into the passages there floated such strange forms and shadows in misty shape that it seemed as though the rooms were suddenly invaded by a flock of spirits. Sometimes for half an hour the fog lifted, and bright blue sky gleamed like a miraculous lake suddenly discovered in the heart of the boundless waste, then vanished again. Suddenly, with a whisk of the immortal broom, the web was torn, the spider slain, the world clear once more. But in the obscurity and dusk, 1907 had seen his chance and vanished. Warlock, long before this, had lost consciousness of external sights and sounds. He could not have told anyone when it was that the two worlds had parted company. For many, many years he had been conscious of both existences, but during his youth and middle age they had seemed to mingle and go along together. He had believed in both equally and had been a citizen of both. Then gradually, as time passed, he had seemed to have less and less hold upon the actual physical world. He saw it suddenly with darkened vision. His wife and daughter, and indeed all human beings, except in so far as they were souls to be saved for the Lord, became less and less realities. Only Martin was flesh and blood, to be loved and longed for and feared for just as he had always been. All the physical properties of life, clothes, food, household possessions, money, became of less and less importance to him. Had Amy not watched over him, he would have been many days without any food at all, and one day he came into the living-room at breakfast-time clothed in a towel. All this had come upon him with vastly increased power during the last months. In chapel, and whenever he had work to do in connection with the chapel, he was clear-headed and practical, but in things to do with this world he was now worse than a child. He was conscious of this increasing difficulty to deal with both worlds. It was because one world, the world of God, was opening out before him so widely and with so varied and thrilling a beauty that there was less and less time to be spared for the drab realities of physical things. All his life he had been preparing, and then suddenly the call had come. Shortly after Martin's return he had known in chapel one evening that God was approaching. It had happened that day, owing to his absorption in his work, he had eaten nothing, and there had come to him, whilst praying to the congregation, a sensation of faintness so strong that for a moment he thought he would fall from his seat. Then it had passed, to give way to a strange, thrilling sense of expectancy. It was as though a servant had opened the door and had announced, "My master is coming, sir." He had felt, indeed, as though he had been lifted up, in the sheet of Paul the Apostle, to meet his God. There had been the most wonderful sense of elevation, a clearing of light, a gentler freshness in the air, a sudden sinking to remoteness of human voices and mundane sounds. From that moment in the chapel life had been changed for him. He never seemed to come down again from that mysterious elevation. Human voices sounded far away from him. He could be urged only with the greatest difficulty to take his food, and he frequently did not recognize members of his own congregation when they came to see him. He waited now, waited, for this visitation that was approaching him. He could have no doubts of it. Then one night he woke from a deep sleep. He was conscious that his room was filled with a smoky light. In his heart was such an ecstasy that he would have thought that the joy would kill him. Something spoke to him, telling him to prepare, that he had been chosen, and that further signs would come to him. He fell on his knees beside the bed and remained there in a trance until daylight. He had heard the voice of God, he had seen his light, he had been chosen as his servant. Some weeks later a second visitation came to him, similar to the first, but telling him that at the last hour of the present year God would come in his own person to save the world, and that he must make this known to a few chosen spirits that they might prepare. The whole brotherhood then was at length justified. They alone, out of all men in the world, had believed in the second coming of the Lord, and so God had chosen them. He had no doubt at all about his visions at this time. They seemed to him as real and sure as the daily traffic of the streets and the monotonous progress of the clock. Eagerly, with the confident resolution of a child, he told his news to the leaders of the chapel, Thurston, Miss Avies, and one or two others. Then a special meeting of the Inside Saints was called, and, in the simplest language, he described exactly what had occurred. He did not at first perceive the effect that his news had. Then, dimly, through the mist of his prayers and ecstasies, he realized that his message had created confusion. There was in the first place the question as to whether the whole congregation should be told. He found that he could not decide about this, and when he left the judgment to Thurston, Thurston told him that, in his opinion, the less that they knew about it, the better. It was then that the first suspicion came to him as to whether some of the saints doubted. He questioned Thurston as to the effect of this message upon the saints. Thurston explained to him that many of them had been very troubled. They had not expected it to come so soon. Thurston explained that they were, after all, only poor human clay like the rest of mankind, and to prepare for a second coming in general, something that might descend upon the world, say, in 100 years' time, was very different from a judgment that might be expected definitely in about 3 weeks. One or two of them, in fact, had left the chapel. Others begged for some clearer direction. "Give them a bit more clearly, Master. Tell them a few facts, what the Lord God looked like, and how he spoke, and in what kind of way he was coming. Supposing he wasn't to come after all?" It was then that the trouble that had been smouldering for so long between Thurston and the Master burst into flame. For half an hour the Master lost his temper like an ordinary human being. Thurston said very little, but listened with a quiet and sarcastic smile. Then he went away. Warlock was left in a torment of doubt and misery. That night he was in his room until the dawn on his knees, wrestling with God. He accused himself because, during these latter months, he had removed himself from human contact with his congregation. He had been so intent upon God that he had forgotten his flock. Now he hardly knew how to approach them. The thought of a personal interview with the Miss Cardinals, or Miss Pinchon, or Mr. Smith, filled him with a strange, shy terror. He seemed to have nothing more to say to them, and he blamed himself bitterly because he had been intent upon his own salvation rather than theirs. Thurston's words sent him groping back through the details of the visions. And there were no details. For himself they had been enough in the light, the ecstasy, the contact, but these others who had not themselves felt this, nor seen its glory, demanded more. He began then, in an agony of distress, to question himself as to whether he had not dreamt his visions. He wrestled with God, beseeching him to come again and give him a clearer message. Night after night passed, and he waited for some further vision, but nothing was granted him. Then he thought that perhaps he himself was now cursed for leaving God. God had come to him and revealed himself to him in unmistakable signs, and yet he was doubting him and demanding further help. As the weeks passed, he perceived more and more clearly that there was every kind of division and trouble in the chapel. Many members left and wrote to him telling him why they had done so. In his own household he felt that Amy no longer gave him any confidence. She attended to him more carefully than before, watched over him as though he were a baby, but made no allusion to the services or the chapel or any meeting. He seemed, as the weeks passed, to be lonelier and lonelier, and he looked upon this as punishment for his own earlier selfishness. He was pulled then 2 ways. On the one hand, it seemed to him that he would only hear God's full message if he withdrew further and further from the world. On the other, he felt that he was letting his followers slip away from him now, at the very moment when he should be closest to them, advising, helping, encouraging. This divided impulse was a torture, and as the weeks went on he ate less and less and slept scarcely at all. He had been for a long time past in delicate health owing to the weakness of his heart, and now he began to look strange indeed, with his bright gaunt face with its prominent cheekbones, his eyes straining to see beyond his actual vision, his flowing white beard. His doctor, a cheerful, commonplace little man, a member of the chapel, although not a saint, tried to do his best with him, But his visits only led to scenes of irritation, and Warlock obeyed none of his commands. After a visit on the afternoon of Christmas Eve, he took Amy aside. "Look here," he said, "unless you keep a stricter eye on your father than you have been doing, he'll be leaving you altogether." She looked up at him with that odd dark impassivity that seemed to remove her so deliberately from her fellow beings. "It's very well to talk like that," she said, "but how is anyone to have any control over him? He listens to nothing that we say, and if we insist, he's in a frenzy of irritation." "Can your mother do nothing?" the doctor asked. "Mother?" Amy smiled. "No, mother can do nothing." "Well," said the doctor, "any sudden shock will kill him, I warn you." When the fog came down upon the city, Warlock was already in too thick a fog of his own to perceive it. He was sure now of nothing. It seemed as though all the spirits of the other world now were taunting him, but he felt that this was the work of the devil, who wished to destroy his faith before the great day arrived. He thought now that the devil was closely pursuing him, and he seemed to hear first his taunting whisper, and then the voice of God encouraging him. "Well done, my good and faithful servant." He had lost now almost all consciousness of what he really expected to happen when the day arrived, but he was dimly aware that if nothing happened at all, his whole influence with his people would be gone. Nevertheless, this did not trouble him very greatly. The congregation of the chapel seemed now dimly remote. The only human being who was not remote was Martin. His love for his son had not been touched by his other struggles. It had been even intensified. But the love had grown a terror, ever increasing, lest Martin should leave him. He seemed to hear dimly beyond the wall of the mysterious world into whose regions he was ever more deeply passing, sentences, vague, without human agency, accusing Martin of sins and infidelities and riotous living. Sometimes he was tempted to go further into this and challenge Martin's accusers, but fear held him back. Martin had been a good son since his return to England. Yes, he had, and he had forsaken his evil ways and was going to be with his father now until the end, his last refuge against loneliness. Everyone else had left him or was leaving him, but Martin was there. Martin hadn't deceived him. Martin was a good boy. A good boy. And then, as it seemed to him, with Martin's hand in his own, he would pass off into his world of strange dreams and desperate prayer, and hours of waiting, listening, straining for a voice. During that last night before New Year's Eve, an hour came to him when he seemed to be left utterly alone. Exhausted, faint, dizzy with want of sleep and food, he knelt before his bed. His room seemed to be filled with devils, taunting him, tempting him, bewildering and blinding him. He rose suddenly in a frenzy, striking out, rushing about his room, crying. Then at last, exhausted, creeping back to his bed, falling down upon it and sinking into a long, dreamless sleep. They found him sleeping when they came to call him, and they left him. He did not wake until the early afternoon. His brain seemed clear and his body so weak that it was with the greatest difficulty that he washed and put on some clothes. The room was dark with the fog. Lamps in the street below glimmered uncertainly, and voices and the traffic of the street were muffled. He opened his door and, looking out, heard in the room below Martin's voice raised excitedly. Slowly he went down to meet him. Martin also had reached on that last day of the year the very end of his tether. During the last 10 days he had been fighting against every weakness to which his character was susceptible. With the new year he felt that everything would be well. He could draw a new breath then, find work somewhere away from London, have Maggie perhaps with him, and drive away out of all the tangle of his perplexities. But even then he did not dare to face the future thoroughly. Would his father let him go? Was he, after all his struggles, to give way and ruin Maggie's position and future? Could he be sure, if he took her away with him, that then he would keep straight, and that his old temptations of women and drink and general restlessness would be conquered? Perhaps. There had never been a surer proof that his love for Maggie was a real and unselfish love than his hesitation on that wretched day when he seemed utterly deserted by mankind, when Maggie seemed the only friend he had in the world. Everything was just out of reach, and some perverse destiny prevented him from realizing any desire that had a spark of honesty and decency in it. It was not wonderful that in the midst of his loneliness and unhappiness he should have been tempted back to the old paths again. Men, women, places that for more than 3 months now he had been struggling to abandon. All that day he struggled with temptation. He had not seen Maggie for a week, and during the last 3 days he had not heard from her, the adventurous Jane having defied the aunts and left. At luncheon he asked about his father, whom he had not seen for 2 days. Father had a very bad night. He's asleep now. There's something on tonight, isn't there? He asked. There's a service, Amy answered shortly. Father oughtn't to go, he went on. I suppose your friend Thurston can manage. Amy looked at him. Father's got to go. It's very important. Oh, of course, if you want to kill Father with all your beastly services, he broke in furiously. It won't be, Amy began, and then, as though she did not trust herself to continue, got up and left the room. Mother, he said, why on earth don't you do something? I, dear, she looked at him placidly. In what way? They're killing Father between them with all these services and the rest of the nonsense. Your father doesn't listen to anything I say, dear. He ought to go away for a long rest. Well, dear, perhaps he will soon. You know I have nothing to do with the chapel. That was settled years ago. I wouldn't interfere for a great deal. Martin turned fiercely upon her, saying, Mother, don't you care? Care, dear? Yes, about Father. He's living and getting well again and being happy as he used to be. What's happened to this place? She looked at him in the strangest way. He suddenly felt that he'd never seen her before. There are a number of things, Martin, that you don't understand. A number of things. You are away from us for years, you come back to us and expect things to be the same. You and Amy, he said, both of you, you have kept me out of everything since I came back. I believe you both hate me. She got up slowly from her seat, slowly put her spectacles away in their case, rubbed her fat little hands together, then suddenly licked inquisitively one finger as an animal might do. She spoke to him over her shoulder as she went to the door. Oh no, Martin, you speak too strongly. Left then to his own devices, he at last wandered out into the foggy streets. After a while he found himself outside a public house, and after a moment's hesitation he went in. He asked the stout, rubicund young woman behind the counter for a whisky. She gave him one. He drank that, and then another. Afterwards he had several more, leaning over the bar, speaking to no one, seeing no one, hearing nothing, and scarcely tasting the drink. When he came out into the street again he knew that he was half drunk. Not so drunk that he didn't know what he was doing. Oh dear, no. He could drink any amount without feeling it. Nevertheless, he had drunk so little during these last weeks that even a drop, how foggy the streets were, made it difficult to find your way home. But he was all right. He could walk straight. He could put his latchkey into the door at one try. He was all right. He was at home again. He didn't stop to hang up his hat and coat, but went straight into the dining room, leaving the door open behind him. He saw that the meal was still on the table just as they'd left it. Amy was there too. He saw her move back when he came in, as though she were afraid to touch him. You're drunk, she said. I'm not. You're a liar, Amy. You've always been a liar all your life. She tried to pass him, but he stood in the middle of the door. No, you don't, he said. We've got to have this out. What have you been spreading scandal about me and Maggie Cardinal for? Let me go, she said again. Tell me that first. You've always tried to do me harm. Why? Because I hate the sight of you, she answered quickly. As you've asked me, you shall have a truthful answer. You've never been anything but a disgrace to us ever since you were a little boy. You disgraced us at home and then abroad. Now you've come back to disgrace us here again. That's a lie, he repeated. I've not disgraced anybody. Well, it won't be very long before you finish ruining that wretched girl. The best you can do now is to marry her. I can't do that, he said. I'm married already. She did not answer that, but stared at him with amazement. But never mind that, he went on. What if I am a bad lot? I don't know what a bad lot is exactly, but if you mean that I've lived with women and been drunk, and lost jobs because I didn't do the work, and been generally on the loose, it's true, of course. But I meant to live decently when I came home. Yes, I did. You could sneer as much as you like. Why didn't you help me? You're my sister, aren't you? And now I don't care what I do. You've all given me up. Well, give me up, and I'll just go to bits as fast as I can go. If you don't want me, there are others who do, or at any rate the bit of money I've got. You've kept me from the only decent girl I've ever known, the one I could have been straight with. Straight with, Amy broke in. How are you going to be straight if you're married already? He would have answered her, but a sound behind him made him turn. He wheeled round and saw his father standing almost up against him. He had only time for a horrified vision of the ghost-like figure, the staring eyes, the open mouth, the white cheeks. The old man caught his coat. Martin, what was that? What did you say? No. No, I can't bear that now. I can't. He turned and made as though he would run up the stairs, catching about him like a child the shabby old dressing gown that he was wearing. At the first step he stumbled, clutching the banister to save himself. Martin rushed to him, putting his arms round him, holding him close to him. "It's all right, father. It's not true what you heard. It's all right." His father turned, putting his arms round his neck. Martin half helped, half carried him up to his bedroom. He laid him on his bed and then, holding his hand, sat by his side all through the long, dim afternoon. About 5, Warlock suddenly revived, sat up, and with the assistance of Martin dressed properly, had some tea, and went down to his study. He sat down in his chair, then suddenly looking up at his son, he said, "Did you and Amy have a quarrel this afternoon?" "No, father," said Martin. "That's right. I thought, I don't know. My head's confused. You've been a good boy, Martin, haven't you? There's no need for me to worry, is there?" "None, father," Martin said. After a while, Martin said, "Father, don't go to chapel tonight." Warlock smiled. "I must go. That's all right. Nothing to worry about." For some while he sat there, Martin's hand in his. Martin did not know whether he were asleep or not. At about 10 he ate and drank. At 11 he started with Amy and Thurston for the chapel. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 11. The Chariot of Fire. When Jane, scolded by Aunt Anne for an untidy appearance, gave notice and at once departed, Maggie felt as though the ground was giving away under her feet. A week until the New Year, and no opportunity of hearing from Martin during that time. Then she laughed at herself. "You're losing your sense of proportion, my dear, over this. Laugh at yourself. What's a week?" She did laugh at herself, but she had not very much to base her laughter upon. Martin's last letter had been short and very uneasy. She had already, in a surprising fashion for one so young, acquired a very wise and just estimate of Martin's character. "He's only a boy," she used to say to herself, and feel his elder by at least 20 years. Nevertheless, the thought of his struggling on there alone was not a happy one. She longed, even though she might not advise him, to comfort him. She was beginning to realize something of her own power over him, and to see, too, the strange mixture of superstition and self-reproach and self-distrust that overwhelmed him when she was not with him. She had indeed her own need of struggle against superstition. Her aunts continued to treat her with a quiet, distant severity. Aunt Elizabeth, she fancied, would like to have been kind to her, but she was entirely under the influence of her sister, and there, too, Maggie was generous enough to see that Aunt Anne behaved as she did, rather from a stern sense of duty than any real unkindness. Aunt Anne could not feel unkindly. She was too far removed from human temper and discontent and weakness. Nevertheless, she had been deeply shocked at the revelation of Maggie's bad behaviour, and it was a shock from which, in all probability, she would never recover. "We'll never be friends again," Maggie thought, watching her aunt's austere composure from the other side of the dining table. She was sad at the thought of that, remembering moments, that first visit to St. Triot's, the departure in the cab, the night when she had sat at her aunt's bedside, that had given glimpses of the kind human creature Aunt Anne might have been had she never heard of the inside saints. Maggie, during these last days, did everything that her aunts told her. She was as good and docile as she could be. But oh, there were some dreary hours as she sat alone in that stuffy drawing-room, trying to sew, her heart aching with loneliness, her needle always doing the wrong thing, the clock heavily ticking, Thomas watching her from the mat in front of the fire, and the family group sneering at her from the wallpaper. It was during these hours that superstitious terrors gained upon her. Could it be possible that all those women whom she had seen gathered together in Miss Avy's room really expected God to come when the clock struck 12 on the last night of the year? It was like some old story of ghosts and witches that her nurse used to tell her when she was a little girl at St. Driot's. And yet, in that dark, dreary room, almost anything seemed possible. After all, if there was a God, why should he not, one day, suddenly appear? And if he wished to spare certain of his servants, why should he not prepare them first before he came? There were things just as strange in the Old and New Testament. But if he did come, what would his coming be like? Would everyone be burnt to death, or would they all be summoned before some judgment and punished for the wicked things they had done? Would her father perhaps return and give evidence against her? And poor Uncle Matthew, how would he fare with all his weaknesses? Her efforts at laughing at herself rescued her from some of the more incredible of these pictures. Nevertheless, the uncertainty remained and only increased her loneliness. Had Martin been there in 5 minutes, they would, together, have chased all these ghosts away. But he was not there. And at the thought of him, she would have to set her mouth very firmly, indeed, to prevent her lips from trembling. She took out her ring and kissed it, and looked at the already tattered copy of the programme of the play to which they had been, and recalled every minute of their walks together. Christmas Day was a very miserable affair. There were no presents and no festivities. They went to chapel and Mr. Thurston preached the sermon. Maggie did, however, receive one letter. It was from Uncle Matthew. He wrote to her from some town in the north. He didn't seem very happy and asked her whether she could possibly lend him £5, alluding with a characteristic vagueness to business plans of the first importance that were likely to mature very shortly. She told Aunt Anne that she wanted £5 of her money, but she did not say for what she needed them. Aunt Anne gave her the money at once without a word, as though she said, "We have given up all control of you except to see that you behave decently whilst you are still with us." When the fog arrived, it seemed to penetrate every nook and corner of the house. The daily afternoon walk that Maggie took with Aunt Elizabeth was cancelled because of the difficulty of finding one's way from street to street, and because some rude man might steal one's money in the darkness, and Maggie was not sorry. Those walks had not been amusing, Aunt Elizabeth having nothing to say and being fully occupied with keeping an eye on Maggie, her idea apparently being that the girl would suddenly dash off to freedom and wickedness, and be lost forever. Maggie had no such intention, and developed during these weeks a queer motherly affection for both the aunts, so lost they were and helpless and ignorant of the world. "My dear," said Maggie to herself, "you're a bit of a fool as far as common sense goes, but you're nothing to what they are, poor dears." She tried to improve herself in every way for their benefit, but her memory was no better. She forgot all the things that were, in their eyes, the most important: closing doors, punctuality for meals, neat stitches, careful putting away of books and clothes. Once during a walk she said to Aunt Elizabeth, "I am trying, Aunt Elizabeth. Do you think Aunt Anne sees any improvement?" And all Aunt Elizabeth said was, "It was a great shock to her, what you did, Maggie. A great shock indeed." When the last day of the year arrived, Maggie was surprised at the strange excitement that she felt. It was excitement not only because of the dim, mysterious events that the evening promised, but also because she was sure that this day would settle the loneliness of herself and Martin. After this they would know where they stood and what they must do. Old Warlock loomed in front of her as the very arbiter of her destiny. On his action everything turned. Oh, if only after this he were well enough for Martin to be happy and at ease about him. She was tempted to hate him as she thought of all the trouble that he had made for her. Then her mind went back to that first day long ago when he had spoken to her so kindly and bidden her come and see him as often as she could. How little she had known then what the future held for her. And now around his tall, mysterious figure not only her own fate, but that of everyone else seemed to hang. Her aunts, Amy, Miss Pinchon, Miss Avies, Thurston, that strange girl at the meeting, with them all his destiny was involved, and they with his. As the day advanced and the silver fog blew in little gusts about the house, making now this corner, now that obscure, drifting, so that suddenly, when the door opened, the whole passage seemed full of smoke, clearing for a moment in the street below, showing lamp-posts and pavements and windows, and then blowing down again and once more hiding the world, she felt, in spite of herself, that she was playing a part in some malignant dream. "It can't be like this, really," she told herself. "If I were to go to tea now with Mrs. Mark and sit in her pretty drawing-room and talk to that clergyman, I wouldn't believe a word of it." And yet it was true enough, her share in it. As the afternoon advanced, her sensations were very similar to those that she had had when about to visit the St. Driot's dentist, a fearsome man with red hair and hands like a dog's paws. She saw him now standing over her as she sat trembling in the chair, a miserable little figure in a short untidy frock. She used to repeat to herself then what Uncle Matthew had once told her. "This time next year you'll have forgotten all about this." But when it was a question of facing the immensities of the last day, that consolation was strangely inapt. It was dusk very early, and she longed for Martha to bring the lamp. At last it came, and tea and Aunt Elizabeth. Aunt Anne had not appeared all day. Then long dreary hours followed until supper, and after that hours again until 10 o'clock. She had not been certain all this time whether the aunts meant to take her to the service with them. She had supposed that her introduction to the meeting at Miss Avy's meant that they intended to include her in this too. But now, as the evening advanced, in a fit of nervous terror she prayed within herself that they would not take her. If the end of the world were coming, she would like to meet it in her bed. To go out into those streets and that ugly, unfriendly chapel was a horrible thing to do. If this were to be the end of the world, how she did wish that she might have been allowed to know nothing about it. And those others, Miss Pinchon and the rest who devoutly believed in the event, how were they passing these last hours? "Oh, it isn't true, it can't be true," she said to herself. "It's a shame to frighten them so." By 11 o'clock the excitement of the day had wearied her so that she fell fast asleep in the armchair beside the fire. She woke to find Aunt Anne standing over her. "It's 11:15. It's time to put on your things," she said. So she was to go. She rose, and in spite of herself her limbs were trembling and her teeth chattered. To her surprise, Aunt Anne bent forward and kissed her on the forehead. "Maggie," she said, "if I've been harsh to you during these weeks, I'm sorry. I've done what I thought my duty, but I wouldn't wish on this night that we should have any unkindness in our hearts towards one another." "Oh, that's all right," Maggie said awkwardly. She went up to put on her things. Then the three of them went out into the dark, foggy street together. Because it was New Year's Eve, there were many people about, voices laughing and shouting through the mist, and then someone running with a flaring light, then some men walking, singing in chorus. The aunts said nothing as they went. Maggie's thoughts were given now to wondering whether Martin would be there. She tied her mind to that, but behind it was the irritating knowledge that her teeth were chattering and her knees trembling, and that she did not maintain her courage as a cardinal should. As they entered the chapel, the hoarse, ugly clock over the door grunted out 11:30. The chapel seemed on Maggie's entering it to be half in darkness. There was a thin splutter of gas over the reading desk at the far end, and some more light by the door, but the centre of the building was a shadowy pool. Only a few were present, gathered together in the middle seats below the desk, perhaps in all 100 persons. Of these, 3/4 were women. The aunts and Maggie went into their accustomed seats some 6 rows from the front. When Maggie rose from her knees and looked about her, she recognised at once that only the inside saints were here. Amongst the men she recognised Mr. Smith, Caroline's father, 2 old men, brothers, who had followed Mr. Warlock from their youth, and a young pale man who had once been to tea with her aunts. Martin, she saw at once, was not there. For some time, perhaps for 10 minutes, they all sat in silence, and only the gruff comment of the clock sounded in the building. Then the lights went up with a flare, and Thurston, followed by Mr. Warlock, entered. It was at that moment that Maggie had a revelation. The faces around her seemed to be suddenly gathered in front of her, and it was with a start of surprise that she suddenly realized, "Oh, but they don't believe in this any more than I do." The faces around her were agitated, with odd, humble, beseeching looks, as though they were helpless, utterly, and were hoping that someone would suddenly come and lead them somewhere that they might be comfortable again and at ease. There was not tonight, as there had been on other occasions, and especially during that service that Mr. Crashaw had conducted, any sign of religious and mystical excitement. The people seemed huddled together in the cold and draughty place, against their will, and the very fact that the chapel was only half full chilled the blood. No drama of exultation here, no band of God's servants gloriously preparing to meet him, only the frightened, open-mouthed gaze of a little gathering of servant girls and old maids. That was Maggie's first impression. Then, when the service began, when the first hymn had been sung and Thurston had stumbled into his extempore prayer, Maggie found herself caught into a strange companionship with the people around her. Not now ecstasy, nor the excitement of religious fanaticism, nor the superstitious preparation for some awful events. None of these emotions now lifted her into some strained, unnatural sphere. No, nothing but a strange sympathy and kindness and understanding that she had never known in all her life before. She felt the hunger, the passionate appeal. "O God, come, prove thyself. We have waited so long. We have resisted unbelievers. We have fought our own doubts and betrayals. Give us now a sign, something by which we may know thee." And with that appeal, the conviction in the hearts of almost all present that nothing would happen, that God would give no sign, that the age of miracles was past. Oh, why did he want to be so definite, she thought. Why couldn't he have left them as they were without forcing them to this? They were sitting down now, and Thurston, with his cheap sense of the dramatic and false emphasis, was reading from the New Testament. Maggie looked to where Mr. Warlock was, a little to the right of Thurston, in his black gown, his head a little lowered, his hands on his lap. When she saw him, she was touched to the very heart. Why, he had aged in the last month 100 years. He looked, sitting there, so frail and helpless, that it seemed wonderful that he should have been able to get there at all. His hair seemed to have an added intensity of whiteness tonight, and his beard lay against the black cloth of his gown with a contrast so sharp that it was unreal. Maggie fancied, as she watched him, that he was bewildered and scarcely knew where he was. Once he looked up and round about him. He put his hand to his brow and then let it fall as though he had no longer any control over it. She was now so touched by the pathos of his helplessness that she could think of nothing else, and longed to go to him and comfort him. Time stole on, and it was now 10 minutes to 12. They sang another hymn, but the voices were very weak and feeble, and the words quivered round the building in a ghostly whisper. Then Thurston came to the master and gave him his arm and led him to the reading desk. The old man seemed for a moment as though he would fall. Then, holding to the front of the desk, he spoke in a very weak and faltering voice. Maggie could not catch many of his words. "My children, only a little time. Our preparation now is finished. God has promised. Not the least of these, his little ones, shall perish. Let us not fear, but be ready to meet him as our friend. Our friend, God our Father." Then in a stronger voice, "Now during these last minutes let us kneel in silent prayer." They all knelt down. Maggie had no thoughts, no desire except that the time might pass. She seemed to kneel there asleep, waiting for the moment when someone should tell her that the time had gone and she was safe. The moments dragged eternally. A thrilling suspense, like a flood of water pouring into an empty space, had filled the chapel. No one moved. Suddenly into the heart of the silence there struck the first note of the clock tolling the hour. With Maggie it was as though that sound liberated her from the spell that had been upon her. She looked up. She saw the master standing, his hands stretched out, his face splendid with glory and happiness. He looked beyond them all, beyond the chapel, beyond the world. He gave one cry. "My God, thou art come." Some other words followed, but were caught up and muffled. He fell forward, collapsing in a heap against the desk. His head struck the wood, and then he lay there perfectly still. Maggie could only dimly gather what happened after the sound of that fall. There seemed to her to be a long and terrible silence during which the clock continued remorselessly to strike. The chapel appeared to be a place of shadows, as though the gas had suddenly died to dim halos. She was conscious that people moved about her, that Aunt Anne had left them, and that Elizabeth was saying to her, again and again, "How terrible! How terrible! How terrible!" Then, as though it were some other person, Maggie found herself very calmly speaking to Aunt Elizabeth. "Are we to wait for Aunt Anne?" she whispered. "Anne said we were to go home." "Then let's go," whispered Maggie. They went to the door, pushing, it seemed, through shadows who whispered and forms that vanished as soon as one looked at them. Out in the open air, Maggie was aware that she was trembling from head to foot, but a determined idea that she must get Aunt Elizabeth home at once drove her like a goad. Very strange it was out here, the air ringing with the clamour of bells. The noise seemed deafening, whistles blowing from the river, guns firing, and this swinging network of bells echoing through the fog. Figures too ran with lights, men singing, women laughing, all mysteriously in the tangled darkness. They were joined at once by Aunt Anne, who said, "God has called him home," by which Maggie understood that Mr. Warlock was dead. They went home in silence. Inside the hall Aunt Elizabeth began to cry. Aunt Anne put her arm around her and led her away. They seemed completely to forget Maggie, leaving her standing in the dark hall by herself. She found a candle and went up to her room. The noise in the streets had ceased quite suddenly, as though some angry voice had called the world to order. Maggie undressed and lay down in her bed. She lay there staring in front of her without closing her eyes. She watched the grey dawn, then the half-light, then behind her blind, bright sunshine. The fog was no more. The strangest fancies and visions passed through her brain during that time. She saw Mr. Warlock hanging forward like a sack of clothes, the blood trickling stealthily across his beard. Poor old man. What were the others all thinking now? Were they sorry or glad? Were they disappointed or relieved? After all, he had perhaps spoken the truth so far as he was himself concerned. God had come for him. He was now, it might be, happy somewhere at peace and at rest. Then, like a flash of lightning across the darkness, came the thought of Martin. What had he said? If anything happened to his father? The terror of that made her heart stop beating. She wanted instantly to go to him and see what he was doing. She even rose from her bed, stumbled in the darkness towards her dressing table, then remembered where she was and what time, and went back and sat upon her bed. She sat there, her fingers tightly pressed together, staring in front of her until the morning came. She felt at her heart a foreboding worse than any pain that she had ever known. She determined that, directly after breakfast, whatever the aunts would say, she would go to his house and demand to see him. She did not mind who might try to prevent her. She would fight her way through them all. Only one look, one word of assurance from him, and then she could endure anything. That she must have, or she would die. At last Martha knocked on the door. She had her bath, dressed, still with this terrible pain at her heart. She was alone at breakfast. She drank some coffee, then went up to the drawing-room to think for a moment what course she should pursue. The room was flooded with sunlight that struck the fire into a dead, lifeless yellow. As she stood there, she heard through the open door voices in the hall, but before she had heard the voices, she knew that it was Martin. Martha was expostulating, her voice following his step up the hall. "I shall go and tell my mistress," Maggie heard. Then Martin came in. When she saw him, she stood speechless where she was. The change in him terrified her so that her heart seemed to leap into her throat, choking her. The colour had drained from his face, leaving it dry and yellow. He had an amazing resemblance to his father. His eyes had exactly the same bewildered expression, as though he were lost, and yet he seemed quite calm. His only movement was one hand that wandered up and down his waistcoat, feeling the buttons one after the other. He looked at her as though he did not know her, and yet he spoke her name. "Maggie," he said, "I've come to say good-bye. You know what I said before. Well, it's come true. Father is dead, and I killed him." With a terrible effort, beating down a terror that seemed personally to envelop her, she said, "No, Martin, I saw him die. It wasn't you, Martin, dear." "It was I," he answered. "You don't know. I came into the house drunk, and he heard what I said to Amy. He nearly died then. The doctor in the evening said he must have had some shock." She tried to come to him then. She was thinking, "Oh, if only I've got time, I can win this. But I must have time. I must have time." He moved away from her as he had done once before. "Anyway, it doesn't matter," he said. "I've killed him by the way I've been behaving to him all these months. I'm going away where I can't do any harm." She desperately calmed herself, speaking very quietly. "Listen, Martin, you haven't done him any harm. He's happier now than he's been for years. I know he is, and that doesn't touch us. You can't leave me now. Where you go, I must go." "No," he answered. "No, Maggie, I ought to have gone before. I knew it then, but I know it absolutely now. Everything I touch I hurt, so I mustn't touch anything I care for." She put her hands out towards him. Words had left her. She would have given her soul for words, and she could say nothing. She was surrounded with a hedge of fright and terror, and she could not pass it. He seemed to see then in her eyes her despair. For an instant he recognized her. Their eyes met for the first time. She felt that she was winning. She began eagerly to speak. "Listen, Martin, dear. You can't do me any harm. You can only hurt me by leaving me. I've told you before. Just think of that, and only that." The door opened and Aunt Anne came in. He turned to her very politely. "I beg your pardon for coming, Miss Cardinal," he said. "I know what you must think of me, but it's all right. I've only come to say good-bye to Maggie. It's all right. Neither you nor Maggie will be bothered with me again." He turned to the open door. Aunt Anne stood aside to let him pass. Maggie said, "Martin, don't go. Martin, don't leave me. Don't leave me, Martin." He seemed to break then in his resolution. It's better, he cried, as though he were shouting himself down, and then pushing Aunt Anne with his arm, he hurried out, almost running, his steps stumbling down the stairs. Maggie ran to the door. Her aunt stopped her, holding her back. It's better, Maggie dear, she said very gently, repeating Martin's words. The sound of the hall door closing echoed through the house. Maggie struggled, crying again and again, let me go, I must go with him. I can't live without him. Let me go. She fought then, and with one hand free hit Aunt Anne's face, twisting her body. Then, suddenly weak, so that she saw faintness coming towards her like a cloak, she whispered, Oh, Aunt Anne, let me go. Oh, Aunt Anne, let me go. Please, let me go. Suddenly the house was darkened, at her feet was a gulf of blackness, and into it she tumbled, down, far down, with a last little gasping sigh of distress. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. The Witch. Chapter 1. The 3 Visits. On a spring day, early in March of the next year, 1908, Matthew Cardinal thought that he would go and discover how his niece was prospering. He had seen nothing of her for a very long time. He did not blame himself for this, but then he never blamed himself for anything. Her fate, often drunken and always imbecile, was to blame for everything that he did, and he pitied himself sincerely for having to be in the hands of such a creature. He happened to be just now very considerably frightened about himself, more frightened than he had been for a very long time, so frightened in fact that he had drunk nothing for weeks. For many years he had been leading a seesaw existence, and the seesaw had been swung by that mysterious force known as finance. He had a real gift for speculation, and had he been granted from birth a large income he might have ended his days as a Justice of the Peace and a Member of Parliament. Unfortunately he had never had any private means, and he had never been able to make enough by his mysterious speculations to float him into security. Let me once get so far, he would say to himself, and I am a made man. But drink, an easy tolerance of bad company, and a rather touching conceit, had combined to divorce him from so fine a destiny. He had risen, he had fallen, made a good thing out of this tip, been badly done over that, and missed opportunity after opportunity through a fuddled brain and an overweening self-confidence. Last year, for several months, everything had succeeded. It was during that happy period that he had visited Maggie. Perhaps it was well for his soul that success had not continued. He was a man whom failure improved, having a certain childish warmth of heart and simplicity of outlook when things went badly with him. Success made him abominably conceited, and being without any morality, self-confidence drove him to disastrous lengths. Now once more he was very near destruction, and he knew it, very near things like forging and highway robbery, and other things worse than they. He knew that he was very near. He peered over into the pit, and did not wish to descend. He was not a bad man, and had he not believed himself to be a clever one, all might yet have been well. The temptation of his cleverness lured him on. A stroke of the pen was a very simple thing. To save his soul, he thought that he would go and see Maggie. His affection for her, conceited and selfish though it was the most genuine thing in him. For 3/4 of the year he forgot her, but when life went badly he thought of her again. Not that he expected to get anything out of her, but she was good to him, and she knew nothing about his life, too fine basis for safety. What have they been doing to her, those damned hypocrites, I wonder, was his thought. He admired, feared, and despised his sisters. All that stuff about God frightened him in spite of himself, and he knew in his soul that Anne was no hypocrite. He rang the bell and faced Martha. He had dressed himself with some care, and was altogether more tidy just then, having a new mistress who cared about outside appearances. Also, having been sober for nearly 2 months, he looked a gentleman. "Is my niece at home?" he asked, blinking because he was frightened of Martha. She did not seem to be prepared to let him in. "Miss Maggie has been very ill," she said, frowning at him. "Ill?" That really hurt him. He stammered. "Why? When?" She moved aside then for him to pass into the hall. He came into the dark, stuffy place. "Yes," said Martha, "just after Christmas. Brain fever, the doctors said. They thought she'd die for weeks. Had 2 doctors. "You can't see her, sir," she ended grumpily. Then Aunt Anne appeared, coming through the green beige door. "Why, Matthew," she said. Matthew thought how ill she looked. "They're all ill here," he said to himself. "So Maggie's ill," he said, dropping his eyes before her as he always did. "Yes," Aunt Anne answered. "She was very ill indeed, poor child. I'm glad to see you, Matthew. It's a long time since you've been." He thought she was gentler to him than she had been, so, mastering his fear of her, fingering his collar, he said, "Can't I see her?" "Well, I'm not... I think you might. It might do her good. She wants taking out of herself. She comes down for an hour or two every day now. I'll go and see." She left him standing alone there. He looked around him, sniffing like a dog. How he hated the house and everything in it. Always had. You could smell that fellow Warlock's trail over everything. The black cat, Tom, came slipping along, looked for a moment as though he would rub himself against Matthew's stout legs, then decided that he would not. Mysterious this place like a well, with its green shadows. No wonder the poor child had been ill here. At the thought of her being near to death, Matthew felt a choke in his throat. Poor child, never had any fun all her life, and then to die in a green well like this. And his sisters wouldn't care if she did. Hard women, hard women. Funny how religion made you hard. Darn funny. Good thing he'd been irreligious all his life. Think of his brother Charles. There was religion for you, living with his cook and preaching to her next morning. Bad thing, religion. Aunt Anne returned, coming down the stairs with that queer halting gait of hers. "Maggie's in the drawing-room," she said. "She'll like to see you." As they went up, Aunt Anne said, "Be careful with her, Matthew. She's still very weak. Don't say anything to upset her." He mumbled something in his throat. Couldn't trust him. Of course they couldn't. Never had. Fine sort of sisters they were. Maggie was sitting by the fire, a shawl over her shoulders. By God, but she looked ill. Matthew had another gulp in his throat. Poor kid, but she did look ill. Poor kid, poor kid. "Sorry you've been bad, Maggie," he said. She looked up, smiling with pleasure when she saw who it was. Yes, she was really pleased to see him. But how different a smile from the old one. No blood behind it, none of that old Maggie determination. He was filled with compassion. He took a chair close beside her and sat down, leaning towards her, his large, rather sheepish eye gazing at her. "What's been the matter?" he asked. "I don't know," Maggie said. "I was suddenly ill one day, and after that I didn't know any more for weeks. But I'm much better now." "Well, I'm delighted to hear that anyway," he said heartily. He was determined to cheer her up. "You'll be right as rain presently." "Of course I shall. I felt so lazy, as though I didn't want to do anything. Now I must stir myself." "Have the old women been good to you?" he asked, dropping his voice. "Very," she answered. "Not bothering you about all their religious tommy-rot?" She looked down at her hands. "No," she said. "And that hypocritical minister of theirs hasn't been at you again?" "Mr. Warlock's dead," she answered very quietly. "Warlock dead!" Uncle Matthew half rose from his chair in his astonishment. "That fellow dead! Well, I'm damned, indeed I am. That fellow! Well, there's a good riddance. I know it isn't good form to speak about a man who's kicked the bucket otherwise than kindly, but he was a weight on my chest, that fellow was, with his long white beard and his soft voice. Well, well, to be sure. Whatever will my poor sisters do? And what's happened to that young chap, his son? Nice lad he was. Took dinner with us that day last year." "He's gone away," said Maggie. Matthew, stupid though he was, heard behind the quiet of Maggie's voice a warning. He flung her a hurried, surreptitious look. Her face was perfectly composed, her hands still upon her lap. Nevertheless, he said to himself, "Danger there, my boy. Something's happened there." And yet his curiosity drove him for a moment further. "Gone, has he? Where to?" "He went abroad," said Maggie, "after his father's death. I don't know where he's gone." "Oh, did he? Pity. Restless, I expect. I was at his age." There was a little pause between them when Maggie sat very quietly looking at her hands. Then, smiling, she glanced up and said, "But tell me about yourself, Uncle Matthew. You've told me nothing." He fidgeted a little, shifting his thick legs, stroking his nose with his finger. "I don't know that I've anything very good to tell you, my dear. Truth is, I haven't been doing so very well lately." "Oh, uncle, I'm sorry." "It's nothing to make yourself miserable about, my dear. I always turn my corners. Damn rocky ones they are sometimes too. Everything's turned itself wrong these last weeks, either too soon or too late. I don't complain. All the same, it makes things a bit inconvenient. Thank you for that £5 you sent me, my dear. Very helpful it was, I can tell you." "Do you want another £5?" she asked him. He struggled with himself. His hesitation was so obvious that it was quite touching. She put her hand on his knee. "Do have another £5, uncle. It won't be difficult for me at all. I've been spending nothing all these weeks when I've been ill. Please do." He shook his head firmly. "No, my dear, I won't. As I came along, I said to myself, now you'll be asking Maggie for money, and when she says yes, you're not to take it. And so I'm not going to. I may be a rotter, but I'm not a rotten rotter." He clung to his decision with the utmost resolve, as though it were his last plank of respectability. "I can't believe," he said to her with great solemnity, "that things can really go wrong. I know too much. It isn't men like me who go under. No, no." He saw then her white face and strange grey ghostly eyes, as though her soul had gone somewhere on a visit and the house was untenanted. He felt again the gulp in his throat. He bent forward, resting his fat podgy hand on her knee. "Don't you worry, Maggie dear. I've always noticed that things are never bad for long. You've still got your old uncle, and you're young, and there are plenty of fish in the sea. There are indeed. You cheer up. It will be all right soon." She put her hands on his. "Oh, I'm not worrying." But as she spoke, a strange strangled little sob had crept unbidden into her throat, choking her. He thought as he got up, "It's that damned young feller I gave dinner to. I'd like to wring his neck." But he said no more, bent closer and kissed her, said he was soon coming again, and went away. After he had gone, the house sank into its grey quiet again. What was Maggie thinking? No one knew. What was Aunt Anne thinking? No one knew. But there was something between these two, Maggie and Aunt Anne. Everyone felt it and longed for the storm to burst. Bad enough things outside, with Mr. Warlock dead, members leaving right and left, and the chapel generally going to rack and ruin. But inside... Old Martha, who had never liked Maggie, felt now a strange uncomfortable pity for her. She didn't want to feel pity, no, not she, pity for no one, and especially not for an ugly, untidy girl like that. But there it was, she couldn't help herself. Such a child, that girl, and she'd been as nearly dead as nothing, and now she was suffering awful. Anyone could see. All that Warlock boy. Martha had seen him come stumbling down the stairs that day, and had heard Maggie's cry and then the fall. Awful noise it made, awful. She'd stood in the hall looking up the stairs, her heart beating like a hammer. Yes, just like a hammer. Then she'd gone up. It wasn't a nice sight, the poor girl all in a lump on the floor, and Miss Anne just as she always looked before one of her attacks, as though she were made of grey glass from top to toe. But Martha hadn't pitied Maggie then. Oh no, might as well die as not. Who wanted her? No one. Not even her young man, apparently. Better if she died. But slowly something happened to Martha. Not that she was sentimental, not in the least, but thoughts would steal in just when you were at your work. The girl lying there so good and patient, all the pots and pans winking at you from the kitchen wall. Must remember to order that ketchup. Cold last night in bed. Think another blanket. Yes, very good and patient. Can't deny it. Always smiles just that same way. Smiles at everyone except Miss Anne. Won't smile at her. Wonder why not. Something between those two. What about dinner? A little onion fry. That's the thing these damp days. Onion fry. Onion fry. Onion fry. One last look back before the world is filled with the sense, smell and taste of it. Poor girl, so white and so patient. The young man will never come back. Never. Never. Onion fry. No, no one knew what Maggie was thinking. No one found out until Maggie had her second visitor, Miss Avies. When Martha opened the door to Miss Avies, she was astonished. Miss Avies hadn't been near the house since old Warlock died. What was she wanting here now, with her stiff back and bossy manner? "I don't know whether you can see—" "Oh, nonsense, it's Maggie Cardinal I want to see. She's now in the drawing-room, sitting on a chair with a shawl on by the fire. Don't tell me—" Martha quivered with anger. "The doctor's orders is—" "I'm going to be doctor today," she said, and strode inside. She went upstairs and found Aunt Elizabeth sitting with Maggie. "How do you do, Miss Cardinal?" They shook hands, Miss Avie standing over Aunt Elizabeth like the boa constrictor raised above the mouse. "That's all right. No, I don't want to see your sister. And to be quite honest, I don't want to see you either. It's your niece I want to see, and alone." "Certainly. It's only the doctor said—" "Not to excite her, I know. But I'm not going to excite her. I'm going to give her some medicine. You come back in half an hour from now. Will you? That's right. Thank you so much." Aunt Elizabeth, unhappy, uncomfortable, filled with misgivings, as in these days she always was, left the room. "Well, there, that's right," said Miss Avies, setting herself in the opposite side of the fire from Maggie and looking at her with not unfriendly eyes. "How are you?" "Oh, much better, thank you," said Maggie. "Ever so much better." "No, you're not," said Miss Avies, "and you're only lying when you say you are. You'll never get better unless you do what I tell you." "What's that?" asked Maggie. "Face things. Face everything. Have it all out. Don't leave a bit of it alone, and then just keep what's useful." "I don't quite know what you mean," said Maggie, but the faint colour had faded from her cheeks and her hands had run together for protection. Miss Avies' voice softened. "I'm probably going away very soon," she said, "going away and not coming back. All my work's over here. But I wanted to see you before I went. You remember another talk we had here?" "Very well," said Maggie. "You remember what I told you?" "You told me not to stay here," said Maggie. "Yes, I did," said Miss Avies, "and I meant it. The matter with you is that you've been kept here all this time without any proper work to do, and that's been very bad for you, and made you sit with your hands folded in front of you, your head filling with silly fancies." Maggie couldn't help smiling at this description of herself. "Oh, you smile," said Miss Avies vigorously, "but it's perfectly true." "Well, it's all right now," said Maggie, "because I am going away, as soon as ever I'm well enough." "What to do?" asked Miss Avies. "I don't quite know yet," said Maggie. "Well, I know," said Miss Avies. "You're going away to brood over that young man." Maggie said nothing. "Oh, I know. It seems cruel of me to speak of it just when you've had such a bad time, but it's kindness, really. If I don't force you to think it all out and face it properly, you'll be burying it in some precious spot and always digging it up to look at it. You face it, my girl. You say to yourself, 'Well, he wasn't such a wonderful young man after all. I can lead my life all right without him. Of course I can. I'm not going to be dependent on him and sigh and groan and waste away because I can't see him. I know what it is. I've been through it myself.'" Then there was a pause. Then Maggie suddenly looked up and smiled. "But you're quite wrong, Miss Avies. I've no intention of not facing Martin, and I've no intention either of having my life ruined because he's not here. At first, when I was very ill, I was unhappy, and then I saw how silly I was." "Why," said Miss Avies with great pleasure, "you've got over it already. I must say I'm delighted, because I never thought much of Martin Warlock, if you want to know, my dear. I always thought him a weak young man, and he wouldn't have done you any good. I'm delighted, indeed I am." "That's not true either," said Maggie quietly. "If by getting over it you mean that I don't love Martin, you're quite wrong. I loved him the first moment I saw him, and I shall love him in just the same way until I die. I don't think it matters what he does or where he is so far as loving him goes. But that doesn't mean I'm sitting and pining. I'm not." Miss Avies looked at her with displeasure. "It's the same thing then," she said. "You may fancy you're going to lead an ordinary life again, but all the time you'll just be waiting for him to come back." "No," said Maggie, "I shall not. I've had plenty of time for thinking these last weeks, and I've made up my mind to his never coming back. Never at all. And even if he did come back, he mightn't want me. So I'm not going to waste time about it. I shall find work and make myself useful somewhere, but I shall always love Martin just as I do now." "You're very young," said Miss Avies, touched in spite of herself. "Later on you'll find someone much better than young Warlock." "Perhaps I shall," said Maggie, "but what's the use of that if he isn't Martin? I've heard people say that before. Someone's better or stronger or wiser. But what has that got to do with it? I love Martin because he's Martin. He's got a weak character, you say. That's why he wants me. And I want to be wanted more than anything on earth." "Why, child," said Miss Avies, astonished, "how you've grown these last weeks." "Do you want to know how I love Martin?" said Maggie, "so that there shall be no mistake about it? Well, I can't tell you. I couldn't tell anyone. I don't know how I love him, but I know that I shall never change or alter all my life, even though he never comes back again. "I've given over being silly," she went on. "There were days and days at first when I just wanted to die. But now I'm going to make my own life and have a good time, and never stop loving Martin for one single second." "Supposing," said Miss Avies, "someone wanted to marry you, would you?" "It would depend," said Maggie. "If I liked him and he really wanted me and I could help him, I might. Only, of course, I'd tell him about Martin first." She went on after a little pause. "You see, Miss Avies, I haven't been very happy with my aunts, and I always thought it was their fault that I wasn't. But during these weeks when I've been lying in bed, I saw that it was my own fault for being so gloomy about everything. Now that I've got Martin—" "Got him?" interrupted Miss Avies. "Why, you've only just lost him." "No, I haven't," answered Maggie. "He didn't go away because he hated me or was tired of me. He went away because he didn't want to do me any harm. And I think he cared for me more just at that minute than he'd ever done before. So I've nothing to spoil my memory of him. I dare say we wouldn't have got on well together. I don't think I would ever have fascinated him enough to keep him with me for very long. But now I know that he loved me at the very moment he went away, and wasn't thinking how ugly I was, or what a nasty temper I had, or how irritating I could be." "But, my dear child," said Miss Avies, astonished, "how can you say you loved one another if you were always quarrelling and expecting to part?" "We weren't always quarrelling," said Maggie. "We weren't together enough, but if we had been, it wouldn't have meant that we didn't love one another. I don't think we've ever been very happy, but being happy together doesn't seem to me the only sign of love. Love seems to me to be moments of great joy rising from every kind of trouble and bother. I don't call tranquillity happiness." "Well, you have thought things out," said Miss Avies, "and all of us considering you so stupid." "I'm not going to squash myself into a corner any more," said Maggie. "Why should I? I find I'm as good as anyone else. I made Martin love me, even though it was only for a moment, so I'm going to be shy no longer." "And here was I thinking you heartbroken," said Miss Avies. "I'm going out into the world," said Maggie half to herself. "I'm going to have adventures. I've been in this house long enough. I'm going to see what men and women are really like. I know this isn't real here, and I want to discover about religion too. Since Martin went away, I've felt that there was something in it. I can't think what, and the aunts can't think either. None of you know here, but someone must have found out something. I'm going to settle what it all means." "You've got your work cut out," said Miss Avies. "I'll come and see you again one day soon." "Yes, do," said Maggie. When Miss Avies had gone, Maggie realized that she had been talking with bravado. In fact, she hid her head in the cushion of the chair and cried for at least 5 minutes. Then she sat up and wiped her eyes because she heard Aunt Anne coming. When Aunt Anne came towards her now, she was affected with a strange feeling of sickness. She told herself that that was part of her illness. She did not hate Aunt Anne. For some weeks, when she had risen slowly from the nightmare that the first period of her illness had been, she hated Aunt Anne, hated her fiercely, absorbingly, desperately. Then suddenly the hatred had left her, and had she only known it, she was from that moment never to hate anyone again. A quite new love for Martin was suddenly born in her, a love that was, as yet, like the first faint stirring of the child in the mother's womb. This new love was quite different from the old. That had been acquisitive, possessive, urgent, restless, and often terribly painful. This was tranquil, sure, utterly certain, and passive. The immediate fruit of it was that she regarded all human creatures with a lively interest, an interest too absorbing to allow of hatred or even active dislike. Her love for Martin was now like a strong current in her soul, washing away all sense of irritation and anger. She regarded people from a new angle. What were they all about? What were they thinking? Had they too had some experience as marvellous as her meeting with and parting from Martin? Probably, and they too were shy of speaking of it. Her love for Martin slowly grew, a love now independent of earthly contact and earthly desire, a treasure that would be hers so long as life lasted, that no one could take from her. She no longer hated Aunt Anne, but she did not intend to live with her any more. So soon as she was well enough, she would go. That moment of physical contact when Aunt Anne had held her back made any more relation between them impossible. There was now a great gulf fixed. The loneliness, the sense of desperate loss, above all the agonizing longing for Martin, his step, his voice, his smile. She faced all these and accepted them as necessary companions now on her life's journey, but she did not intend to allow them to impede progress. She wondered now about everybody. Her own experience had shown her what strange and wonderful things occur to all human beings, and in the face of this, how could one hate or grudge or despise? She had a fellowship now with all humanity. But she was as ignorant about life as ever. The things that now she wanted to know. About Aunt Anne, for instance. How had she been affected by Mr. Warlock's death and the disappointment of her expectations? The chapel now apparently was to be taken over by Thurston, who had married Amy Warlock and was full of schemes and enterprises. Maggie knew that the aunts went now very seldom to chapel, and the inside saints were apparently in pieces. Was Aunt Anne utterly broken by all this? She did not seem to be so. She seemed to be very much as she had been, except that she was in her room now a great deal. Her health appeared, on the whole, to be better than it had been. And what was Aunt Elizabeth thinking? And Martha? And Miss Avies? And Caroline Smith? No, she must get out into the world and discover these things for herself. She did not know how the way of escape would come, but she was certain of its arrival. It arrived, and through her third visitor. Her third visitor was Mrs. Mark. When Catherine Mark came in, Maggie was writing to Uncle Matthew. She put aside her writing pad with a little exclamation of surprise. Mrs. Mark, the very last person in all the world whom she had expected to see. As she saw her come in, she had a swift intuition that this was destiny now that was dealing with her, and that a new scene involving every sort of new experience and adventure was opening before her. More than ever before, she realized how far Catherine Mark was from the world in which she, Maggie, had during all these months been living. Catherine Mark was real in her beautiful quiet clothes, in her assurance, her ease, the sense that she gave that she knew life and love and business and all the affairs of men at first hand, not only seen through a mist of superstition and ignorance, or indeed not seen at all. "This is what I want," something in Maggie called to her. "This will make me busy and quiet and sensible, at last." When Catherine Mark sat down and took her hand for a moment, smiling at her in the kindliest way, Maggie felt as though she had known her all her life. "Oh, I'm so glad you've come," she cried spontaneously, and then, as though she felt she'd gone too far, she blushed and drew back. But Catherine held her hand fast. "I wrote," she said, "some weeks ago to you, and your aunt answered the letter saying you were very ill. Then, as I heard nothing of you, I was anxious and came to see what had happened. You've not kept your word, Maggie, you know. We were to have been great friends, and you've never been near me." At the use of her Christian name, Maggie blushed with pleasure. "I couldn't come," she said. "I didn't want to until some things had settled themselves." "Well, and they have?" asked Catherine. "Yes, they have," said Maggie. "What's been the matter?" asked Catherine. "I was worried about something, and then I was ill," said Maggie. "And you're not worried now?" said Catherine. "I'm not going to give in to it anyway," said Maggie. "As soon as I'm well, I'm off. I'll find some work somewhere." "I've got a plan," said Catherine. "It came into my head the moment I saw you sitting there. Will you come and stay with us for a little?" That sense that Maggie had had when she saw Catherine, of fate having a hand in all of this, deepened now and coloured her thoughts, so that she could feel no surprise but only a curious instinct that she had been through all this scene before. "Stay with you?" she cried. "Oh, I should love to." "That's good," said Catherine. "Your aunts won't mind, will they?" "They can't keep me," said Maggie. "I'm free. But they won't want to. Our time together is over." "I'll come and fetch you tomorrow," said Catherine. "You shall stay with us until you're quite well, and then we'll find some work for you." "Why are you good to me like this?" Maggie asked. "I'm not good to you," Catherine answered, laughing. "It's simply selfish. It will be lovely for me having you with me." "Oh, you don't know," said Maggie, throwing up her head. "No, I don't think I'll come. I'm frightened. I'm not what you think. I'm untidy and careless and can't talk to strangers. Perhaps I'll lose you altogether as a friend if I come." "You'll never do that," said Catherine, suddenly bending forward and kissing her. "I don't change about people. It's because I haven't any imagination, Phil says." "I shall make mistakes," Maggie said. "I've never been anywhere. But I don't care. I can look after myself." The thought of her £300, which were no longer 300, encouraged her. She kissed Catherine. "I don't change either," she said. She had a strange conversation with Aunt Anne that night, strange as every talk had always been because of things left unsaid. They faced one another across the fireplace like enemies who might have been lovers. There had been from the very first moment of this meeting a romantic link between them which had never been defined. They had never had it out with one another, and they were not going to have it out now. But Maggie, who was never sentimental, wondered at the strange mixture of tenderness, pity, affection, irritation and hostility that she felt. "Aunt Anne, I'm going away tomorrow," said Maggie. "Tomorrow?" Aunt Anne looked up with her strange hostile arrogance. "Oh no, Maggie, you're not well yet." "Mrs. Mark," said Maggie, "the lady I told you about is coming in a motor to fetch me. She will take me straight to her house, and then I shall go to bed." Aunt Anne said nothing. "You know that it's better for me to go," said Maggie. "We can't live together any more after what happened. You and Aunt Elizabeth have been very, very good to me. But you know now that I'm a disappointment. I haven't ever fitted into the life here. I never shall." "The life here is over," said Aunt Anne. "Everything is over. The house is dead. Of course you must go. If you feel anger with me now or afterwards, remember that I have lost every hope or desire I ever had. I don't want your pity. I want no one's pity. I wanted once your affection, but I wanted it on my own terms. That was wrong. I do not want your affection any longer. You were never the girl I thought you. You're a strange girl, Maggie, and you will have, I am afraid, a very unhappy life." "No, I will not," said Maggie. "I will have a happy life." "That is for God to say," said Aunt Anne. "No, it is not," said Maggie. "I can make my own happiness. God can't touch it if I don't let him." "Maggie, you're blasphemous," said Aunt Anne, but not in anger. "I'm not," said Maggie. "When I came here first I didn't believe in God, but now I'm not sure. There's something strange which may be God for all I know. I'm going to find out. If he has the doing of everything, then he's taken away all I cared for, and I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of seeing that it hurt. If he didn't do it, then it doesn't matter." "You'll believe in him before you die, Maggie," said Aunt Anne. "It's in you, and you won't escape it. I thought it was I who was to bring you to him, but I was going too fast. The Lord has his own time. You'll come to him afterwards." "Oh," cried Maggie, "I'm so glad I'm going somewhere where it won't always be religion, where they'll think of something else than the Lord and his coming. I want real life, banks and motor cars and shops and clothes and work." She stopped suddenly. Aunt Anne was doing what Maggie had never seen her do before, even in the worst bouts of her pain. She was crying. Cold, solitary, lonely tears that crept slowly, reluctantly down her thin cheeks. "I meant to do well. In everything I have done ill. Everything has failed in my hands." Once again, as long before at St. Driot's, Maggie could do nothing. There was a long miserable silence, then Aunt Anne got up and went away. Next day Catherine came in a beautiful motor car to fetch Maggie. Maggie had packed her few things. Round her neck next her skin was the ring with 3 pearls. She said goodbye to the house, her bedroom beneath which the motor omnibuses clanged, the sitting room with the family group, the passage with the armed men, the dark hall with the green beige door, then goodbye to Aunt Elizabeth, 2 kisses, Aunt Anne, 1 kiss, Martha, Thomas the cat, the parrot, all, everything, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. "May I never see any of you again, never, 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 never." She was helped into the car, rugs were wrapped round her, there was a warm cosy smell of rich leather, a little clock ticked away, a silver vase with red and blue flowers winked at her, and Catherine was there close beside her. Never again, never again. And yet how strange, as they turned the corner of the street down into the Strand, Maggie felt a sudden pang of regret, of pathos, of loneliness, as though she were leaving something that had loved her dearly, and leaving it without a word of friendliness. Poor dear, she wanted to return, to tell it what? She had made her choice. She was plunging now into the other half of the world, and plunging not quite alone because she was taking Martin with her. "I do hope you won't mind, dear," said Catherine. "My cousin Paul, the clergyman you met once, is staying with us. He and his sister. No one else." "Oh, I shan't mind," said Maggie. Her fingers inside her blouse tightly clutched the little pearl ring. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Chapter 2. Plunge into the other half. For a week Maggie was so comfortable that she could think of nothing but that. It must be remembered that she had never before known what comfort was. Never at St. Driot's, never at Aunt Anne's, and these 2 places had been the background of all her life. She had never conceived of the kind of way that she now lived. Her bedroom was so pretty that it made her almost cry to look at it. The wallpaper scattered with little rosy trees, the soft pink cretonne on the chairs, the old bureau with a sheet of glass covering its surface that was her dressing-table, the old gold mirror, all these things were wonders indeed. She was ordered to have breakfast in bed. Servants looked after her with a kindliness and ease and readiness to help that she had never dreamed of as possible. The food was wonderful. There was the motor ready to take her for a drive in the afternoon, and there was the whole house at her service, soft and cosy and ordered, so that it seemed to roll along upon its own impulse without any human agency. "I believe if everyone went away and left it," she thought, "it would go on in exactly the same way." Figures gradually took their places in front of this background. The principals at first were Catherine and Philip, Henry and Millicent, Catherine's brother and sister, Mr. Trenchard Senior, Catherine's father, Lady Rachel Seddon, Catherine's best friend, and Mr. Faunder, Catherine's uncle. She saw at once that they all revolved around Catherine. If Catherine were not there, they would not hold together at all. They were all so different and yet so strangely alike. There was, for instance, Millicent Trenchard, whom Maggie liked best of them all after Catherine. Milly was a young woman of 21, pretty, gay, ferociously independent, enthusiastic about one thing after another, with hosts of friends, male and female, none of whom she took very seriously. The love of her life, she told Maggie almost at once, was Catherine. She would never love anyone, man or woman, so much again. She lived with her mother and father in an old house in Westminster, and Maggie understood that there had been some trouble about Catherine's marriage, so that, although it happened 3 years ago, Mrs. Trenchard would not come to see Catherine and would not allow Catherine to come and see her. Then there was Henry, a very strange young man. He was at Cambridge and said to be very clever. He did indeed seem to lead a mysterious life of his own, and paid very little attention to Maggie, asking her once whether she did not think the Golden Ass wonderful, and what did she think of Petronius. And when Maggie laughed and said that she was glad to say she never read anything, he left her in an agitated horror. Lady Rachel Seddon was very grand and splendid, and frightened Catherine. She was related to every kind of duke and marquis, and although that fact did not impress Maggie in the least, it did seem to remove Lady Rachel into quite another world. But they were all in another world. Maggie discovered that at once. They had, of course, every sort of catchword and allusion and joke that no one but themselves and the people whom they brought into the house understood. Catherine was kindness itself. Philip, too, he seemed to Maggie a weak, amiable young man, took a lot of trouble about her, but they did not belong to her, nor did she to them. "And why should they?" said Maggie to herself. "I must look at it as though I were staying at a delightful hotel and were going on with my journey very soon." There was somebody, however, who did not belong any more than Maggie did, and very soon he became Maggie's constant companion. This was the Reverend Paul Trenchard, Catherine's cousin. From the very moment months ago when Maggie and he had first met in Catherine's drawing-room, they had been friends. He had liked her, Maggie felt, at once. She, on her side, was attracted by a certain childlike simplicity and innocence. This very quality, she soon saw, moved the others, Philip and Henry and Mr. Trenchard Senior, to derision. They did not like the Reverend Paul. They chaffed him, and he was very easily teased because he was not clever and did not see their jokes. This put Maggie up in arms in his defence at once. But they had all the layman's distrust of a parson. They were all polite to him, of course, and Maggie discovered that in this world politeness was of the very first importance, so that you never really said what you thought, nor did what you wanted to. They, frankly, could not understand why Catherine asked the parson to stay, but because they loved Catherine, they were as nice to him as their natures would allow them to be. Paul did not apparently notice that they put him outside their life. He was always genial, laughed a great deal when there was no reason to laugh at all, and told simple little stories in whose effect he profoundly believed. He was supported in his confidence by his sister Grace, who obviously adored him. She, too, was outside the family, but she seemed to be quite happy telling endless stories of Paul's courage and cleverness and popularity. She did indeed believe that Skeeton-on-Sea, where Paul had his living, was the hub of the universe, and this amused all the Trenchard family very much indeed. It must not be supposed that Paul and his sister were treated unkindly. They were shown the greatest courtesy and hospitality, but Maggie knew that that was only because it was the Trenchard tradition to do so, and not from motives of affection or warmth of heart. They could be warm-hearted. It was wonderful to see the way they all adored Catherine, and they had many friends for whom they would do anything, but the Reverend Paul seemed to them frankly an ass, and they would be glad when he went away. He did not seem to Maggie an ass. She thought him the kindest person she had ever known, kinder even than Catherine, because with Catherine there was the faintest suspicion of patronage. No, not of patronage, that was unfair, but of an effort to put herself in exactly Maggie's place, so that she might understand perfectly what were Maggie's motives. With Paul Trenchard there was no effort, no deliberate slipping out of one world into another one. He was frankly delighted to tell Maggie everything, all about Skeeton-on-Sea and its delights, about the church and its marvellous east window, about the choir and the difficulties with the choir boys and the necessity for repairing the organ, about the troubles with the churchwardens, especially one Mr. Bellows, who in his cantankerous and dyspeptic objections to everything that anyone proposed, became quite a lively figure to Maggie's imagination, about the St. John's Brotherhood, which had been formed to keep the lads out of the public houses and was doing so well, about the Shakespeare Reading Society and a Mrs. Tempest, who also became a live figure in Maggie's brain, a born tragedian, and wonderful as Lady Macbeth and Catherine of Aragon. Skeeton slowly revealed itself to Maggie as a sunny, sparkling place, with glittering sea, shining sand, and dark, cool woods, full of kindliness too, and friendship and good humour. Paul and Grace Trenchard seemed to be the centre of this sunshine. How heartily Paul laughed as he recounted some of the tricks and escapades of his young scamps. "Dear fellows," he would say, "I love them all," and Grace sat by smiling and nodding her head and beaming upon her beloved brother. To Maggie, fresh from the dark and confused terrors of the chapel, it was all marvellous. Here was rest indeed. Here, with Martin cherished warmly in her heart, she might occupy herself with duties and interests. Here, surely, she would be useful to somebody. She heard a good deal of an old Mr. Tom's, a little queer in his head, poor man, who seemed to figure in the outskirts of Skeeton society as a warning and a reassurance. No one in Skeeton thinks of him in any way but tenderly. Maggie wondered whether he might not want looking after. The thought gradually occurred to her that this kindly, genial clergyman might perhaps find her some work in Skeeton. He even himself hinted at something. She might be someone's secretary or housekeeper. About Grace Trenchard, Maggie was not quite so sure. She was kindness itself and liked to hold Maggie's hand and pat it. But there was no doubt at all that she was just a little bit tiresome. Maggie rebuked herself for thinking this, but again and again the thought arose. Grace was in a state of perpetual wonder. Everything amazed her. You would not think to look at her flat, broad placidity that she was a creature of excitement, and it might be that her excitement was rather superficial. She would say, "Why, just fancy, Maggie, today's Tuesday." Then you wondered what was coming next, and nothing came at all. She had endless stories about her adventures in the streets of London, and these stories were endless because of all the details that must be fitted in, and then the details slipped out of her grasp and winked at her maliciously as they disappeared. The fact was, perhaps, that she was not very clever, but then Maggie wasn't very clever either, so she had no right to criticise Miss Trenchard, who was really as amiable as she could be. Henry Trenchard said once to Maggie in his usual scornful way, "Oh, Grace, she's the stupidest woman in Skeeton, which means the stupidest woman in the world." The Trenchards, Maggie thought, were rather given to scorning everyone save themselves. Even Philip, who was not a Trenchard, had caught the habit. Catherine, of course, despised no one and liked everyone, but that was rather tiresome too. In fact, at the end of her first week, Maggie thought that as soon as possible she would find a room for herself somewhere and start to earn her living. She discovered that she was developing a new sensitiveness. When she was living with the aunts, she had not minded very seriously the criticisms made upon her. She had indeed been disappointed when Aunt Anne had not admired her new dress, and she had hated Amy Warlock's rudeness, but that was because Martin had been involved. This new sensitiveness worried her. She hated to care whether people laughed at the way she came into a room, or whether she expressed foolish opinions about books and pictures. She had always said just what she thought, but now, before Philip's kindly attention and Mr. Trenchard Senior's indulgence, he wrote books and articles in the papers. She hated her ignorance. Paul Trenchard knew frankly nothing about art. "I know what I like," he said, "and that's enough for me." He liked Watts's pictures, and In Memoriam and Dickens, and he heard the Messiah once a year in London if he could leave his parish work. He laughed about it all. "The souls of men, the souls of men," he would say. "That is what I'm after, Miss Cardinal. You're not going to catch them with the latest neurotic novel, however well it's written." Oh, he was kind to her. He was kinder and kinder and kinder. She told him everything, except about Martin. She told him all about her life at St. Driot's and her father and Uncle Matthew, the aunts and the chapel. He was frankly shocked by the chapel. "That's not the way to get into heaven," he said. "We must be more patient than that. The daily round, the daily task, that's the kind." His physical presence began to pervade all her doings. He was not handsome, but so clean, so rosy, and so strong. No mystery about him, no terrors, no invasions from the devil. Everything was clear and certain. He knew just where he was and exactly whither he was going. One afternoon, when they were out in the motor together, he took Maggie's hand under the rug, and he held it so calmly, so firmly, with so kindly a benevolence that she could not be frightened or uncomfortable. He was like a large, friendly brother. One day he called her Maggie. He blushed and laughed. "I'm so sorry," he said. "It slipped out. I caught it from Catherine." "Oh, please, never mind," she answered. "Miss Cardinal's so stiff." "Then you must call me Paul," he said. A little conversation that Maggie had after this with Millicent showed her in sharp relief exactly where she stood in relation to the Trenchard family. They had been out in the motor together. Milly had been shopping, and now they were rolling back through the park. "Are you happy with us, Maggie?" Millicent suddenly asked. "Very happy," Maggie answered. "Well, I hope you are," said Millicent. "I don't think that as a family we're very good at making anyone happy except ourselves. I think we're very selfish." "No, I don't think you're selfish," said Maggie, "but I think you're sufficient for yourselves. I don't fancy you really want anyone from outside." "No, I don't think the others do. I do, though. You don't suppose I'm going to stay in the Trenchard bosom forever, do you? I'm not, I assure you. But what you've said means that you don't really feel at home with us." "I don't think I want to feel at home with you," Maggie answered. "I don't belong to any of you. Contrast us, for instance. You've got everything, good looks, money, cleverness, position. You can get what you like out of life. I've got nothing. I'm plain, poor, awkward, uneducated. And yet you know I wouldn't change places with anyone. I'd rather be myself than anyone alive." "Yes, you would," said Millicent, nodding her head. "That's you all over. I felt it the moment you came into the house. You're adventurous. We're not. Catherine was adventurous for a moment when she married Philip, but she soon slipped back again. But you'll do just what you want to, always." "I shall have to," said Maggie, laughing. "There's no one else to do it for me. It isn't only that I don't belong to you. I've never belonged to anyone, only one person, and he's gone now. I belong to him, and he'll never come back." "Were you frightfully in love?" asked Milly, deeply interested. "Yes," said Maggie. "He oughtn't to have gone away like that," said Millicent. "Yes, he ought," said Maggie. "He was quite right. But don't let's bother about that. I've got to find some place now where I can work. The worst of it is I'm so ignorant. But there must be something that I can do." "There's Paul," said Milly. "What do you mean?" asked Maggie. "Oh, he cares like anything for you. You must have noticed. It began after the first time he met you. He was always asking about you. Of course everyone's noticed it." "Cares for me," Maggie repeated. "Yes, of course. He's wanted to marry for a long time. Tired of Grace bossing him, I expect. That doesn't sound very polite to you, but I know that he cares for you apart from that. For yourself, I mean. And I expect Grace is tired of housekeeping." Maggie's feelings were very strange. Why should he care about her? Did she want him to care? A strange friendly feeling stole about her heart. She was not alone then, after all. Someone wanted her so obviously that everyone had noticed it. Did not want her as Martin had wanted her, against his own will and judgment. If he did offer her his home, what would she feel? There was rest there, rest and a real home, a home that she had never in all her life known. Of course she did not love him in the least. His approach did not make her pulses beat a moment faster. She did not long for him to come when he was not there. But he wanted her. That was the great thing. He wanted her. "Of course, if he asked you, you wouldn't really think of marrying him," said Millicent. "I don't know," said Maggie slowly. "What, marry him and live in Skeeton?" Millicent was frankly amazed. "Why, Skeeton's awful, and the people in it are awful, and Grace is awful. In the summer it's all nigger minstrels and bathing tents, and in the winter there isn't a soul." Millicent shivered. Maggie smiled. "Of course it seems dull to you, but my life's been very different. It hasn't been very exciting, and if I could really help him—" She broke off. "I do like him," she said. "He's the kindest man I've ever met. Of course he seems dull to you who have met all kinds of brilliant people. I hate brilliant people." The car was in Bryanston Square. Just before it stopped, Milly bent over and kissed Maggie. "I think you're a darling," she said. But Milly didn't think Maggie a darling for long. That is, she did not think about her at all for long. None of the family did. So quiet was Maggie, so little in anyone's way, that, at the end of a fortnight, she made no difference to anyone in the house. She was much better now, looking a different person, colour in her cheeks and light in her eyes. During her illness they had cut her hair, and this made her look more than ever like a boy. She wore her plain dark dresses, black and dark blue. They never quite fitted, and, with her queer odd face, her high forehead, rather awkward mouth, and grave questioning eyes, she gave you the impression that she had been hurried into some disguise, and was wearing it with discomfort but amusement. Someone who met her at the Trenchards at this time said of her, "What a funny girl! She's dressed like a schoolboy dressed up to play a part in the school speeches." Of course she was not playing a part. No one could have been more entirely natural and honest, but she was odd, strange, out of her own world, and everyone felt it. It was perhaps this strangeness that attracted Paul Trenchard. He was, above everything, a kindly man. Kindly, perhaps a little through laziness, but nevertheless moved always by distress or misfortune in others. Maggie was not distressed. She was quite cheerful and entirely unsentimental. Nevertheless, she had been very ill, was almost penniless, had had some private trouble, was an orphan, had no friends save 2 old aunts, and was amazingly ignorant of the world. This last was, perhaps, the thing that struck him most of all. He too was ignorant of the world, but he didn't know that, and he was amazed at the things that Maggie brushed aside as unimportant. He found that he was beginning to think of her as "my little heathen." His attitude was the same as that of a good missionary discovering a naked but trusting native. The thought of training this virgin mind was delightful to him. He liked her quaintness, and one day suddenly, to his own surprise, when they were alone in the drawing-room, he kissed her, a most chaste kiss, gently on the forehead. "Oh, my dear child," he said in a kind of dismay. She looked up at him with complete confidence. So gentle a kiss had it been, that it had been no more than a pressure of the hand. A few days later Catherine spoke to her. She came up to her bedroom just as Maggie was beginning to undress. Maggie stood in front of the glass, her evening frock off, brushing her short thick hair before the glass. "Have you made any plans yet, dear?" asked Catherine. Maggie shook her head. "No," she said, "not yet." Catherine hesitated. "I've got a confession to make," she said at last. Maggie turned to look at her with her large childish eyes. "Oh, I do hope you've done something wrong," she said, laughing. "Something really bad that I should have to overlook." "What do you mean?" asked Catherine. Maggie only said, "We'd be more on a level then." "I don't think it's anything very bad. But the truth is, Maggie, that I didn't ask you here only for my own pleasure and to make you well. There was a third reason." "I know," said Maggie. "Paul." "My dear," said Catherine, amazed. "How did you guess? I never should have done." "Paul's asked you to find out whether I like him," said Maggie. "Yes," said Catherine. "Well, I do like him," said Maggie. "Don't think that I've been unfair," said Catherine. They were sitting now side by side on Maggie's bed, and Catherine's hand was on Maggie's knee. "I'll tell you exactly how it happened. Paul was interested in you from the moment that he saw you at my house ever so long ago. He asked ever so many questions about you, and the next time he stayed he wanted me to write and ask you to come and stay. Well, I didn't. I knew from what you told me that you cared for somebody else, and I didn't want to get Paul really fond of you if it was going to be no good. You see, I've known Paul for ages. He's nearly 10 years older than I, but he used to come and stay with us at Garth, when he was at Cambridge and before he was a clergyman. I'm very fond of him. I know the others think he's stupid simply because he doesn't know the things that they do, but he's good and kind and honest, and just exactly what he seems to be." "I like him," repeated Maggie, nodding her head. "He's been wanting to be married," went on Catherine, "for some time. I'm going to tell you everything so that I shall have been perfectly fair. Grace wants him to be married too. All her life she's looked after him, and he's always done exactly what she told him. He's rather lazy, and it's not hard for someone to get an influence over him. Well, she's not really a very good manager. She thinks she is, but she isn't. She arranges things and wants things to stay just where she puts them, but she arranges all the wrong, unnecessary things. Still, it's easy to criticize, and I'm not a very good manager myself. I think she's growing rather tired of it and would like someone to take it off her hands. Of course, Paul must marry the right person, someone whom she can control and manage. and someone who won't transplant her in Paul's affection. That's her idea. But it's all nonsense, of course. You can't have your cake and eat it. She simply doesn't understand what marriage is like. When Paul marries, she'll learn more about life in a month than she's learnt in all her days. Well, Maggie dear, she thinks you're just the girl for Paul. She thinks she can do what she likes with you. She thinks you're nice, of course, but she's going to form you and train you. You needn't worry about that. You needn't really, if you care about Paul. You'd manage both of them in a week. But there it is. I thought I ought to warn you about Grace. As to Paul, I believe you'd be happy. You'd have your home and your life and your friends. Skeeton isn't so bad if you live in it, I believe, and Paul could get another living if you weren't happy there. Did Catherine have any scruples as she pursued her argument? A real glance at Maggie's confiding, trustful gaze might have shaken her resolve. This child who knew so little about anything, was Skeeton the world for her? But Catherine had so many philanthropies that she was given to finishing one off a little abruptly in order to make ready for the next one. She was interested just now in a scheme for adopting illegitimate babies. She thought Maggie an angel, and she just longed for her to be happy. Nevertheless, Maggie was very ignorant, and it was a little difficult to see what trade or occupation she would be able to adopt. She was nearly well now, and Catherine did not know quite what to do with her. Here was an admirable marriage, something that would give a home and children and friends. What could be better? She had just passed apparently through a love affair that could have led to no possible good. Solve the difficulty, make Maggie safe for life, and pass on to the illegitimate babies. "Of course, I don't love him," said Maggie, staring in front of her. "But you like him," said Catherine. "It isn't as though Paul were a very young man. You wouldn't expect anything very romantic. He isn't really a romantic man himself." "And I shall always love Martin," pursued Maggie. Catherine's own romance had fulfilled itself so thoroughly that it had almost ceased to be romantic. The Trenchard blood in her made her a little impatient of unfulfilled romances. "Don't you think, Maggie dear," she said gently, "that it would be better to forget him?" "No, I don't," said Maggie, moving away from Catherine. "And I should have to tell Paul about him. I'd tell Paul the exact truth, that if I married him it was because I liked him and I thought we'd be good friends. I see quite clearly that I can't sit forever waiting for Martin to come back, and the sooner I settle to something the better. If Paul wants a friend, I can be one, but I should never love him, even though Martin wasn't there. And as to the managing, I'm dreadfully careless and forgetful." "You'd soon learn," said Catherine. "Do you think I should?" asked Maggie. "I don't know, I'm sure. As to Grace, I think we'd get on all right. There's a greater difficulty than that, though." "What?" asked Catherine, as Maggie hesitated. "Religion," said Maggie. "Paul's a clergyman, and I don't believe in his religion at all. 2 months ago I'd have said I hated all religion, and so would you if you'd had a time like me. But since Martin's gone, I'm not so sure. There's something I want to find out, but Paul's found out everything. He's quite sure and certain. I'd have to tell him I don't believe in any of his faith." "Tell him, of course," said Catherine. "I think he knows that already. He's going to convert you. He looks forward to it. If he hadn't been so lazy, he'd have been a missionary." "Tell me about Skeeton," said Maggie. "I've only been there once," said Catherine. "Frankly, I didn't like it very much, but then I'm so used to the Glebeshire Sea that it all seemed rather tame. There was a good deal of sand blowing about the day I was there, but Paul's house is nice, with a garden and a croquet lawn, and, oh, very nice, and nice people next door, I believe." "I'm glad it's not like Glebeshire," said Maggie. "That's a point in its favour. I want to be somewhere where everything is quiet and orderly, and everyone knows their own mind, and all the bells ring at the right time, and no one's strange or queer, and, most of all, where no one's afraid of anything. All my life I've been with people who are afraid, and I've been afraid myself. Now Paul and Grace are not afraid of anything." "No, they're not," said Catherine, laughing. Suddenly Maggie broke out. "Catherine, tell me truly, does Paul want me? Does he need me? Does he indeed?" The storm of appeal in Maggie's voice made Catherine suddenly shy. There was a hint at loneliness and desolation there that was something beyond her reach. She wanted to help. She was suddenly frightened at her urging of Paul's suit. Something seemed to say to her, "Leave this alone. Don't take the responsibility of this. You don't understand." But another voice said, "Poor child, all alone, penniless, without a friend. What a chance for her. Paul such a kind man." So she kissed Maggie and said, "He wants you dreadfully, Maggie dear." Maggie's cheeks flushed. "That's nice," she said in her most ordinary voice, "because no one ever has before, you know." Paul's proposal came the very next day. It came after luncheon in a corner of the drawing-room. Maggie knew quite well that it was coming. She was lying in a long chair near the fire, a shawl over her knees. It was a blustering day at the end of February. The windows rattled, and the wind rushing down the chimney blew the flame into little flags and pennants of colour. Paul came and stood by the fire, warming his hands, his legs spread out. Maggie looked at him with a long, comprehensive glance that took him in from head to foot. She seemed to know then that she was going to marry him. A voice seemed to say to her, "Look at him well. This is the man you're going to live with. You'd better realise him." She did realise him. His white hair, his rosy cheeks, his boyish nose and mouth and rounded chin, his broad chest, thick long legs and large white hands. Soft, perhaps, but warm and comfortable and safe. Maggie could think of little else as she looked at him, but of how nice it would be to lay her head back on that broad chest, feel his arms around her, and forget. That was what she needed, forgetfulness and work. She did not love him, no, not one little atom. She had never felt less excitement about anybody, but she liked him, respected him, and trusted him. And he wanted her desperately, Catherine had said. That was the chief thing of all. "Maggie," he said suddenly, turning round to her, "would you ever think of marrying me?" She liked that directness and simplicity, characteristic of him. She looked up at him. "I don't think I'd be much of a success, Paul," she said. He saw at once from that she did not intend instantly to refuse him. His rosy cheeks took on an added tinge of colour, and he caught a chair, drew it up to her long one, and sat down, bending eagerly towards her. "Leave that to me," he said. "I oughtn't to think of it," she answered, shaking her head, "and for very good reasons. For one thing, I'm not in love with you. For another, I'm not religious. And for a third, I'm so careless that I'd never do for your wife." "Of course I knew about the first," he said eagerly. "I knew you didn't love me, but that will come, Maggie. It must come." Maggie shook her head. "I love someone else," she said, "and I always will. But he's gone away and will never come back. I've made up my mind to that. But if he did come back and wanted me, I couldn't promise that I wouldn't..." She broke off. "You can see that it wouldn't do." "No, I can't see," he said, taking her hand. "I can see that you like me, Maggie. I can see that we're splendid friends. If your other friend has left you altogether, then, well, time makes a great difference in those things. I think after we'd been together a little... Oh, Maggie, do," he broke off just like a boy, "do. We suit each other so well that we must be happy. And then Grace likes you. She likes you very much. She does indeed." "Let's leave Grace out of this," Maggie said firmly. "It's between you and me, Paul. It's nobody else's affair. What about the other two objections? I don't believe in your faith at all, and I'm unpunctual and forgetful and break things." Strangely, she was wanting him urgently now to reassure her. She realized that if now he withdrew, she would be faced with a loneliness more terrible than anything she had known since Martin had left her. The warm pressure of his hand about hers reassured her. "Maggie, dear," he said softly, "I love you better because you're young and unformed. I can help you, dear, and you can help me, of course. I'm a dreadful old buffer in many ways. I'm 40, you know, and you're such a child. How old are you, Maggie?" 20, she said. 20, fancy. And you can like an old parson. Well, well. If you care for me, nothing else matters. God will see to the rest. "I don't like leaving things to other people," Maggie said slowly. "Now I suppose I've shocked you, but there you are. I shall always be shocking you." "Nothing that you can say will shock me," he answered firmly. "Do you know that that's part of the charm you have for me, you dear little wild thing? If you will come and live with me, perhaps you will see how God works, how mysterious are his ways, and what he means to do for you." Maggie shivered. "Oh, now you're talking like Aunt Anne. I don't want to feel that I'm something that someone can do what he likes with. I'm not." "No, I know you're not," Paul answered eagerly. "You're very independent. I admire that in you, and so does Grace." "Would Grace like us to marry?" asked Maggie. "It's the desire of her heart," said Paul. "But how can you want to marry me when you know I don't love you?" "Love's a strange thing. Companionship can make great changes. You like me. That is enough for the present. I can be patient. I'm not an impetuous man." He was certainly not. He was just a large, warm, comfortable creature, far, far from the terrified and strangely travelled soul of Martin. Insensibly, hardly realizing what she did, Maggie was drawn towards Paul. He drew close to her, moved on to the sofa, and then with one arm about her let her head rest against his chest. Maggie could neither move nor speak. She only felt a warm comfort, an intense desire for rest. Very, very gently he bent down and kissed her forehead. The clock ticked on. The flames of the fire spurted and fell. Maggie's eyes closed. She gave a little sigh, and soon her cheek against his waistcoat, like a little child, was fast asleep. The engagement was a settled thing. Everyone in the house was relieved. Maggie herself felt as though she had found lights and safety, running from a wood full of loneliness and terror. She was sharp enough now to see how relieved they all were that she was settled. They were true kindly people, and now they were more kind to her than ever. That showed that they had been uneasy about her. She was off their hands now. Maggie, when she saw this in the faces of Philip and Mr. Trenchard, and even of Millicent, was glad that she was engaged. She was somebody's now. She had friends and a home and work now, and she would banish all that other world forever. Forever? How curious it was that from the moment of her engagement her aunts, their house, the chapel, and the people around it began to press upon her attention with a pathos and sentiment that she had never felt before. She went to see the aunts, of course, and sat in the old drawing-room for half an hour, and they were kind and distant. They were glad that she was to be married. They hoped that she would be happy. Aunt Anne looked very ill, and there was a terrible air of desertion about the house, as though all the life had gone out of it. Maggie came away very miserable. Then she said to herself, "Now look here, you're in a new house now. You've got to think of nothing but that. Nothing, nothing, nothing." She meant Martin. She might think of Martin, how indeed could she help it? But she was not to long for him. No, no, not to long for him. She did wish that she could go to sleep more quickly when she went to bed. Paul and Grace were very kind to her. Paul was just the big elder brother that she loved him to be. No more sentiment than that. A kiss morning, a kiss evening, that was all. Grace behaved to them both with a motherly indulgence. Maggie saw that she considered that she had arranged the whole affair. There were signs that she intended to arrange everything for Maggie. Well, it was rather pleasant just now to have things arranged for you. Maggie had only one wish, that Grace would not take so long to explain everything. Maggie always ran ahead of her long before she had finished her involved sentences, and then had to curb her impatience. However, one would get used to Grace. One would have to, because she was going to live with them after they were married. Maggie had hoped that it would be otherwise, but it was at once obvious that neither Paul nor Grace dreamt of being separated. The wedding was to be as soon as possible, and very, very quiet. In a little church close by, no bridesmaids, everything very simple. Maggie was glad of that. She would have hated a church full of staring people. She enjoyed immensely buying her trousseau. Paul was very generous with his money. It was evident that Grace thought him too generous. Maggie and Catherine went together to buy things, and Catherine was a darling. Maggie fancied that Catherine was not quite easy in her mind about her share in the affair. "You won't expect Skeeton to be wildly exciting, Maggie dear, will you?" she said. "You'll find plenty to do, and there are lots of nice people, I'm sure, and you'll come up and stay with us here." "I think it sounds delightful," said Maggie. "If you'd lived for years in St. Riot's, Catherine, you wouldn't talk about other places being dull. It isn't excitement I want, it's work." "Don't you let Grace bully you," said Catherine. "Bully me? Grace?" Maggie was very astonished. "Why, she's the kindest old thing. She wants me to do everything." "So she says," said Catherine doubtfully, "but she's very jealous of Paul. How much she'll really like giving up her authority when it comes to the point, I don't know. You stick up to her. Paul's weak." "I don't think he is," said Maggie rather indignantly. "Grace always does what he says." "Yes, just now," said Catherine. And Maggie had one funny little conversation with Henry Trenchard. That wild youth, catching her alone one day, said abruptly, "What the devil have you done it for?" "Done what?" asked Maggie, her heart beating a little faster. Strangely, Henry reminded her of Martin. He alone of all the Trenchards had something that was of that other world. "Engaged yourself to Paul," said Henry. "Why shouldn't I?" asked Maggie. "You don't love him. Of course you couldn't. You're not his sort in the least. You're worth 1,000,000 Pauls." This was so odd for Henry, who was certainly not given to compliments, that Maggie burst out laughing. "Yes, you may laugh," said Henry. "I know what I'm talking about. Have you ever seen Paul asleep after dinner?" "No," said Maggie. "I wish you had. That might have saved you. Have you ever seen Grace lose her temper?" "No," said Maggie, this time a little uneasily. "Look here." He came close to her, staring at her with those eyes of his that could be very charming when he liked. "Break it off. Say you think it's a mistake. You'll be miserable." "Indeed I shan't," said Maggie, tossing her head. "Whatever happens, I'm not going to be miserable. No one can make me that." "So you think," Henry frowned. "I can't think what you want to be married for at all. These days women can have such a good time, especially a woman with character like you. If I were a woman, I'd never marry." "You don't understand," said Maggie. "You haven't been lonely all your life as I have, and you're not afraid of making yourself cheap and looking for someone who doesn't want you. It's so easy for you to talk. And Paul wants me. Really he does." "Yes, he does," said Henry slowly. "He's in love with you all right. I'm as sorry for Paul as I am for you." Maggie laughed. "It's very kind of you to be sorry," she said, "but you needn't trouble. I believe we can look after ourselves." For a quarter of an hour after this conversation she was a little uneasy. He was a clever boy, Henry. He did watch people, but then he was very young. It was all guesswork with him. She became now strangely quiescent. Her energy, her individuality, her strength of will seemed, for the time, entirely to have gone. She surrendered herself to Grace and Paul and Catherine, and they did what they would with her. Only once was she disturbed. 2 nights before the wedding she dreamt of Martin. It did not appear as a dream at all. It seemed to her that she had been asleep and that she suddenly woke. She was gazing from her bed into her own room, but at the farther end of it, instead of the wall with the rosy trees and the gold mirror, was another room. This room was strange and cheerless, with bare boards, a large 4-poster bed with faded blue hangings, 2 old black prints with 18th century figures, and a big standing mirror. In front of the bed, staring into the mirror, was Martin. He was dressed shabbily in a blue reefer coat. He looked older than when she had seen him last, was stouter and ill, with white puffy cheeks and dark shadows under his eyes. She saw him very clearly under the light of 2 candles that wavered a little in the draught. He was staring into the mirror, absorbed apparently in what he saw there. She cried his name, and he seemed to start and turn towards the door, listening. Then the picture faded. She woke to find herself sitting up in bed, crying his name. In the morning she drove this dream away from her, refusing to think of it or listen to it. But somewhere far down in her soul something trembled. The wedding was over so quickly that she scarcely realized it. There was the stuffy little church, very empty and dusty, with brass plates on the wall. She could hear in the street rumblings of carts and the rattle of wheels. Somewhere a barrel organ played. The clergyman was a little man who smiled upon her kindly. When Paul put the ring on her finger she started, as though for a moment she awoke from a dream. She was glad that he looked so clean and tidy. Grace was wearing too grand a hat with black feathers. In the vestry Paul kissed her, and then they walked down the aisle together. She saw Catherine and Milly and Henry. Her fingers caught tightly about Paul's stout arm, but she would have been more at home, she thought, with Uncle Matthew just then. It was a nice bright spring day, although the wind blew the dust about. They had a meal in Catherine's house, and someone made a speech, and Maggie drank some champagne. She hoped she looked nice in her grey silk dress, and then caught sight of herself in a glass and thought that she was as ever a fright. "My little wild thing. Mine now," whispered Paul. She thought that rather silly. She was not a wild thing, but simply Maggie Cardinal. Oh no, Maggie Trenchard. She did not feel Maggie Trenchard at all, and she did not suppose that she ever would. They were to have a fortnight alone at Skeeton before Grace came. Maggie was glad of that. Paul was really nicer when Grace was not there. They were all very kind to her. They had given her good presents, Milly some silver brushes, Henry some books, Philip a fan, and Catherine a most beautiful dressing bag. Maggie had never had such things before, but she could have wished for something from her own people. She had written to Uncle Matthew, but had not heard from him. At the very last moment, on the morning of the wedding day, a present came from the aunts, an old box for handkerchiefs. The cover was inlaid with seashells, and there was a little looking-glass inside. Very soon it was all over, and then, to her own intense surprise, she was alone in the train with Paul. What had she expected? She did not know, but somehow not this. They were in a first-class carriage. Paul was doing the thing nobly. He sat close to her, his broad knee against her dress. How broad his knee was, a great expanse of black shining cloth. He took her hand and rested it on the expanse, and at the touch of the stuff and the throb of the warm flesh beneath it, she shivered a little and would wish to have drawn her hand away. He seemed so much larger than she had expected. From his knee to his high, shining white collar was an immense distance, and midway there was a thick gold watch chain rising and falling as he breathed. He smelt very faintly of tooth powder. But on the whole she was comfortable. Only the thin gold ring round her finger felt strange. Deep in a little pocket inside her blouse was the ring with the 3 little pearls. "I do hope, Maggie darling," he said, "you don't think it strange our not going somewhere else for our honeymoon. My lads will be expecting me back. I was kept longer in London than I should have been. By you, you little witch. My witch now." He put his arm round her waist and urged her head towards his coat. But her hat, her beautiful hat that had cost so much more than she had ever spent on a hat before, was in the way. It struck into his chin. They were both uncomfortable, and then, thank heaven, the train slowed down. They were at a station, and someone got into their carriage, a stout man, all newspaper and creases to his trousers. That, in the circumstances, was a great relief, and soon Maggie dozed, seeing the telegraph wires and the trees like waving hands through a mist of sleep. As she fell asleep, she realized that this was only the second time in all her life that she had been in a train. Someone bawled in her ear, "Skeeton, Skeeton," and she looked up to find a goat-faced porter gazing at her through the window. She was on a storm-driven platform, her husband's arm was through hers, she was being helped into an old faded cab. Now they were driving down a hill, under a railway arch, along a road with villas and trees and villas, and then villas alone. What a wind! The bare branches were in a frenzy, and from almost every villa blew little pennons of white curtains. "They like to have their windows open anyway," she thought. Paul said very little. He was obviously nervous of how she would take it all. She took it all very well. "What pretty houses," she said, "and here are the shops." Only a few, a sweet shop, a grocer's, a stationer's with Simpson's Library on the door, a post office. "The suburbs," said Paul. What a wind! It rolled up the road like a leaping carpet. You could almost see its folds and creases. No one about, not a living soul. "The cab I ordered never came. Lucky thing there was one here," said Paul. Not a soul about. Does anyone live here? She could not see much through the window, and she could hear nothing because the glass rattled so. "Here we are." The cab stopped with a jerk. Here they were then. A gate swung to behind them. There was a little drive with bushes on either side of it, and then the house. Not a very handsome house, Maggie thought. A dull square grey with chimneys like ears in exactly the right places. Some pieces of paper were whirled up and down by the wind. They danced about the horses' feet. She noticed that the door handles needed polishing. A cavernous hall, a young girl with untidy hair and a yelping dog received them. "That's Mitch," said Paul. "Dear old Mitch. How are you, dear old fellow? Down, Mitch, down. There's a good dog." The young girl was terrified of Maggie. She gulped through her nose. "I've put tea in the study, sir," she said. "Tea at once, little woman, eh?" said Paul. "I'm dying for some. Thank you, Emily. All well? That's right. Dear, dear, it is nice to be home again." Yes, he was nervous, poor Paul. She felt a great tenderness for him, but she could not say the right words. She should have said, "It is nice," but it was not. The hall was so cold and dark, and all over the house windows were rattling. They went straight into the study. What a room! It reminded Maggie at once, in its untidiness and discomfort, of her father's study, and that thought struck a chill into her very heart, so that she had to pause for a moment and control herself. There were piles of newspapers heaped up against the shelves, books run to the ceiling, old books with the covers tumbling off them. On the stone mantelpiece was a perfect litter, old pipes, bundles of letters, a ball of string, some yellow photographs, a crucifix, and a small plant dead and shriveled in its pot. "Now then, darling, hurrah for some tea." She poured it out, and he watched her in an ecstasy. Strangely she began to be frightened and a little breathless, as though the walls of the room were slowly closing in. The tea had been standing a long time, and it was very strong and chill. The house was a firing ground of rattle and whirs, but there were no human sounds anywhere. There was dust all over the room. They had said nothing for some time. He spoke suddenly, his voice husky and awkward, as though he were trying a new voice for the first time. "Maggie," he said, "don't sit so far away. Come over here." She crossed over to him. He, with an arm that seemed to be suddenly of iron, pulled her onto his knee. She was rebellious. Her whole body stiffened. She did not want this. She did not want this. Some voice within cried out, "Take care, take care." He pressed her close to him. He kissed her furiously, savagely, her eyes, her mouth, her cheek. She could feel his heart pounding beneath his clothes like a savage beast. His hands were all about her. He was crushing her so that she was hurt, but she did not feel that at all. There was something else. With all her might she fought down her resistance. This was her duty. She must obey. But something desolate and utterly lonely crept away and cried bitterly, watching her surrender. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Chapter 3. Skeeton-on-Sea. She was swinging higher, 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 swinging with that delightful rhythm that one knows best in dreams, lazily, idly, and yet with purpose and resolve. She was swinging far above the pain, the rebellion, the surrender. That was left forever. The time of her tears, of her loneliness, was over. Above her, yet distant, was a golden cloud, soft, iridescent, and in the heart of this lay, she knew, the solution of the mystery. When she reached it, the puzzle would be resolved, and in a wonderful tranquillity she could rest after her journey. Nearer and nearer she swung. The cloud was a blaze of gold, so that she must not look, but could feel its warmth and heat already irradiating about her. Only to know, to connect the two worlds, to find the bridge, to destroy the gulf. Then suddenly the rhythm changed. She was descending again. Slowly the cloud diminished, a globe of light, a ball of fire, a dazzling star. The air was cold, her eyes could not penetrate the dark. With a sigh she awoke. It was early morning, and a filmy white shadow pervaded the room. For a moment she did not know where she was. She saw the ghostly shadows of chairs, of the chest of drawers, of a high cupboard. Then the large picture of the crucifixion, very, very dim, reminded her. She knew where she was. She turned and saw her husband sleeping at her side, huddled like a child, his face on his arm, gently breathing, in the deepest sleep. She watched him. There had been a moment that night when she had hated him so bitterly that she could have fought him and even killed him. There had been another moment after that, when she had been so miserable that her own death seemed the only solution, when she had watched him tumble into sleep, and had herself lain, with burning eyes and her flesh dry and hot, staring into the dark, ashamed, humiliated. Then the old Maggie had come to her rescue, the old Maggie who bade her make the best of her conditions, whatever they might be, who told her there was humour in everything, hope always, courage everywhere, and that in her own inviolable soul lay her strength, that no one could defeat her did she not defeat herself. Now, most strangely, in that early light, she felt a great tenderness for him, the tenderness of the mother for the child. She put out her hand, touched his shoulder, stroked it with her hand, laid her head against it. He, murmuring in his sleep, turned towards her, put his arm around her, and so, in the shadow of his heart, she fell into deep, dreamless slumber. At breakfast that morning she felt with him a strange shyness and confusion. She had never been shy with him before. At the very first she had been completely at her ease. That had been one of his greatest attractions for her. But now she realized that she would be for a whole fortnight alone with him, that she did not know him in the least, and that he himself was strangely embarrassed by his own discoveries that he was making. So they, both of them, took the world that was on every side of them, put it in between them, and left their personal relationship to wait for a better time. Maggie was childishly excited. She had, for the first time in her life, a house of her own to order and arrange. By the middle of that first afternoon she had forgotten that Paul existed. She admitted to herself at once, so that there should be no pretence about the matter, that the house was hideous. "Yes, it's hideous," she said aloud, standing in the middle of the dining-room and looking about her. It could never have been very much of a house, but they, meaning Paul and Grace, had certainly not done their best for it. Maggie had had no education. She had not perhaps much natural taste, but she knew when things and people were sympathetic, and this house was as unsympathetic as a house could well be. To begin with, the wallpapers were awful. In the dining room there was a dark dead green with some kind of pink flower. The drawing room was dressed in a kind of squashed strawberry colour. The wallpaper of the staircases and passages was of imitation marble, and the 3 bedrooms were pink, green, and yellow, perfect horticultural shows. It was the distinctive quality of all the wallpapers that nothing looked well against them, and the cheap reproductions in gilt frames, the religious prints, the photographs, groups of the Reverend Paul at Cambridge, at St. Erman's Theological College, with the Skeeton Band of Hope, were all equally forlorn and out of place. It was evident that everything in the house was arranged and intended to stay forever where it was, the chairs against the walls, the ornaments on the mantelpieces, the photograph frames, the plush mats, the bright red pots with ferns, the long blue vases, and yet the impression was not one of discipline and order. Aunt Anne's house had been untidy, but it had had an odd life and atmosphere of its own. This house was dead, utterly and completely dead. The windows of the dining room looked out onto a lawn, and round the lawn was a stone wall with broken glass to protect it. As though there were anything to steal, thought Maggie. But then you cannot expect a garden to look its best at the beginning of April. I'll wait a little, thought Maggie, and then I'll make this house better. I'll destroy almost everything in it. About midday, with rather a quaking heart, Maggie penetrated the kitchen. Here were gathered together Alice the cook, Emily the housemaid, and Clara the between-maid. Alice was large, florid, and genial. Nevertheless, at once Maggie distrusted her. No servant had any right to appear so wildly delighted to see a new mistress. Alice had doubtless her own plans. Emily was prim and conceited, and Clara did not exist. Alice was ready to do everything that Maggie wanted, and it was very apparent at once that she had not liked Miss Grace. "Ah, that'll be much better than the way Miss Grace had it, Mum." "In their jackets, Mum, very well. Certainly, that would be better." "I think you'd better just give us what seems easiest for dinner, cook," said Maggie, thereby handing herself over, delivered and bound. "Very well, Mum. I'm sure I'll do my best," said Alice. Early on that first afternoon she was taken to see the church. For a desperate moment her spirits failed her as she stood at the end of the lane and looked. This was a church of the newest red brick, and every seat was of the most shining wood. The east end window was flaming purple, with a crimson Christ ascending, and yellow and blue disciples amazed together on the ground. Paul stood flushed with pride and pleasure, his hand through Maggie's arm. "That's a Cartwright window," he said, with that inflection that Maggie was already beginning to think of as his public voice. "I'm afraid, Paul dear," said Maggie, "I'm very ignorant." "Don't know Cartwright? Oh, he's the great man of the last 30 years. Did the great east window of St. Martin's, Pontefract. We had a job to get him, I can tell you. Just look at that purple. On the right you'll see the memorial tablet to our brave lads who fell in the South African War. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. Very appropriate. Brave fellows, brave fellows. Just behind you, Maggie, is the Mickleham font, one of the finest specimens of modern stonework in the country, given to us by Sir Joseph Mickleham. Mickleham Hall, you know, only 2 miles from here. He used to attend morning service here frequently. Died 5 years ago. Fine piece of work." Maggie looked at it. It was enormous, a huge battlement of a font in dead white stone with wreaths of carved ivy creeping about it. "It makes one feel rather shivery," said Maggie. "Now you must see our lectern," said Paul eagerly. And so it continued. There was apparently a great deal to be said about the lectern, and then about the choir screen, and then about the reredos, and then about the pulpit, and then about the vestry, and then about the collecting box for the poor, and then about the hassocks, and finally about the graveyard. To all this Maggie listened and hoped that she made the proper answers, but the truth of the matter was that she was cold and dismayed. The chapel had been ugly enough, but behind its ugliness there had been life. Now with the church as with the house there was no life visible. Paul, putting his hand on her shoulder, said, "Here, darling, will be the centre of our lives. This is our temple. Round this building all our happiness will revolve." "Yes, dear," said Maggie. She was taken then for a little walk. They went down Ivy Road and into Skeeton High Street. Here were the shops. Mr. Blood's, the booksellers, Tunstall the butcher, Toogood the grocer, Father the draper, Minster the picture dealer, Harcourt the haberdasher, and so on. Maggie rather liked the High Street. It reminded her of the High Street in Polchester, although there was no hill. Out of the High Street and onto the esplanade. "You should never see an esplanade out of the season," Catherine had once said to Maggie. That dictum seemed certainly true this time. There could be no doubt that this esplanade was not looking its best under the blustering March wind. Here a deserted bandstand, there a railway station, here a dead haunt for pierrots, there a closed and barred cinema house, here a row of stranded bathing machines, there a shuttered tea-house, and not a living soul in sight. In front of them was a long stretch of sand, behind them to right and left the huddled tenements of the town, in front of them, beyond the sand, the grey sea, and again not a living soul in sight. The railway line wound its way at their side, losing itself in the hills and woods of the horizon. "There are not many people about, are there?" said Maggie. Nor could she wonder. The east wind cut along the desolate stretches of silence, and yet how strange a wind! It seemed to have no effect at all upon the sea, which rolled in sluggishly with snake-like motion, throwing up on the dim, colourless beach a thin fringe of foam, baring its teeth at the world in impotent discontent. "Oh, there's a boy!" cried Maggie, amazed at her own relief. "How often do the trains come in?" she asked. "Well, we don't have many trains in the off-season," said Paul. "They put on several extra ones in the summer." "Oh, what's the sand doing?" Maggie cried. She had seen sand often enough in her own Glebeshire, but never sand like this. Under the influence of the wind it was blowing and curving into little spirals of dust. A sudden cloud with a kind of personal animosity rose and flung itself across the rails at Maggie and Paul. They were choking and blinded, and in the distance clouds of sand rose and fell, with gusts and impulses that seemed personal and alive. "What funny sand," said Maggie again. "When it blows in Glebeshire it blows, and there's a perfect storm. There's a storm or there isn't. Here—" She broke off. She could see that Paul hadn't the least idea of what she was speaking. "The sand is always blowing about here," he said. "Now, what about tea?" They walked back through the High Street, and not a soul was to be seen. "Does nobody live here?" asked Maggie. "The population," said Paul quite gravely, "is 8,454. "Oh, I see," said Maggie. They had tea in the dusty study again. "I'm going to change this house," said Maggie. "Change it?" asked Paul. "What's my little girl going to do?" "She's going to destroy ever so many things," said Maggie. "You'd better wait," said Paul, moving a little away, "until Grace comes back, dear. You can consult with her." Maggie said nothing. Next day Mrs. Constantine, Miss Purves and Mrs. Max came to tea. They had tea in the drawing-room, all amongst the squashed strawberries. 3 large ferns in crimson pots watched them as they ate. Maggie thought, "Grace seems to have a passion for ferns." She had been terribly nervous before the ladies' arrival, that old nervousness that had made her tremble before Aunt Anne at St. Driot's, before the Warlocks, before old Martha. But with it came, as always, her sense of independence and individuality. "They can't eat me," she thought. It was obvious at once that they did not want to do anything of the kind. They were full of kindness and curiosity. Mrs. Constantine took the lead, and it was plain that she had been doing this all her life. She was a large black and red woman with clothes that fitted her like a uniform. Her hair was of a raven gleaming blackness, her cheeks were red, her manner so assured and commanding that she seemed to Maggie at once like a policeman directing the traffic. The policeman of Christian Skeeton she was, and it did not take Maggie 2 minutes to discover that Paul was afraid of her. She had a deep bass voice and a hearty laugh. "I can understand her," thought Maggie, "and I believe she'll understand me." Very different Miss Purves. If Mrs. Constantine was the policeman of Skeeton, Miss Purves was the town crier. She rang her bell and announced the news, and also insisted that you should tell her without delay any item of news that you had collected. In appearance she was like any old maid whose love of gossip has led her to abandon her appearance. She had obviously surrendered the idea of attracting the mail, and flung on her clothes, an old black hat, a grey coat and skirt, with a negligence that showed that she cared for worthier things. She gave the impression that there was no time to be lost were one to gather all the things in life worth hearing. If Mrs. Constantine stood for the police and Miss Purves the town crier, Mrs. Max certainly represented society. She was dressed beautifully, and she must have been very pretty once. Her hair was now grey, but her cheeks still had a charming bloom. She was delicate and fragile, rustling and scented, with a beautiful string of pearls round her neck. This in the daytime Maggie thought very odd. And a large black hat with a sweeping feather. Her voice was a little sad, a little regretful, as though she knew that her beautiful youth was gone and was making the best of what she had. She told Maggie that she couldn't help being an idealist. "I know it's foolish of me," she said in her gentle voice, smiling her charming smile. "They all tell me so. But if life isn't meant to be beautiful, where are we? Everything must have a meaning, mustn't it, Mrs. Trenchard? And however often we fail, and after all we are only human, we must try again. I believe in seeing the best in people, because then they live up to that. People are what we make them, don't you think?" The woman's a fool, thought Maggie. Nevertheless, she liked her kindness. She was so strangely driven. She wished to think of Martin always, never to forget him, but at the same time not to think of the life that was connected with him. She must never think of him as someone who might return. Did that once begin, all this present life would be impossible, and she meant to make this new existence not only possible but successful. Therefore she was building, so hard as she could, this new house. The walls were rising, the rooms were prepared, every window was barred, the doors were locked, no one from outside should enter, and everything that belonged to it, Paul, Grace, the church, these women, Skeeton itself, her household duties, the servants, everything and every one was pressed into service. She must have so much to do that she could not think. She must like every one else so much that she could not want anyone else. That other world must be kept out. No sound nor sight of it must enter. If even she could forget Martin. What had he said to her? "Promise me whatever I am, whatever I do, you will love me always." And she had promised. Here she was married to Paul and loving Martin more than ever. As she looked at Mrs. Constantine, she wondered what she would say did she know that. Nevertheless, she had not deceived Paul. She had told him she would make this right. She would force this life to give her what she needed, work and friends and a place in the world. Her face a little white with her struggle to keep her house standing, she turned to her guests. She was afraid that she did not play the hostess very well. She felt as though she were play-acting. She repeated phrases that she had heard Catherine Mark use, and laughed at herself for doing so. She suspected that they thought her very odd, and she fancied that Mrs. Constantine looked at her short hair with grave suspicion. Afterwards, when she told Paul this, he was rather uncomfortable. "It'll soon be long again, dear, won't it?" he said. "Don't you like it short, then?" she asked. "Of course I like it, but there's no reason to be unusual, is there? We don't want to seem different from other people, do we, darling?" "I don't know," said Maggie. "We want to be ourselves. I don't think I shall ever grow my hair long again. It's so much more comfortable like this." "If I ask you, dear," said Paul. "No, not even if you ask me," she answered, laughing. She noticed then, for the first time, that he could look sulky like a small schoolboy. "Why, Paul," she said, "if you wanted to grow a beard I shouldn't like it, but I shouldn't dream of stopping you." "That's quite different," he answered. "I should never dream of growing a beard. Grace won't like it if you look odd." "Grace isn't my teacher," said Maggie with a sudden hot hostility that surprised herself. She discovered, by the way, very quickly that the three ladies had no very warm feelings for Grace. They showed undisguised pleasure at the thought that Maggie would now be on various committees instead of her sister-in-law. "It will be your place, of course, as wife of the vicar," said Mrs. Constantine. "Hitherto Miss Trenchard—" "Oh, but I couldn't be on a committee," cried Maggie. "I've never been on one in my life. I should never know what to do." "Never been on a committee!" cried Miss Purves, quivering with interest. "Why, Mrs. Trenchard, where have you been all this time?" "I'm only 20, said Maggie. They certainly thought it strange of her to confess to her age like that. "At home father never had any committees. He did it all himself, or rather didn't do it." Mrs. Constantine shook her head. "We must all help you," she said. "You're very young, my dear, for the responsibilities of this parish." "Yes, I am," said Maggie frankly, "and I'll be very glad of anything you can tell me. But you mustn't let me be treasurer or secretary of anything. I should never answer any of the letters, and I should probably spend all the money myself." "My dear, you shouldn't say such things even as a joke," said Mrs. Constantine. "But it isn't a joke," said Maggie. "I'm terribly muddle-headed, and I've no idea of money at all. Paul's going to teach me. Paul smiled nervously. "Maggie will soon fit into our ways," he said. "I'm sure she will," said Mrs. Constantine very kindly, but as though she was speaking to a child of 10. The bell rang and Mr. Flanders, the curate, came in. He was very young, very earnest, and very enthusiastic. He adored Paul. He told Maggie that he thought that he was the very luckiest man in the world for having, so early in his career, so wonderful a man as Paul to work under. He had also adored Grace, but very quickly showed signs of transferring that adoration to Maggie. "Miss Trenchard's splendid," he said. "I do admire her so, but you'll be a great help to us all. I'm so glad you've come." "Why, how do you know?" asked Maggie. "You've only seen me for about 2 minutes." "Ah, one can tell," said Mr. Flanders, sighing. Maggie liked his enthusiasm, but she couldn't help wishing that his knees wouldn't crack at unexpected moments, that he wasn't quite so long and thin, and that he wouldn't leave dried shaving soap under his ears and in his nostrils. She was puzzled, too, that Paul should be so obviously pleased with the rather naïf adoration. "Paul likes you to praise him," she thought a little regretfully. So, for the moment, these people, the house and the church, fitted in her world. For the rest of the fortnight she was so busy that she never went on to the beach nor into the woods. She shopped every morning, feeling very old and grown up. She went to tea with Mrs. Constantine and Mrs. Max, and she sat on Paul's knee whenever she thought that he would like her to. She sat on Paul's knee, but that did not mean that, in real intimacy, they approached any nearer to one another. During those days they stared at one another like children on different sides of a fence. They were definitely postponing settlement, and with every day Maggie grew more restless and uneasy. She wanted back that old friendly comradeship that there had been before their marriage. He seemed now to have lost altogether that attitude to her. Then on the very day of Grace's return the storm broke. It was tea time, and they were having it, as usual, in his dusty study. They were sitting some way apart, Paul in the old leather armchair by the fire, his thick body stretched out, his cheerful good-humoured face puckered and peevish. Maggie stood up, looking at him. "Paul, what's the matter?" she asked. "Matter," he repeated. "Nothing." "Oh, yes, there is. You're cross with me." "No, I'm not. What an absurd idea." He moved restlessly, turning half away, not looking at her. She came close up to him. "Look here, Paul. There is something the matter. We haven't been married a fortnight yet, and you're unhappy. Whatever else we married for, we married because we were going to be friends. So you've just got to tell me what the trouble is." "I've got my sermon to prepare," he said, not looking at her, but half rising in his chair. "You'd better go, darling." "I'm not going to," she answered, "until you've told me why you're worrying." He got up slowly and seemed then as though he were going to pass her. Suddenly he turned, flung his arms round her, catching her, crushing her in his arms, kissing her wildly. "Love, love me, he whispered. "That's what's the matter. I didn't know myself before I married you, Maggie. All these years I've lived like a fish and I didn't know it. But I know it now. And you've got to love me. You're my wife and you've got to love me." She would have given everything that she had then to respond. She felt an infinite tenderness and pity for him. But she could not. He felt that she could not. He let her go and turned away from her. She thought for a moment, wondering what she ought to say, and then she came up to him and gently put her hand on his shoulder. "Be patient, Paul," she said. "You know we agreed before we married that we'd be friends at any rate and let the rest come. Wait." "Wait!" He turned round eagerly, clutching her arm. "Then there is a chance, Maggie. You can get to love me. You can forget that other man." She drew back. "No, you know I told you that I should never do that. But he'll never come back nor want me again, and I'm very fond of you, Paul, fonder than I thought. Don't spoil it all now by going too fast." "Going too fast," he laughed. "Why, I haven't gone any way at all. I haven't got you anywhere. I can hardly touch you. You're away from me all the time. You're strange, different from everyone. I don't know anything about women. I've learned a lot about myself this week. It isn't going to be as easy as I thought." She went up to him, close to him, and said almost desperately, "We must make this all right, Paul. We can if we try. I know we can." He kissed her gently with his old kindness. "What a baby you are. You didn't know what you were in for. Oh, we'll make it all right." They sat close together then and drank their tea. After all, Grace would be here in an hour. They both felt a kind of relief that they would no longer be alone. Grace would be here in an hour. Strange how throughout all these last days Maggie had been looking forward to that event with dread. There was no definite reason for fear. In London, Grace had been kindness itself and had shown real affection for Maggie. Within the last week she had written 2 very affectionate letters. What was this, then, that hung and hovered? It was in the very air of the house and the garden and the place. Grace had left her mark upon everything and every one, even upon the meagre person of Mitch the dog. Especially upon Mitch, a miserable creeping fox terrier with no spirits and a tendency to tremble all over when you called him. He had attached himself to Maggie, which was strange because animals were not as a rule interested in her. Mitch followed her about, looking up at her with a yellow supplicating eye. She didn't like him, and she would be glad when Grace collected him again. But why did he tremble? She realized, in the way that she had of seeing further than her nose, that Grace was going to affect the whole of her relations with Paul, and indeed all her future life. She had not realized that in London. Grace had seemed harmless there and unimportant. Already here in Skeeton she seemed to stand for a whole scheme of life. Maggie had moved and altered a good many of the things in the house. She had discovered a small attic, and into this she had piled pell-mell a number of photographs, cheap reproductions, cushions, worsted mats, and china ornaments. She had done it gaily and with a sense of clearing the air. Now, as Grace's hour approached, she was not so sure. "Well, I'm not afraid," she reassured herself with her favourite defiance. "She can't eat me, and it's my house." Paul had not noticed the alterations. He was always blind to his surroundings unless they were what he called queer. There was the rattle of the cab wheels on the drive, and a moment later Grace was in the hall. "Dear Paul, Maggie, dear." She stood there, a very solid and assured figure. She was square and thick and reminded Maggie today of Mrs. Noah. Her clothes stood cut out around her as though they had been cut in wood. She had her large amiable smile, and the kiss that she gave Maggie was a wet, soft, and very friendly one. "Now I think I'll have a tea at once without taking my hat off. In Paul's study? That's nice. Maggie dear, how are you? Such a journey. But astonishing. Just fancy, I got into Charing Cross and then... Why, here's the study. Fancy. Maggie dear, how are you? Well, that's right. Why, there's tea. That's right. Everything just as it was. Fancy." She took off her gloves, smiled, seated herself more comfortably, then began to look about the room. Suddenly there came, "Why, Paul, where's the Emmanuel football group?" There was a moment's silence. Maggie felt her heart give a little bump, as it seemed to her, right against the roof of her mouth. Paul, so like him, had not noticed that the football group had vanished. He stared at the blank place on the wall where it had once been. "Why, Grace, I don't know. I never noticed it wasn't there." "I took it down," said Maggie. "I thought there were too many photographs. It's in the attic." "In the attic? Fancy. You put it away, did you, Maggie? Well, fancy. Shan't I make tea, Maggie dear? That teapot, it's an old friend of mine. I know how to manage it." They changed seats. Grace was as amiable as ever, but now her eyes flashed about from place to place all around the room. "Why, this is a new kind of jam. How nice! As I was saying, I got into Charing Cross and there wasn't a porter. Just fancy! At least there was a porter, an old man, but when I beckoned to him he wouldn't move. Well, I was angry. I can tell you, Paul, I wasn't going to stand that. So I... What nice jam, dear! I never knew Mitchell's had jam like this." "I didn't get it at Mitchell's," said Maggie. "I've changed the grocer. Mitchell hasn't got anything, and his prices are just about double Brown John's." "Brown John?" Grace stared, her bread and jam suspended. "Brown John? But Maggie dear, he's a dissenter." "Oh, Maggie," said Paul, "you should have told me." "Why?" said Maggie, bewildered. "Father never minded about dissenters. Our butcher in St. Riot's was an atheist, and..." "Well, well," said Grace, her eyes still flashing about like goldfish in a pool. "You didn't know, dear. Of course you didn't. I'm sure we can put it right with Mitchell, although he's a sensitive man. I'll go and see him in the morning. I am glad I'm back. Well, I was telling you, where was I? About the porter." Something drove Maggie to say, "I'd rather have a good grocer who's a dissenter than a bad one who goes to church." "Maggie," said Paul, "you don't know what you're saying. You don't realize what the effect in the parish would be." "Of course she doesn't," said Grace consolingly. "She'll understand in time. As I was saying, I was so angry that I caught the old man by the arm and I said to him, If you think you're paid to lean up against a wall and not do your duty, you're mightily mistaken, and if you aren't careful, I'll report you. That's what I'll do." And he said, what were his exact words? I'll remember in a minute. I know he was very insulting, and the taxicab man, "Why, Paul, where's Mother's picture?" Grace's eyes were directed to a large space high above the mantelpiece. Maggie remembered that there had been a big faded oil painting of an old lady in a shawl and spectacles. A hideous affair, she had thought it. That was now reposing in the attic. Why had she not known that it was a picture of Paul's mother? She would never have touched it had she known. Why had Paul said nothing? He had not even noticed that it was gone. Paul stared, amazed, and certainly, yes, beyond question, frightened. "Grace, upon my word, I've been so busy since my return." "Is that also in the attic?" asked Grace. "Yes, it is," said Maggie. "I'm so sorry. I never knew it was your mother. It wasn't a very good painting, I thought, so I took it down. If I had known, of course, I would never have touched it. Oh, Grace, I am so sorry." "It's been there," said Grace, "for nearly 20 years. What I mean to say is that it's always been there. Poor mother. Are there many things in the attic, Maggie?" At that moment there was a feeble scratching on the door. Paul, evidently glad of anything that would relieve the situation, opened the door. "Why, it's Mitch!" cried Grace, forgetting for the moment her mother. "Fancy, it's Mitch! Mitch, dear! Was she glad to see her old friend back again? Was she? Darling! Fancy seeing her old friend again. Was she wanting her back?" Mitch stood shivering in the doorway. Then, with her halting step, the skin of her back wrinkled with anxiety, she crossed the room. For a moment she hesitated, then with shamefaced terror, slunk to Maggie, pressed up against her, and sat there huddled, staring at Grace with yellow, unfriendly eyes. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Chapter 4. Grace. Not in a day and not in a night did Maggie find a key to that strange confusion of fears, superstitions, and self-satisfactions that was known to the world as Grace Trenchard. Perhaps she never found it, and through all the struggle and conflict in which she was now to be involved, she was fighting desperately in the dark. Fight she did, and it was this same conflict, bitter and tragic enough at the time, that transformed her into the woman that she became. And through all that conflict it may be truly said of her that she never knew a moment's bitterness. Anger, dismay, loneliness, even despair. Bitterness never. It was not strange that Maggie did not understand Grace. Grace never understood herself, nor did she make the slightest attempt to do so. It would be easy enough to cover the ground at once by saying that she had no imagination, that she never went behind the thing that she saw, and that she found the grasping of external things quite as much as she could manage. But that is not enough. Very early indeed, when she had been a stolid-faced little girl with a hot desire for the doll possessed by her neighbour, she had had for a nurse a woman who rejoiced in supernatural events. With ghost stories of the most terrifying kind she besieged Grace's young heart and mind. The child had never imagination enough to visualize these stories in the true essence, but she seized upon external detail, the blue lights, the white shimmering garments, the moon and the church clock, the clanking chain and the stain of blood upon the board. These things were not for her, and indeed did she allow her fancy to dwell for a moment upon them, she was besieged at once by so horrid a panic that she lost all control and self-possession. She therefore very quickly put those things from her, and thenceforth lived in the world as in a castle surrounded by a dark moat, filled with horrible and slimy creatures, who would raise a head at her did she so much as glance their way. She decided then never to look, and from a very early age those quarters of life became to her queer, indecent, and dangerous. All the more she fastened her grip upon the things that she could see and hold, and these things repaid her devotion by never deceiving her or pretending to be what they were not. She believed intensely in forms and repetitions. She liked everything to be where she expected it to be, people to say the things that she expected them to say, clocks to strike at the right time, and trains to be up to the minute. With all this she could never be called an accurate or careful woman. She was radically stupid in the real sense of the word, so that her mind did not grasp a new thought or fact until it had been repeated to her again and again, so that she had no power of expressing herself, and a deep inaccuracy about everything and every one which she endeavoured to cover by a stream of aimless lies that deceived no one. She would, of course, have been very indignant had anyone told her that she was stupid. She hated what she called clever people, and never had them near her if she could help it. She was instantly suspicious of anyone who liked ideas or wanted anything changed. With all this, she was of an extreme obstinacy and a deep, deep jealousy. She clung to what she had with the tenacity of a mollusk. What she had was in the main Paul, and her affection for him was a very real human quality in her. He was exactly what she would have chosen had she been allowed at the beginning a free choice. He was lazy and good-tempered, so that he yielded to her on every possible point. He was absolutely orthodox and never shocked her by a thought or a word out of the ordinary. He really loved her and believed in her, and said quite truly that he would not have known what to do without her. It seemed strange, then, that it should have been in the main her urgency that led to the acquisition of Maggie. During the last year she had begun to be seriously uneasy. Things were not what they had been. Mrs. Constantine and others in the parish were challenging her authority. Even the choir boys were scarcely so subservient as they had been. And worst of all, Paul himself was strangely restive and unquiet. He talked at times of getting married, wondered whether she, Grace, wouldn't like someone to help her in the house, and even on one terrifying occasion suggested leaving Skeeton altogether. A momentary vision of what it would be to live without Paul, to give up her kingdom in Skeeton, to have to start all over again to acquire dominion in some new place, was enough for Grace. She must find Paul a wife, and she must find someone who would depend upon her, look up to her, obey her, who would incidentally take some of the tiresome and monotonous drudgery off her shoulders. The moment she saw Maggie, she was resolved. Here was just the creature, a mouse of a girl, no parents, no money, no appearance, nothing to make her proud or above herself, someone to be moulded and trained in the way she should go. To her great surprise, she discovered that Paul was at once attracted by Maggie. Had she ever wondered at anything, she would have wondered at this, but she decided that it was because she herself had made the suggestion. Dear Paul, he was always so eager to fall in with any of her proposals. Her mind misgave her a little when she saw that he was really in love. What could he see in that plain, gauche, uncharming creature? See something he undoubtedly did. However, that would wear off very quickly. The Skeeton atmosphere was against romance, and Paul was too lazy to be in love very long. Once or twice in the weeks before the wedding, Grace's suspicions were aroused. Maggie seemed to be an utter little heathen. Also, it appeared that she had had some strange love affair that she had taken so seriously as actually to be ill over it. That was odd and a little alarming, but the child was very young, and once married, there she'd be, so to speak. It was not, in fact, until that evening of her arrival in Skeeton that she was seriously alarmed. To say that first 10 minutes in Paul's study alarmed her is to put it mildly indeed. As she looked at the place where her mother's portrait had been, as she stared at the trembling Mitch cowering against Maggie's dress, she experienced the most terrifying, shattering upheaval since the day when, as a little girl of 6, she had been faced, as she had fancied, with the dripping ghost of her great-uncle William. Not at once, however, was the battle to begin. Maggie gave way about everything. She gave way at first because she was so confident of getting what she wanted later on. She never conceived that she was not to have final power in her own house. Paul had as yet denied her nothing. She moved the pictures and the pots and the crochet work down from the attic and replaced them where they had been, or nearly replaced them. She found it already rather amusing to puzzle Grace by changing their positions from day to day, so that Grace was bewildered and perplexed. Grace said nothing, only solidly and with panting noises, she suffered from shortness of breath, plodded up and down the house, reassuring herself that all her treasures were safe. Maggie, in fact, enjoyed herself during the weeks immediately following Grace's return. Paul seemed tranquil and happy. There were no signs of fresh outbreaks of the strange passion that had so lately frightened her. Maggie herself found her duties in connection with the church and the house easier than she had expected. Everyone seemed very friendly. Grace chattered on with her aimless histories of unimportant events and patted Maggie's hand and smiled a great deal. Surely all was very well. Perhaps this was the life for which Maggie was intended. And that other life began to be dim and faint. Even Martin was a little hidden and mysterious. Strangely, she was glad of that. The only way that this could be carried through was by keeping the other out of it. Would the two worlds mingle? Would the faces and voices of those spirits be seen and heard again? Would they leave Maggie now or plan to steal her back? The whole future of her life depended on the answer to that. During those weeks she investigated Skeeton very thoroughly. She found that her Skeeton, the Skeeton of fashion and of the church, was a very small affair consisting of 2 rows of villas, some detached houses that trickled into the country, and a little clump of villas on a hill over the sea beyond the town. There were not more than 50 souls all told in this regiment of fashion, and the leaders of the 50 were Mrs. Constantine, Mrs. Max, Miss Purves, a Mrs. Tempest, a large black tragic creature, and Miss Grace Trenchard, and they had for their male supporters Colonel Max, Mr. William Tempest, a Mr. Purdy, rich and idle, and the Reverend Paul. Maggie discovered that the manners, habits, and even voices and gestures of this sacred 50 were all the same. The only question upon which they divided was one of residence. The richer and finer division spent several weeks of the winter abroad in places like Nice and Cannes, and the poorer contingent took their holiday from Skeeton in the summer in Glebeshire or the Lake District. The Constantines and the Maxes were very fine indeed, because they went both to Cannes in the winter and Scotland in the summer. It was wonderful, considering how often Mrs. Constantine was away from Skeeton, how solemn and awe-inspiring an impression she made and retained in the Skeeton world. Maggie discovered that unless you had a large house with independent grounds outside the town, it was impossible to remain in Skeeton during the summer months. Oh, the trippers! Oh, the trippers! Yes, they were terrible. Swallowed up the sands, eggshells, niggers, pierrots, bathing machines, vulgarity, moonlight embracing, noise, sand, and dust. If you were anyone at all, you did not stay in Skeeton during the summer months, unless, as I have said, you were so grand that you could disregard it altogether. It happened that these weeks were wet and windy, and Maggie was blown about from one end of the town to the other. There could be no denying that it was grim and ugly under these conditions. It might be that when the spring came there would be flowers in the gardens, and the trees would break out into fresh green, and the sands would gleam with mother of pearl, and the sea would glitter with sunshine. All that perhaps would come. Meanwhile there was not a house that was not hideous. The wind tore screaming down the long beaches, carrying with it a flurry of tempestuous rain, whilst the sea itself moved in sluggish oily coils, dirt-grey to the grey horizon. Worst of all, perhaps, were the deserted buildings at other times dedicated to gaiety, ghosts of places that were with torn paper flapping against their sides and the wind tearing at their tin-plated roofs. Then there was the desolate little station, having, it seemed, no connection with any kind of traffic, and behind all this the woods howled and creaked and whistled, derisive, provocative, the only creatures alive in all that world. Between the fashion and the place, the church stood as a bridge. Centuries ago, when Skeeton had been the merest hamlet clustered behind the beach, the church had been there, not the present building, looking, poor thing, as though it were in a perpetual state of scarlet fever, but a shabby, humble little chapel close to the sea, sheltered by the sandy hill. The present temple had been built about 1870 and was considered very satisfactory. It was solid and free from draughts and took the central heating very well. The graveyard also was new and shiny, with no bones in it remoter than the memories of the present generation could compass. The church clock was a very late addition, put up by subscription 5 years ago, and its clamour was so up-to-date and smart that it was a cross between the whistle of a steam engine and a rich and prosperous dinner bell. All this was rightly felt to be very satisfactory. As Miss Purves said, so far as the dear church goes, no one had any right to complain about anything. When Maggie had first arrived in Skeeton, her duties with regard to the church were made quite plain to her. She was expected to take one of the classes in Sunday school, to attend choir practice on Friday evening, to be on the committees for Old Women's Comforts, Our Brave Lads Guild, and the Girls' Friendly Society, to look after the flowers for the altar, and to attend Paul's Bible class on Wednesdays. She had no objection to any of these things. They were, after all, part of her job. She found that they amused her, and her life must be full, full, full. No time to think, no time to think, some little voice far, far within her cried. But on Grace's return difficulties at once arose. Grace had hitherto done all these things. She had, as she called it, played a large part in the life of our church. She was bored with them all, the choir practices, the committees, the altar flowers, and the rest. She was only too pleased that Maggie should do the hard work. It was quite fair that she, Grace, should have a rest. At the same time, she did not at all want to surrender the power that doing these things had given her. She did not wish Maggie to take her place, but she wanted her to support the burden. Very difficult, this, especially if you are not good at thinking things out. Grace never could think things out. It seemed as though her thoughts loved wilfully to tease and confuse her. Then, when she was completely tangled and bewildered, her temper rose, slowly, stealthily, but with a mighty force behind it. Suddenly, as a flood bursts the walls that have been trying to resist it, it would sweep the chambers of her mind, submerging, drowning the flock of panic-stricken little ideas. She would then lose her temper so much to her own surprise that she at once decided that someone else must be responsible. A few days after her return she decided that she must not let these things go, so she told Maggie that she would attend the Committee of Old Women's Comforts and be responsible for the choir practice. But on her return to these functions she found that she was bored and tired and cross. They were really intolerable, and she had been doing them for years and years and years. It was too bad that Maggie should suffer her to take them on her shoulders. What did Maggie think she was a clergyman's wife for? Did Maggie imagine that there were no responsibilities attached to her position? Grace did not say these things, but she thought them. She did not, of course, admit to herself that she wanted Maggie both to go and not to go. She simply knew that there was a grievance, and Maggie was responsible for it. But at present she was silent. The next factor in the rapidly developing situation was Mr. Tom's. One day early in April, Maggie went for a little walk by herself along the lane that led to Marsden Wood. Marsden Wood was the most sinister of all the woods. There had once been a murder there, but even had there not, the grim bleakness of the trees and bushes, the absence of all clear paths through its tangles and thickets, made it a sinister place. She turned at the very edge of the wood and set her face back towards Skeeton. The day had been wild and windy with recurrent showers of rain, but now there was a break. The chilly April sun broke through the clouds and scattered the hedges and fields with primrose light. Faintly and with a gentle rhythm the murmur of the sea came across the land, and the air was sweet with the sea salt and the fresh scent of the grass after rain. Maggie stood for a moment, breathing in the spring air and watching the watery blue thread its timid way through banks of grey cloud. A rich gleam of sunlight struck the path at her feet. She saw then, coming towards her, a man and a woman. The woman was ordinary enough, a middle-aged, prim, stiffly dressed person with a pale, shy face, timid in her walk and depressed in mouth and eyes. The man was a stout, short, thick-set fellow with a rosy, smiling face. At once Maggie noticed his smile. He was dressed very smartly in a black coat and waistcoat and pepper and salt trousers. His bowler was cocked a little to one side. She passed them, and the little round man, looking her full in the face, smiled so happily and with so radiant an amiability that she was compelled to respond. The woman did not look at her. Long after she had left them, she thought of the little man's smile. There was something that, in spite of herself, reminded her both of Uncle Matthew and Martin. She felt a sudden and warm kinship, something she had not known since her arrival in Skeeton. Had she not struggled with herself, every kind of reminiscence of her London life would have come crowding about her. This meeting was like the first little warning tap upon the wall. On her return she spoke of it. "Oh," said Paul, "that must have been poor little Mr. Tom's with his sister." "Poor?" asked Maggie. "Yes, he's queer in the head, you know," said Paul. "Quite harmless, but he has the strangest ideas." Maggie noticed then that Grace shivered and the whole of her face worked with an odd emotion of horror and disgust. "He should have been shut up somewhere," she said. "It's disgraceful letting him walk about everywhere just like anyone else." "Shut up?" cried Maggie. "Oh, no, I don't think anyone ought to be shut up for anything." "My dear Maggie," said Paul in his fatherly protecting voice, "no prisons. Think what would become of us all." "Oh," said Maggie impatiently, "I'm not practical, of course. I don't know what one should do, but I do know that no one should be shut up." "Shoo, shoo," said Grace. Now this shoo, shoo may seem a very little thing, but very little things are sometimes of great importance. Marriages have been wrecked on an irritating cough and happy homes ruined by a shuffle. Grace had said shoo, shoo for a great many years and to many people. It expressed scorn and contempt and implied a vast store of superior knowledge. Grace herself had no idea of the irritating nature of this exclamation. She would have been entirely amazed did you explain to her that it had more to do with her unpopularity in Skeeton than any other thing. She had even said shoo, shoo to Mrs. Constantine. But she said it to Maggie more than to any other person. When she had been in the house a few days, she said to her brother, "Paul, Maggie's much younger than I had supposed." "Oh, do you think so?" said Paul. "Yes, I do. She knows nothing about anything. She's been nowhere. She's seen nobody. Poor child." It was the poor child's position that she now, during these first weeks, adopted. She was very, very kind to Maggie. As she explained to Mrs. Max, she really was very fond of her. She was a good girl. At the same time, Well, Mrs. Max would understand that Paul can hardly have known what he was marrying. Ignorance, carelessness, strange ideas. Someone from the centre of Africa would have known more, and so on. Nevertheless, she was a good girl, only she needed guidance. Fancy, she had taken quite a fancy to poor Mr. Toms. Proposed to call on his sister. Well, one couldn't help that. Miss Toms was a regular communicant. Nevertheless, she didn't realise that was it. Of course, she had known all kinds of queer people in London. Paul and Grace had rescued her, the strangest people. No, Maggie was an orphan. She had an uncle, Grace believed, and 2 aunts who belonged to a strange sect. Sex? No, sect. Very queer altogether. Mrs. Max went home greatly impressed. The girl's undoubtedly queer, she told her husband. The parson's got a queer sort of wife, Colonel Max told his friends in the Skeeton Conservative Club. He rescued her from some odd sort of life in London. No, don't know what it was exactly. Always was a bit soft, Trenchard. Maggie had no idea that Skeeton was discussing her. She judged other people by herself. Meanwhile, something occurred that gave her quite enough to think about. She had understood from Grace that it was expected of her that she should be at home on one afternoon in the week to receive callers. She thought it a silly thing that she should sit in the ugly drawing-room waiting for people whom she did not wish to see and who did not wish to see her. But she was told that it was one of her duties, and so she would do it. No one, however, had any idea of the terror with which she anticipated these Friday afternoons. She had never been a very great talker. She had nothing much to say unless to someone in whom she was interested. She was frightened lest something should happen to the tea, and she felt that they were all staring at her and asking themselves why her hair was cut short and why her clothes didn't fit better. However, there it was. It was her duty. One Friday afternoon she was sitting alone waiting. The door opened and the maid announced Mrs. Purdy. Maggie remembered that she had been told that Mr. Alfred Purdy was the richest man in Skeeton, that he had recently married and was but now returned from his honeymoon. Mrs. Purdy entered and revealed herself as Caroline Smith. For a moment, as Maggie looked upon that magnificent figure, the room turned about her and her eyes were dim. She remembered, as though someone were reminding her from a long way off, that Caroline had once told her that she was considering the acceptance of a rich young man in Skeeton. She remembered that at the time she had thought the coincidence of Caroline and Paul Trenchard strange. But far stronger than any such memory was the renewed conviction that she had that fate did not intend to leave her alone. She was not to keep the two worlds apart. She was not to be allowed to forget. The sight of Caroline brought Martin before her so vividly that she could have cried out. Instead, she stood there, quietly waiting, and showed no sign of any embarrassment. Caroline was dressed in peach-coloured silk and a little black hat. She was not confused in the least. She seized Maggie's hand and shook it, talking all the time. "Well now, I'm sure you're surprised to see me," she said, "and perhaps you're not too glad either. Alfred wanted to come too, but I said to him, 'No, Alfred, this will be just a little awkward at first, for Maggie Trenchard's got a grievance, and with some reason too. So you'd better let me manage it alone the first meeting.' Wasn't I right? Of course I was. And you can just say right out now, Maggie, exactly what's in your mind. It's not my fault that we're both in the same town. I'm sure you'd much rather never set eyes on me again, and I'm sure I can quite understand if you feel like that. But there it is. I told you long ago in London that Alfred was after me, and I was in 2 minds about it. But of course I didn't dream you were going to marry a parson. You could have knocked me down with less than a feather when I saw it in the Skeeton News. 'That can't be my Margaret Cardinal,' I said, and yet it seemed so strange, the 2 names and all. Well, and then I found it really was the same. I was astonished. You, of all people, the wife of a parson. However, you know your own mind best, and I'm sure Mr. Trenchard's a very lucky man. So you can just start off and curse me, Maggie, as much as you like." The strange thing was that as Maggie listened to this, she felt a desire to embrace rather than curse. Of course Caroline had done her harm. She had perhaps ruined Martin's life as well as her own, but the mistake had been originally Maggie's in trusting Caroline with more confidence than her volatile nature would allow her to hold. And now, as she looked at Caroline and saw that pretty pink and white face, the slim beautiful body, the grace and gaiety and childish amiability, her whole soul responded. Here was a friend, even though an indiscreet one. Here was someone from home, the one human being in the whole of Skeeton who knew the old places and the old people, the chapel and the aunts, and Martin. She knew at once that it would have been far safer had Caroline not been there, that the temptation to discuss Martin would be irresistible, that she would yield to it, and that Caroline was in no way whatever to be trusted. She realized all these things, and yet she was glad. "I don't want to curse you, Caroline," said Maggie. "Sit down. Tea will be here in a minute. I was very unhappy about what you did, but that's all a long time ago now, and I was to blame too." "Oh, that's just sweet of you," said Caroline, running over and giving Maggie an impulsive kiss. "I said to Alfred, Maggie may be angry. I don't know how she'll receive me, I'm sure. She had the sweetest nature always, and it isn't like her to bear a grudge. But whatever way it is, I'll have to take it, because the fact is I deserve it. But there you are, simply angelic, and I'm ever so glad. The fact is I was ridiculous in those days. I don't wonder you lost your patience with me, and it was just like your honest self to be so frank with me. But marriage has just taught me everything. What I say is, everyone ought to be married. No one knows anything until they're married. It's amazing what a difference it makes, don't you think so? Why, before I was married I used to chatter on in the most ridiculous way. Caroline always said ridiculous. And now, but there I go, talking of myself, and it's you I want to hear about. Now, Maggie, tell me." But the sudden entrance of Grace and Paul checked for the moment these confidences. Caroline did not stay long this first time. She talked a little, drank some tea, ate a biscuit, smiled at Paul and departed. She felt perhaps that Grace did not approve of her. Grace had not seen her before. Certainly she would not approve of the peach-coloured dress and the smile at Paul. And then the girl talked too much. She had interrupted Grace in the middle of one of her stories. When Caroline had departed after kissing Maggie affectionately, Grace said, "And so you knew her before, Maggie?" "I knew her in London," said Maggie. "I like her," said Paul, "a bright young creature." "Hum," said Grace. That was a wonderful spring evening, the first spring evening of the year. The ugly garden swam in a mist faintly cherry colour. Through the mist a pale evening sky, of so rich a blue that it was almost white, was shadowing against a baby moon, sharply gold. The bottles on the wall were veiled by the evening mist. A thrush sang in the little bush at the end of the lawn. Paul whispered to Maggie, "Come out into the garden." She went with him, frightened. She could feel his arm tremble against her waist. His cold, hard fingers caught hers. No current ran from her body to his. They were apart, try as she may. When they had walked the length of the lawn, he caught her close to him, put his hand roughly up to her neck, and, bending her head towards his, kissed her. She heard his words, strangled and fierce. "Love me, Maggie, love me. You must." When he released her, looking back towards the dark house, she saw Grace standing there with a lamp in her hand. Against her will she shared his feeling of guilt, as like children caught in a fault, they turned back towards the house. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Chapter 5. The Battle of Skeeton. First year. Afterwards, when Maggie looked back, she was baffled. She tried to disentangle the events between that moment when Grace, holding the lamp in her hand, blinked at them as they came across the lawn, and that other most awful moment when, in Paul's study, Grace declared final and irrevocable war. Between those two events ran the history of more than 2 years, and there was nothing stranger than the way that the scene in the garden and the scene in the study seemed to Maggie to be close together. What were the steps, she used to ask herself afterwards, that led to those last months of fury and tragedy and disaster? Was it my fault? Was it hers? Was it Paul's? What happened? If I had not done this or that, if Grace had not said... No, it was hopeless. She would break off in despair. Isolated scenes appeared before her, always bound, on either side, by that prologue and that finale, but the scenes would not form a chain. She could not connect. She would remain until the end bewildered as to Grace's motives. She never, until the day of her death, was to understand Grace. She was angry for such little things, she said afterwards. She hated me to be myself. The 2 years in retrospect seemed to have passed with incredible swiftness. The months that followed them were heavy and slow with trouble. But from the very first, that is, from the moment when Grace saw Paul kiss Maggie in the evening garden, battle was declared. Maggie might not know it, but it was so, and Grace knew it very well. It may be said, however, in Grace's defence that she gave Maggie every chance. She marvelled at her own patience. For 2 years after that moment, when she decided that Maggie was queer, and that her beloved Paul was in real danger of his losing his soul because of that queerness, she held her hand. She was not naturally a patient woman. She was not introspective enough to be that, and she held no brief for Maggie. Nevertheless, for 2 whole years she held her hand. They were, all three, in that ugly house, figures moving in the dark. Grace simply knew as the months passed that she disliked and feared Maggie more and more. Paul knew that as the months passed, well, what he knew will appear in the following pages. And Maggie? She only knew that it needed all her endurance and stubborn will to force herself to accept this life as her life. She must. To give way meant to run away, and to run away meant to long for what she could not have, and loneliness and defeat. She would make this into a success. She would care for Paul although she could not give him all that he needed. She would and she could. Every morning as she lay awake in the big double bed with the brass knobs at the bedfoot winking at her in the early light, she vowed that she would justify her acceptance of the man who lay sleeping so peacefully beside her. Poor child, her battle with Grace was to teach her how far her will and endurance could carry her. Grace, on her side, was not a bad woman, she was simply a stupid one. She disliked Maggie for what seemed to her the most admirable reasons, and as that dislike slowly turned into hatred, her self-justification only hardened. Until that moment when she saw a faded patch of wallpaper on the wall instead of her mother's portrait, she had no doubts whatever about the success of what she considered her choice. Maggie was a dear, young, ignorant, helpless, but the very wife for Paul. Then slowly the picture changed. Maggie was obstinate, Maggie was careless, Maggie was selfish, idle, lazy, irreligious. At last Maggie was queer. Then when in the dusk of that summer evening she saw Paul kiss Maggie, as the moths blundered about her lamp, her stolid, unimaginative heart was terrified. This girl, who was she? What had she been before they found her? What was this strange passion in Paul isolating him from her, his sister? This girl was dangerous to them all, a heathen. They had made a terrible mistake. Paul had been from the first bewitched by some strange spell, and she, his sister, had aided the witch. And yet, to her credit be it remembered, for 2 years she fought her fears, superstitions, jealousies, angers. That can have been no easy thing for a woman who had always had her own way. But Maggie helped her. There were many days during that first year at any rate, when Grace thought that the girl was, after all, only the simple, harmless child that she had first found her. It was so transparently clear that Maggie bore no malice against anyone in the world, that when she angered Grace she did so always by accident, never by plan. It was only unfortunate that the accidents should occur so often. Maggie's days were from the very first of the utmost regularity. Breakfast at 8:30, then an interview with the cook, Grace generally in attendance here, then shopping with Grace, luncheon at 1:30, afternoon paying calls or receiving them, dinner 7:45, and after dinner reading a book while Paul and Grace played bezique, or if Paul was busy upon a sermon or a letter, he wrote letters very slowly, patience with Grace. This regular day was varied with meetings, choir practices, dinner parties, and an occasional penny reading. In this framework of the year it would have appeared that there was very little that could breed disturbance. There were, however, little irritations. Maggie would have given a great deal could she have been allowed to interview the cook in the morning alone. It would seem impossible to an older person that Grace's presence could so embarrass Maggie. It embarrassed her to the terrible extent of driving every idea out of her head. When Maggie had stammered and hesitated and at last allowed the cook to make a suggestion, Grace would say, "You mustn't leave it all to cook, dear. Now what about a nice shepherd's pie?" The cook, who hated Grace, would toss her head. "Impossible today, Mum, quite impossible." "Oh, do you think so?" Maggie would say. This was the cook's opportunity. "Well, for you, Mum, I'll see if it can't be managed, difficult as it is." Grace's anger boiled over. "That woman must go," she insisted. "Very well," said Maggie. Cook after cook appeared and vanished. They all hated Grace. "You're not very good at keeping servants, are you, Maggie, dear?" said Grace. Then there was the shopping. Grace's conversation was the real trouble here. Grace's stories had seemed rather a joke in London. Soon in Skeeton they became a torture. From the vicarage to the High Street was not far, but it was far enough for Grace's narrative powers to stretch their legs and get a healthy appetite for the day's work. Grace walked very slowly because of her painful breathing. Her stout, stolid figure in its stiff clothes, the skirt rather short, thick legs in black stockings and large flat boots, marched along. She had a peculiar walk, planting each foot on the ground with deliberate determination, as though she were squashing a malignant beetle. She was rather short-sighted, but did not wear glasses, because, as she said to Maggie, one need not look peculiar until one must. Her favourite headgear was a black straw hat with a rather faded black ribbon and a huge pin stuck skewer-wise into it. This pin was like a dagger. She peered around her as she walked, and forever inquired of Maggie who that was on the other side of the road. Maggie, of course, did not know, and there began then a long cross-questioning as to colour, clothes, height, smile or frown. Nothing was too small to catch Grace's interest, but nothing caught it for long. Maggie, at the end of her walk, felt as though she were beset by a whirl of little buzzing flies. She noticed that Paul had, from long habit, learnt to continue his own thoughts during Grace's stories, and she also tried to do this, but she was not so clever at it because Grace would suddenly stop and say, "Where was I, Maggie?" And then, when Maggie was confused, regard her suspiciously, narrowing her eyes into little thin points. The shopping was difficult because Grace would stand at Maggie's elbow and say, "Now, Maggie, this is your affair, isn't it? You decide what you want." And then when Maggie had decided, Grace, simply to show her power, would say, "Oh, I don't think we'd better have that. No, I don't think we'll have that. Will you show us something else, please?" And so they had to begin all over again. Nevertheless, throughout their first summer, Maggie was almost happy. Not quite happy. Some silent but persistent rebellion at the very centre of her heart prevented her complete happiness. What she really felt was that half of her, the rebellious, questioning, passionate half of her, was asleep, and that at all costs, whatever occurred, she must keep it asleep. That was her real, definite memory of her first year, that through it all she was wilfully, deliberately drugged. Everyone thought Paul very strange that summer. Mr. Flaunders, the curate, told Miss Purves that he was very odd. He was always the most tranquil man, a sunny nature, as you know, Miss Purves. Well, now I assure you he's never the same from one minute to another. His temper is most uncertain, and one can never tell of what he's thinking. You know he took the collects in the wrong order last Sunday, and last night he read the wrong lesson. 2 days ago he was quite angry with me because I suggested another tune for Lead, Kindly Light. Unlike himself. "To what do you attribute this, Mr. Flaunders?" said Miss Purves. "You know our vicar so well." "I'm sure I can't tell what it is," said Mr. Flaunders, sighing. "Can it be his marriage?" said Miss Purves. "I'm sure," said Mr. Flaunders, flushing, "that it can be nothing to do with Mrs. Trenchard. That's a fine woman, Miss Purves, a fine woman." "She seems a little strange," said Miss Purves. "Why doesn't she let her hair grow? It's hardly Christian as it is." "It's her health, I expect," said Mr. Flaunders. Paul was very gentle and good to Maggie all that summer, better to her than any human being had ever been before. She became very fond of him, and yet it was not apparently her affection that he wanted. He seemed to be forever on the verge of asking her some question and then checking himself. He was suddenly silent. She caught him looking at her in odd, furtive ways. He made love to her and then suddenly checked himself, going off, leaving her alone. During these months she did everything she could for him. She knew that she was not satisfying him, because she could give him only affection and not love. But everything that he wanted her to do she did, and they never, through all those summer months, had one direct, honest conversation. They were afraid. She began to see very clearly his faults. His whole nature was easy, genial, and above all lazy. He liked to be liked, and she was often astonished at the pleasure with which he received compliments. He had a conceit of himself, not as a man but as a clergyman, and she knew that nothing pleased him so much as when people praised his good-natured humanity. She saw him play-acting, as she called it, that is, bringing forward a succession of little tricks, a jolly laugh, an enthusiastic opinion, a pretence of humility, a man-of-the-world air, all things not very bad in themselves, but put on many years ago, subconsciously as an actor puts on powder and paint. She saw that he was especially sensitive to lay opinion, liked to be thought a good fellow by the laymen in the place. To be popular she was afraid that he sometimes sacrificed his dignity, his sincerity, and his pride. But he was really saved in this by his laziness. He was in fact too lazy to act energetically in his pursuit of popularity, and the temptation to sink into the dirty old chair in his study, smoke a pipe and go to sleep, hindered again and again his ambition. He had, as so many clergymen have, a great deal of the child in him, a remoteness from actual life, and a tremendous ignorance of the rough-and-tumble brutality and indecency of things. It had not been difficult for Grace, because of his laziness, his childishness, and his harmless, conceited good nature, to obtain a very real dominion over him, and until now that dominion had never seriously been threatened. Now, however, new impulses were stirring in his soul. Maggie saw it, Grace saw it, before the end of the summer the whole parish saw it. He was uneasy, dissatisfied, suffering under strange moods whose motives he concealed from all the world. In his sleep he cried Maggie's name with a passion that was a new voice in him. When she awoke and heard it, she trembled, and then lay very still. And what a summer that was! To Maggie, who had never, even in London, mingled with crowds, it was an incredible invasion. The invasion was incredible in the first place because of the suddenness with which it fell upon Skeeton. One day Maggie noticed that announcements were pasted onto the Skeeton walls of the coming of a Pierrot troupe, the Migmags. There was a gay picture of fine, beautiful Pierrettes and fine, stout Pierrots, all smiling together in a semicircle. Then on another hoarding it was announced that the Theatre Royal, Skeeton, would shortly start its summer season and would begin with that famous musical comedy, The Girl from Bobo's. Then the Pier Theatre put forward its claim with a West End comedy. The Royal Marine Band announced that it would play, weather permitting, in the pergola on the Leas every afternoon, 4:20 to 6. Other signs of new life were the Skeeton roller skating rink, the Piccadilly Cinema, concerts in the Town Hall, and popular lectures in the Skeeton Institute. There was also a word here and there about Wanton's bathing machines, Button's donkeys, and Milton and Rose charabancs. Then on a sunny day in June the invasion began. The little railway by the sea was only a loop line that connected Skeeton with Lane-on-Sea, Framble and Hooton. The main London line had its Skeeton station a little way out of the town, and the station road to the beach past the vicarage. Maggie soon learnt to know the times when the excursion trains would pour their victims onto the hot, dry road. Early in the afternoon was one time, and she would see them eagerly, excitedly hurrying to the sea, fathers and mothers and babies, lovers and noisy young men and shrieking girls. Then in the evening she would see them return, some cross, some too tired to speak, some happy and singing, some arguing and disputing, babies crying, all hurrying, lest the train should be missed. At first she would not penetrate to the beach. She understood from Paul and Grace that one did not go to the beach during the summer months. At any rate, not the popular beach. There was Merton Sand 2 miles away. One might go there. It was always deserted. This mysterious one fascinated Maggie's imagination. So many times a day Grace said, "Oh, I don't think one ought to." Maggie heard again and again about the trippers. "Oh, one must keep away from there, you know." In fact, the Skeeton aristocracy retired with shuddering gestures into its own castle. Life became horribly dull. The Maxes, the Constantines, and the remainder of the upper 10 either went away or hid themselves in their grounds. Once or twice there would be a tennis party, then silence. This summer was a very hot one. The little garden was stifling, and the glass bottles cracked in the sun. "I want to get out, I want to get out," cried Maggie. So she went down to the sea. She went surreptitiously. This was the first surreptitious thing she had done. She gazed from the promenade that began just beyond the little station, and ran the length of the town down upon the sands. The beach was a small one compared with the great stretches of Merton and Bouquet, and the space was covered now so thickly with human beings that the sand was scarcely visible. It was a bright afternoon, hot but tempered with a little breeze. The crowd bathed, paddled, screamed, made sand castles, lay sleeping, flirting, eating out of paper bags, reading, quarrelling. Here were 2 niggers with banjos, then a stout lady with a harmonium, then a gentleman drawing pictures on the sand. Here again a man with sweets on a tray. Here, just below Maggie, a funny old woman with a little hut where ginger beer and such things were sold. The noise was deafening. The wind stirred the sand curiously so that it blew up and about in little wreaths and spirals. Everything and everybody seemed to be covered with the grit of this fine, small sand. It was in Maggie's eyes, nose, and mouth as she watched. She hated the place, the station, the beach, the town, and the woods, even more than she had done before. She hated the place, but she loved the people. The place was sneering, self-satisfied, contemptuous, inhuman, like some cynical, debased speculator making a sure profit out of the innocent weaknesses of human nature. As she turned and looked, she could see the whole ugly town with the spire of St. John's, Paul's church, raised self-righteously above it. The town was like a prison hemmed in by the dark woods and the oily sea. She felt a sudden terrified consciousness of her own imprisonment. It was perhaps from that moment that she began to be definitely unhappy in her own life, that she realized with that sudden inspiration that is given to us on occasion, how hostile Grace was becoming, how strange and unreal was Paul, and how far away was everyone else. Just below her on the sand a happy family played, some babies, 2 little boys digging, the father smoking, his hat tilted over his eyes against the sun, the mother finding biscuits in a bag for the youngest infant. It was a very merry family and full of laughter. The youngest baby looked up and saw Maggie standing all alone there, and crowed. Then all the family looked up, the boys suspended their digging, father tilted back his hat, the mother shyly smiled. Maggie smiled back, and then, overcome by so poignant a feeling of loneliness, tempted, too, almost irresistibly to run down the steps, join them on the sand, build castles, play with the babies. She hurried away lest she should give way. I must be pretending at being married, she thought to herself. I don't feel married at all. I'm not natural. If I were sitting on the sand digging, I'd be quite natural. No wonder Grace thinks me tiresome. But how does one get older and grown up? What is one to do? She did not trust herself to go down to the sands again that summer. The autumn came, the woods turned to gold, the sea was flurried with rain, and the church began to fill the horizon. The autumn and the winter were the times of the church's high festival. Paul, as though he were aware that he had, during these last months, been hovering about strange places and peering into dark windows, busied himself about the affairs of his parish with an energy that surprised everyone. Maggie was aware of a number of young women of whom before she had been unconscious. Miss Carmichael, Mrs. Mary and Jane Bethel, Miss Clarice Hendon, Miss Polly Jones. Some of these pretty girls, all of them terribly modern, strident, self-assured, scornful, it seemed to Maggie. At first she was frightened of them as she had never been frightened of anyone before. They did look at her, of course, as though they thought her strange, and then they soon discovered that she knew nothing at all about life. Their 2 chief employments, woven in as it were to the web of their church assistance, were love and mockery, flirtations, broken engagements, refusals, acceptances, and, on the other hand, jokes about everybody and everything. Maggie soon discovered that Grace was one of their favourite Aunt Sallies. This made her very angry, and she showed so plainly her indignation on the first occasion of their wit that they never laughed at Grace in Maggie's presence again. Maggie felt after this very tender and sympathetic towards Grace, until she discovered that her good sister-in-law was quite unaware that anyone laughed at her, and would have refused to believe it had she been told. At the same time there went strangely with this confidence an odd perpetual suspicion. Grace was forever on guard against laughter, and nothing made her more indignant than to come into a room and see that people suddenly ceased their conversation. Maggie, however, did try this autumn to establish friendly relations with Grace. It seemed to her that it was the little things that were against the friendliness rather than the big ones. How she seriously blamed herself for an irritation that was really childish. Who, for instance, a grown woman and married, could do other than blame herself for being irritated by Grace's habit of not finishing her sentences? Grace would say, "Maggie, did you remember to—" "Oh, well, it doesn't matter." "Remember what, Grace?" "No, really, it doesn't matter. It was only that—" "But, Grace, do tell me, because otherwise you'll be blaming me for something I ought to have done." "Blaming you? Why, Maggie, to hear you talk anyone would think that I was always scolding you." "Of course, if that's what you feel." No, I don't, but I'm so careless. I forget things so. I don't want to forget something that I ought to do." "Yes, you are careless, Maggie, that's quite true. It's one of your faults." Strange how willing we are ourselves to admit a fault and irritated when a friend agrees about it with us. "Oh, I'm not always careless," said Maggie. "Often you are, dear, aren't you? You must learn. I'm sure you'll improve in time. I wonder whether— But no, I decided I wouldn't bother, didn't I? Still, perhaps, after all— No, I dare say it's wiser to leave it alone." Another little thing that the autumn emphasized was Grace's inability to discover when a complaint or a remonstrance was decently deceased. One evening Paul, going out in a hurry, asked Maggie to give Grace the message that evensong would be at 6:30 instead of 7 that day. Maggie forgot to give the message, and Grace arrived at the church during the reading of the second lesson. "Oh, Grace, I'm so sorry," said Maggie. "It doesn't matter," said Grace, But how you could forget, Maggie, is so strange. Do try not to forget things. I know it worries Paul. For myself, I don't care, although I do value punctuality and memory. I do indeed. What I mean is that it isn't for my own happiness that I mind. I don't want to forget, said Maggie. One would think to hear you, Grace, that you imagine I like forgetting. Really, Maggie, said Grace, I don't think that's quite the way to speak to me. And again throughout the long winter this little episode figured. You'll remember to be punctual, won't you, Maggie? Not like the time when you forgot to tell me. You'll forgive me reminding you, Maggie, but I didn't want it to be like the time you forgot to give me. Oh, you'd better not trust to Maggie, Paul. Only the other day when you gave her the message about Evensong. Grace meant no harm by this. Her mind moved slowly and was entangled by a vast quantity of useless lumber. She was really shocked by carelessness and inaccuracy because she was radically careless and inaccurate herself, but didn't know it. If there's one thing I value, it's order, she would say, but in struggling to remember superficial things, she forgot all essentials. Her brain moved just half as slowly as everything else. That winter was warm and muggy, with continuous showers of warm rain that seemed to change into mud in the air as it fell. The church was filled with the clammy mist of its central heating. Maggie, as she sat through service after service, watched one headache race after another. The air was full of headache. She asked once that a window might be kept open. That would mean death in Skeeton. You don't understand the Skeeton air, said Grace. That's because I don't get enough of it, said Maggie. She found herself looking back to the chapel services with wistful regret. What had there been there that was not here? Here everything was ordered, arranged, in decent sequence, in regular symmetry and progression. And yet no one seemed to Maggie to listen to what they were saying, and no one thought of the meaning of the words that they used. And if they did, of what use would it be? The affair was all settled. Heaven was arrayed, parcelled out, its very streets and courts mapped and described. It was the destination of everyone in the building, as surely as though they were travelling to London by the morning express. They were sated with knowledge of their destiny. No curiosity, no wonder, no agitation, no fear. Even the words of the most beautiful prayers had ceased to have any meaning because the matter had been settled so long ago, and there was nothing more to be said. How that chapel had throbbed with expectation, with amaze, with curiosity, with struggle. Foolish much of it, perhaps, stifling as it had seemed then in its superstition. Maggie had been afraid then, so afraid that she could not sleep at nights. How she longed now for that fear to return to her. At this point she would discover that she was beckoning back to her the figures of that other world. They must not come. The two worlds must not join, or she was lost. She turned her back from her memories and her desires. During this winter there were the two affairs of Mr. Toms and Caroline. Maggie carried out her resolve of calling on Mr. Toms. She did it one dark afternoon a few days before Christmas, moved, it must be confessed, partly by a deep sense of exasperation with Grace. Grace had been that day quite especially tiresome. She had a cold, and a new evening dress had cost twice as much as it ought to have done. Mitch had broken into eczema, and Mrs. Constantine had overruled her at a committee meeting. With a flood of disconnected talk she had overwhelmed Maggie until the girl felt as though her head had been thrust into a bag of flour. Through it all there had been an undercurrent of complaint, as though Maggie were responsible. Early in the afternoon Grace declared that her head was splitting and retired to her bedroom. Maggie, in a state of blinded and deafened exasperation, remembered Mr. Toms and decided to call on him. She found a neat little house standing in a neat little garden near the sea just beyond the end of the promenade, or the leas, as the real Sketonian always called it. Miss Toms and Mr. Toms were sitting in a very small room with a large fire, a pale grey wallpaper, and a number of brightly painted wooden toys arranged on a shelf running round the room. The toys were of all kinds: a farm, cows and sheep, tigers and lions, soldiers and cannon, a church and a butcher's shop, little green tufted trees, and a Noah's Ark. Mr. Toms was sitting neat as a pin, smiling in an armchair beside the fire, and Miss Toms near him was reading aloud. Maggie saw at once that her visit embarrassed Miss Toms terribly. It was an embarrassment that she understood perfectly, so like her own feelings on so many occasions. This put her at once at her ease, and she was the old, simple, direct Maggie, her face eager with kindness and understanding. Mr. Toms smiled perpetually, but shook hands like the little gentleman he was. Maggie, studying Miss Toms' face, saw that it was lined with trouble. An ugly face, grave, severe, but brave and proud. Maggie apologised for not coming before. "I would have come," she began. "Oh, you needn't apologise," said Miss Toms brusquely. "They don't call on us here, and we don't want them to." "They don't call," said Mr. Toms brightly, "because they know I'm queer in the head, and they're afraid I shall do something odd. They told you I was queer in the head, didn't they?" Strangely enough, this statement of his queerness, although it brought a lump into Maggie's throat, did not disturb or confuse her. "Yes," she said, "they did. I asked who you were after I had seen you in the road that day." "I'm not in the least dangerous," said Mr. Toms. "You needn't be afraid. Certain things seem odd to me that don't seem odd to other people. That's all." "The fact is, Mrs. Trenchard," said Miss Toms, speaking very fast and flushing as she spoke, "that we are very happy by ourselves, my brother and I. He is the greatest friend I have in the world, and I am his. We are quite sufficient for one another. I don't want to seem rude, and it's kind of you to have come, but it's better to leave us alone. It is indeed." "Well, I don't know," said Maggie, smiling. "You see, I'm a little queer myself. At least I think that most of the people here are coming to that conclusion. I'm sure I'm more queer than your brother. At any rate, I can't do you any harm, and we may as well give it a trial, mayn't we?" Mr. Toms clapped his hands with so sudden a noise that Maggie jumped. "That's right," he said. "That's the way I like to hear people talk. You shall judge for yourself, and we'll judge for ourselves." His voice was very soft and pleasant. The only thing at all strange about him was his smile, that came and went like the ripple of firelight on the wall. "You'd like to know all about us, wouldn't you? Well, until 10 years ago I was selling corn in the city. Such a waste of time. But I took it very seriously then, and worked. I worked too hard, you know, much too hard, and then I was ill for a long time. When I was better, corn didn't seem to be of any importance, and people thought that very odd of me. I was confused sometimes and called people by their wrong names, and sometimes I said what was in my head instead of saying what was in my stomach. Everyone thought it very odd, and if my dear sister hadn't come to the rescue, they would have locked me up. They would indeed. Shut me up and never let me walk about, all because I didn't care for corn any more." He laughed his little chuckling laugh. "But we beat them, didn't we, Dorothy? Yes, we did, and here we are. Now you tell us your history." Miss Toms had been watching Maggie's face intently while her brother spoke, and the clear, steady candour of Maggie's eyes and her calm acceptance of all that the little man said must have been reassuring. "Now, Jim," she said, "don't bother Mrs. Trenchard. You can't expect her to tell us her history when she's calling for the first time." "Why not expect me to?" said Maggie. "I've got no history. I lived in Glebeshire most of my life with my father, who was a clergyman. Then he died, and I lived with 2 aunts in London. Then I met Paul, and he married me, and here I am." "That's not history," said Mr. Toms a little impatiently. "However, I won't bother you now. You're only a child, I see, and I'm very glad to see it. I don't like grown-up people." "How do you like Skeeton?" asked Miss Toms, speaking more graciously than she had done. "Oh, I shall like it, I expect," said Maggie. "At least I shall like the people. I don't think I shall ever like the place. The sand blows about, and I don't like the woods." "Yes, they're greasy, aren't they?" said Mr. Toms, "and full of little flies. And the trees are dark and never cool." They talked a little while longer, and then Maggie got up to say good-bye. When she took Mr. Tom's hand and felt his warm, confident pressure, and saw his large, trusting eyes looking into hers, she felt a warmth of friendliness. Also it seemed to her that she had known him all her life. Miss Toms came with her to the door. They looked out into the dark. The sea rustled close at hand. Far on the horizon a red light was burning as though it were a great fire. They could hear the wave break on the beach and sigh in the darkness as it withdrew. "I shall come again," said Maggie. "Don't you be too sure," said Miss Toms. "We shall quite understand if you don't come, and we shan't think the worse of you. Public opinion here is very strong. They don't want to be unkind to Jim, but they think he ought to be shut up." "Shut up!" Maggie could feel that she was quivering. "Shut up!" Maggie tossed her head. "Anyway, they haven't shut me up yet," she said. "Well, good night," said Miss Toms, after a little pause in which she appeared to be struggling to say more. She told Grace and Paul at supper that night that she had been to see the Toms. She saw Grace struggling not to show her disapproval, and thought it was nice of her. "Do you really think," said Grace, "or perhaps after all—" "Paul," said Maggie, "do you not want me to see the Toms?" Paul was distressed. "No, it isn't that. Miss Toms is a very nice woman. Only You think it's not natural of me to take an interest in someone who's a little off his head like Mr. Tom's." "Well, dear, perhaps there is something." Maggie laughed. "I'm a little off my head too. Oh, you needn't look so shocked, Grace. You know you think it, and everyone else here thinks it too. Now, Grace, confess. You're beginning to be horrified that Paul married me." "Please, Maggie," said Paul, who hated scenes. Grace was always flushed by a direct attack. Her eyes gazed in despair about her while she plunged about in her mind. "Maggie, you mustn't say such things. No, you mustn't. Of course it's true that you've got more to learn than I thought. You are careless, dear, aren't you? You remember yesterday that you promised to look in at Pettit's and get a reel of cotton, and then, of course, Mr. Tom's is a good little man. Everyone says so. But at the same time he's queer. You must admit that, Maggie. Indeed, it wasn't really very long ago that he asked Mrs. Max in the High Street to take all her clothes off, so that he could see what she was really made of. Now that isn't nice, Maggie. It's odd. You can't deny it. And if you'd only told me that you hadn't been to Pettit's, I could have gone later myself." "If it isn't one thing," said Maggie, "it's another. I may be a child and careless, and not be educated, and have strange ideas. But if you thought, Grace, that it was going to be just the same after Paul was married as before, you were mistaken. 3's a difficult number to manage, you know." "Oh, if you mean," said Grace, crimsoning, "that I'm better away, that I should live somewhere else, please say so openly. I hate this hinting. What I mean to say is I can leave tomorrow." "My dear Grace," said Paul hurriedly, "whoever thought such a thing? We couldn't get on without you. All that Maggie meant was that it takes time to settle down. So it does." "That isn't all I meant," said Maggie slowly. "I meant that I'm not just a child as you both think. I've got a life of my own and ideas of my own. I'll give way to you both in lots of things, so long as it makes you happy. But you're not going to shut me up as you'd like to do to Mr. Tom's." Perhaps both Grace and Paul had a sharp, troubling impression of having caught some strange creature against their will. Maggie had risen from the table and stood for the moment by the door facing them, her short hair standing thick about her head, contrasting with her thick white neck, her body balanced clumsily but with great strength, like that of a boy who has not yet grown to his full maturity. She tossed her head back in a way that she had and was gone. The Caroline affair was of another sort. Some days after Christmas, Maggie went to have tea with Caroline. She did not enjoy it at all. She felt at once that there was something wrong with the house. It was full of paintings in big gold frames, looking-glasses and marble statues, and there was a large garden that had an artificial look of having been painted by some clever artist in the course of a night. Maggie did not pay a long visit. There were a number of men present. There was also a gramophone, and after tea they turned up the carpet in the dining-room and danced. Caroline, in spite of her noise and laughter, did not seem to Maggie to be happy. She introduced her for a moment to the master of the house, a stout, red-faced man who looked as though he had lost something very precious, but was too sleepy to search for it. He called Caroline sweet, and she treated him with patronage and contempt. Maggie came away distressed, and she was not surprised to hear, a day or two later, from Grace that Mrs. Purdy was fast and had been rude to Mrs. Constantine. One day early in the spring, Grace announced that Maggie ought not to go and see Mrs. Purdy any more. "There are all sorts of stories," said Grace. "People say, 'Oh, well, never mind. They have dancing on Sunday.'" "But she's an old friend of mine," said Maggie. "You have others to think of beside yourself, Maggie," said Grace, "and there is the church." "She's an old friend of mine," repeated Maggie, her mouth set obstinately. "I will ask Paul what he thinks," said Grace. "Please," said Maggie, her colour rising into her cheeks, "don't interfere between Paul and me. I'll speak to him myself." She did. Paul maintained the attitude of indifference that he had adopted during the last 6 months. "But would you rather I didn't go?" asked Maggie, aggravated. "You must use your judgment," said Paul. "But don't you see that I can't leave a friend just because people are saying nasty things?" "There's your position in the parish," said Paul. "Oh, Paul," Maggie cried, "don't be so aggravating. Just say what you really think." "I'm sorry I'm aggravating," said Paul patiently. It was this conversation that determined Maggie. She had been coming through all the winter months to a resolution. She must be alone with Paul, she must have things out with him. As the months had gone, they had been slipping further and further apart. It had been Paul who had gradually withdrawn into himself. He had been kind and thoughtful, but reserved, shy, embarrassed. She understood his trouble, but at her first attempt to force him to speak, he escaped and placed Grace between them. Well, this summer should see the end of that. They must know where they stood, and for that they must be alone. One day, early in June, Paul announced that he thought of exchanging duties for the month of August with a Wiltshire clergyman. This was Maggie's opportunity. Finding him alone in his study, she attacked. "Paul, did you mean Grace to come with us to Little Harbour in August?" "Of course, dear. She has nowhere else to go." "Well, she mustn't come. I've given way about everything since we were married. I'm not going to give way about this. That month we are to be alone." "Alone," said Paul. "But we're always alone." "We're never alone," said Maggie, standing with her legs apart and her hands behind her back. "I don't mean to complain about Grace. She's been very good to me, I know, and I've got so much to be grateful for. All the same, she's not coming to Little Harbour. She's got you all the rest of the year. She can give you up for a month." "But Maggie," said Paul. "No, I'm quite determined about this. I may be a child and a fool, but I know what I'm talking about this time. You're not happy. You never talk to me as you used to. There are many things we ought to have out, but Grace is always there in the daytime, and at night you're too tired. If we go on like this, we'll be strangers in another 6 months." He turned round to stare at her, and she saw in his eyes an odd, excited light. "Maggie," he said in a low voice, "if we go alone to Little Harbour, does it mean that you think you can begin to love me?" She turned her eyes away. "I don't know. I don't know about myself. I only know that I want us to be happy, and I want us to be close together, as we were before we were married. It's all gone wrong somehow. I'm sure it's my fault. It was just the same with my father and my aunts. I couldn't say the things to them I wanted to, the things I really felt, and so I lost them. I'm going to lose you in the same way if I'm not careful." He still looked at her strangely. At last, with a sigh, he turned back to his desk. "I'll speak to Grace," he said. That night the storm broke. During supper, Grace was very quiet. Maggie, watching her, knew that Paul had spoken to her. Afterwards, in the study, the atmosphere was electric. Grace read the Church Times, Paul the Standard, Maggie Longfellow's Golden Legend, which she thought foolish. Grace looked up. "So I understand, Maggie, that you don't want me to come with you and Paul this summer." Maggie, her heart, in spite of herself, thumping in her breast, faced a Grace transfigured by emotion. That countenance, heavily, flabbily good-natured, the eyes, if stupid, also kind, was now marked and riven with a flaming anger. But Maggie was no coward. With her old gesture of self-command, she stilled her heart. "I'm very sorry, Grace," she said, "but it's only for a month. I want to be alone with Paul." Grace, her hands fumbling on the arms of her chair as though she were blind, rose. "You've hated my being here, Maggie. All this time I've seen it. You've hated me. You don't know that you owe everything to me, that you couldn't have managed the house, the shops, the servants. Nothing, nothing. This last year I've worked my fingers to the bone for you and Paul. What do you think I get out of it? Nothing. It's because I love Paul. Because I love Paul. But you've hated my doing things better than you. You've wanted me to fail. You've been jealous. That's what you've been. Very well, then, I'll go. You've made that plain enough at any rate. I'll leave tomorrow. I won't wait another hour. And I'll never forgive you for this, never. You've taken Paul away from me, all I've ever had. I'll never forgive you. Never, never, never." "Grace, Grace," cried Paul, but she rushed from the room. Maggie looked at her husband. "Why, Paul," she said, "you're frightened. Grace doesn't mean it. She won't go tomorrow, or ever. There's nothing to be frightened of." His red cheeks were pale. His hands trembled. "I do so hate quarrels," he said. Maggie went up to him and rather timidly put her hand on his arm. "We'll have a lovely time at Harbour," she said. "Oh, I do want you to be happy, Paul." End of section 20. Section 21 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Chapter 6. The Battle of Skeeton, Second Year. Strangely enough, Maggie felt happier after this disturbance. Grace, in the weeks that followed, was an interesting confusion of silent and offended dignity and sudden capitulations, because she had some news of fussing interest that she must impart. Nevertheless, she was deeply hurt. She was as tenacious of her grievances as a limpet is of its rock, and she had never been so severely wounded before. Maggie, on her side, liked Grace better after the quarrel. She had never really disliked her, she had only been irritated by her. She thought it very natural of her to be angry and jealous about Paul. She was determined that this month at Little Harbour should put everything right. Looking back over these past years, she blamed herself severely. She had been proud, self-centred, unfeeling. She remembered that day so long ago at St. Driot's, when Aunt Anne had appealed for her affection and she had made no reply. There had been many days, too, in London when she had been rebellious and hard. She thought of that night when Aunt Anne had suffered so terribly and she had wanted only her own escape. Yes, hard and unselfish, that was what she had been, and she had been punished by losing Martin. Already here, just as before in London, she was complaining and angry and unsympathetic. She did care for Paul. She could even love Grace if she would let her. She would make everything right this summer and try and be a better, kinder woman. Then one morning she found a letter on the breakfast table. She did not recognize the handwriting. When she opened it and saw the signature at the end, for a moment she also did not recognize that. William Magnus. Then, why, of course, Mr. Magnus. She saw him standing looking down at her with his mild eyes, staring through his large spectacles. Her heart beat furiously. She waited until breakfast was over, then she took it up to her bedroom. The letter was as follows. Dear Miss Maggie, I know you are not Miss Maggie now, but that is the only way that I can think of you. I expect that you have quite forgotten me, and perhaps you don't want to hear from me, but I must not lose sight of you altogether. I haven't so many friends that I can lose one without a word. I don't know quite what to begin by telling you. I ought to ask you questions about yourself, I suppose, but I know that your aunts hear from you from time to time, and they give me news from your letters. I hear that you are happily married and are quite settled down to your new life. I am very glad to hear that, although it isn't quite the life that I would have prophesied for you. Do you like Skeeton? I've never cared much for seaside resorts myself, but then I'm a queer, cranky old man, and I deserve all I get. I wish I could tell you something cheerful about all your friends here, but I'm afraid I can't. Your aunt is so brave and plucky that probably she said nothing to you in her last letter about how ill she has been. But she's just had a very bad bout, and at one time we were afraid that we were going to lose her. You can imagine how anxious we all were. But she is better again now, although very much shattered. The chapel is closed. There's a piece of news for you. It never recovered from poor Warlock's death. He was the spirit that gave it life, and although he may have had his dreams and imaginations that deceived him, there was some life in that building that I have never found anywhere else and shall never find again. You remember that Amy Warlock married that scamp Thurston? Well, she has left him and has come back to live with her mother. She had a rather bad experience, I'm afraid, poor woman, but she says nothing to anyone about it. She and the old lady have moved from this part of London and have gone to live somewhere in Kensington. Someone saw Martin Warlock in Paris the other day. I hear that he has been very seriously ill and is greatly changed, looking years older. I can say, now that you are happily married, that I am greatly relieved that you were not engaged to him. You won't think this presumptuous of a man old enough to be your father, will you? I'm sure he had a good many things in him, but he was very weak and not fitted to look after you. But he had a good heart, I'm sure, and his father's death was a great shock to him. Thurston, I hear, is having revival meetings up and down the country. Miss Avies, I believe, is with him. You remember Miss Pinchon? She and many other regular attendants at the chapel have left this neighbourhood. The chapel is to be a cinematographic theatre, I believe. There, I have given you all the gossip. I have not said more about your aunts because I want you to come up one day to London when you have time and see them. You will do that, won't you? I expect you are very busy. I hope you are. I would like to have a line from you, but please don't bother if you have too much to do. Always your friend, William Magnus. When Maggie saw Martin's name, the other writing on the page transformed itself suddenly into a strange pattern of webs and squares. Nevertheless, she pursued her way through this, but without her own agency, as though some outside person were reading to her and she was not listening. She repeated the last words, "Always your friend, William Magnus," aloud, solemnly, twice. Her thoughts ran in leaps and runs, hurdle racewise across the flat level of her brain. Martin, old, ill, Paris. Those walls out there and the roadman with a spade. Little boy walking with him. Chattering. It's going to be hot. The light across the lawn is almost blue and the beds are dry. His room. The looking-glass. Always tilts back when one tries to see one's hair. Meant to speak about it. Martin. Ill. Paris. Paris. Trains. Boats. How quickly could one be there? No time at all. Paris. Never been to Paris. Perhaps he isn't there now. At that definite picture she controlled her mind again. She pulled it up as a driver drags back a restive horse. Her first real thought was, how hard that this letter should have come now when I was just going to put everything right with Paul. Her next, poor Paul, but I don't care for him a bit. I don't care for anyone but Martin. I never did. Her next, why did I ever think I did? And her next, why did I ever do this? She knew with a strange calm certainty that from this moment she would never be rid of Martin's presence again. She had maintained for more than a year a wonderful make-believe of indifference. She had fancied that by pushing furiously with both hands one could drive things into the past. But fate was cleverer than that. What he wanted to keep he kept for you. The weaving of the pattern in the carpet might be your handiwork, but the final design was settled before ever the carpet was begun. Not that any of these fine thoughts ever entered Maggie's head. All that she thought was, I love Martin, I want to go to him. He's ill. I've got to do my duty about Paul. She settled upon that last point. She bound her mind around it, fast and secure like thick cord. She put Mr. Magnus's letter away in the shell-covered box, the wedding present from the aunts. In this box were the programme of the play that she had been to with Martin, the ring with the 3 pearls, Martin's few letters, and some petals of the chrysanthemum, dry and faded, that she had worn on the great day of the matinee. Something had warned her that it was foolish to keep Martin's letters, but why should she not? She had never hidden her love for Martin. Then, standing in the middle of the room, close beside the large double bed, with a football group and the crucifixion staring down upon her, she had her worst hour. Nothing in all life could have moved her as did that picture of Martin's loneliness and sickness. Wave after wave of persuasion swept over her. Go now, take the train to Paris. You can find out from Mr. Magnus where he was living. He is sick. He needs you. You swore to him that you would never desert him, and you have deserted him. They don't want you here. Grace hates you, and Paul is too lazy to care. At the thought of Paul, resolution came to her. She looked up at the rather fat, amiable youth with the stout legs and the bare knees in the football photograph and prayed to it. Paul, I'm very lonely and tempted. Care for me even though I can't love you as you want. Don't give me up because I can't let you have what someone else has got. Let's be happy, Paul. Please. She was shivering. She looked back with a terrified, reluctant glance to the drawer where Mr. Magnus's letter was. Then she went downstairs. Soon after they started for Little Harbour. The last days in Skeeton had scarcely been happy ones. Grace had erected an elaborate scaffolding of offended dignity and bitter misery. She was not bitterly miserable. Indeed, she enjoyed her game, but it was depressing to watch Paul give way to her. He was determined to leave her in a happy mind. Anyone could have told him that the way to do that was to leave her alone altogether. Instead, he petted her, persuaded her to eat her favourite pudding, buying her a new work-box that she needed, dismissing a boy from the choir, the only treble who was a treble, because he was supposed to have made a long nose at Grace during choir practice. He adopted also a pleading line with her. Now, Grace, dear, don't you think you could manage a little bit more? Do you think you ought to go out in all this rain, Grace, dear? Grace, you look tired to death. Shall I read to you a little? He listened to her stories with a new elaborate attention. He laughed heartily at the very faintest glimmer of a joke. Through it all, Grace maintained an unreleased solemnity, a mournful superiority, a grim forbearance. Maggie, watching, felt with a sinking heart that she was beginning to despise Paul. His very movement as he hurried to place a cushion for Grace sent a little shiver down her back. "Oh, don't do it, Paul," she heard herself cry internally, but she could say nothing. She had won her victory about Harben. She could only now be silent. Still, she bore no grudge at all against Grace. She even liked her. Grace made many sinister allusions to her fancied departure. "Ah, in November. Oh, of course I shall not be here then." Or, "That will be in the autumn then, won't it? You'd better give it to someone who will be here at the time." With every illusion she scored a victory. It was evident that Paul was terrified by the thought that she would leave him. He did not see what he could do without her. His world would tumble to pieces. "But she hasn't the remotest intention of going," said Maggie. "She'll never go." "Well, I don't know. It would be strange without her, Maggie, I must confess. You see, all our lives we've been together. All our lives." Nevertheless, he felt perhaps some relief in spite of himself when they were safely in a train for Little Harben. It was rather a relief, just for a day or two, not to see Grace's reproachful face. Yes, it was. He was quite gay, almost like the boy he used to be. Little Harben was one of the smallest villages in Wiltshire, and its rectory one of the most dilapidated. The rectory was sunk into the very bottom of a green well. Green hills rose on every side above it, green woods pressed in all around it. A wild, deserted green garden crept up to the windows and clambered about the old walls. There was hardly any furniture in the house, and many, many windows, all without curtains. Long looking-glasses reflected the green garden at every possible angle, so that all the lights and shadows in the house were green. There was a cat with green eyes, and the old servant was so aged and infirm that she was, spiritually if not physically, covered with green moss. From their bedroom they could see the long green slope of the hill. Everywhere there was a noise of birds nestling amongst the leaves, of invisible streams running through the grass, of branches mysteriously cracking, and always in the distance someone seemed to be chopping with an axe. If you pushed a window open, multitudes of little insects fell in showers about you. All the roses were eaten with green flies. "What a place," said Maggie. Nevertheless, it was rather agreeable after the sand of Skeeton. During the first 3 days they preserved their attitude of friendly distance. On the 4th evening Maggie desperately flung down her challenge. They were sitting after supper in the wild, deserted garden. It was a wonderful evening, faintly blue and dim crocus with flickering silver stars. The last birds twittered in the woods. The green arc of the hill against the evening sky had a great majesty of repose and rest. "Now, Paul," said Maggie. "What is it, dear?" But he slowly changed colour and looked away from her, out into the wood. "We've got to face it sometime," she said. "The sooner, then, the better." "Face what?" he asked, dropping his voice as though he were afraid that someone would overhear. "You and me." Maggie gathered her resources together. "Before we were married, we were great friends. You were the greatest friend I ever had except Uncle Matthew. And now I don't know what we are." "Whose fault is that?" he asked huskily. "You know what the matter is. You don't love me. You never have you?" he suddenly ended, turning towards her. She saw his new eagerness and she was frightened, but she looked at a little bunch of stars that twinkled at her above the dark elms and took courage. "I'm very bad at explaining my feelings," she said, "and you're not very good either, Paul. I know I am very fond of you, and I feel as though it ought to be so simple if I were wiser or kinder. I've been thinking for weeks about this, and I want to say that I'm ready to do anything that will make you happy." "You'll love me?" he asked. "I'm very fond of you, and I always will be." "No, but love." "A word like that isn't important. Affection—" "No, it's love I want." She turned away from him, pressing her hands together, staring into the wood that was sinking into avenues of dark. She couldn't answer him. He came over to her. He knelt on the dry grass, took her head between his hands, and kissed her again and again and again. She heard him murmur, "Maggie, Maggie, Maggie, you must love me. You must. I've waited so long. I didn't know what love was. God in his mercy forgive me for the thoughts I've had this year. You've tormented me, tantalized me. You're a witch. A witch. You're so strange, so odd, so unlike anyone. You've enchanted me. Love me. Maggie, love me. Love me." She caught his words all broken and scattered. She felt his heart beating against her body, and his hands were hot to the touch of her cold cheek. She felt that he was desperate and ashamed and pitiful. She felt above all else that she must respond, and she could not. She strove to give him what he needed. She caught his hands, and then, because she knew that she was acting falsely and the whole of her nature was in rebellion, she drew back. He felt her withdraw. His hands dropped. She burst into tears, suddenly hiding her face in her hands as she used to when she was a little girl. "Oh, Paul," she wept, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm wicked. I can't." He got up and stood with his back to her, looking towards the night sky that flashed now with stars. She controlled herself, feeling desperately that their whole future together hung on the approaching minutes. She went up to him, standing at first timidly behind him, then putting her hand through his arm. "Paul, it isn't so hopeless. If I can't give you that, I can give you everything else. I told you from the first that I couldn't help loving Martin. All that kind of love I gave to him, but we can be friends. I want a friend so badly. If we're both lonely, we can come together closer and closer, and perhaps, later on..." But she could not go on. She knew that she would never forget Martin, that she would never love Paul. These two things were so clear to her that she could not pretend. As the darkness gathered the wood into its arms and the last twitter of the birds sank into silence, she felt that she too was being caught into some silent blackness. The sky was pale green, the stars so bright that the rest of the world seemed to lie in dim shadow. She could scarcely see Paul now. When he spoke, his voice came, disembodied, out of the dusk. "You'll never forget him, then?" at last he asked. "No." "You're strange. You don't belong to us. I should have seen that at the beginning. I knew nothing about women and thought that all that I wanted... Oh God, why should I be so tempted? I've been a good man." Then he came close to her and put his hand on her shoulder and even drew her to him. "I won't bother you any more, Maggie. I'll conquer this. We'll be friends as you want. It isn't fair to you." She felt the control that he was keeping on himself, and she admired him. Nevertheless, she knew, young though she was, that if she let him go now, she was losing him forever. The strangest pang of loneliness and isolation seized her. If Paul left her and Martin wasn't there, she was lonely indeed. She saw quite clearly how his laziness would come to his aid. He would summon first his virtue and his religion, and 20 years of abstinence would soon reassert their sway. Then he would slip back into the old, lazy, self-complacent being that he had been before. Staring into the dark wood, she saw it all. She could completely capture him by responding to his passion. Without that, she was too queer, too untidy, too undisciplined to hold him at all. But she could not lie, she could not pretend. She kissed him. "Paul, let's be friends then, splendid friends. Oh, we will be happy." But as he kissed her, she knew that she had lost him. Paul was very kind to her during their stay at Little Harben, but they recovered none of that old friendship that had been theirs before they married. Too many things were now between them. By the end of that month, Maggie longed to return to Skeeton. It was not only that she felt crushed and choked by the strangling green that hemmed in the old house. The weeds and the trees and the plants seemed to draw in the night closer and closer about the windows and doors. But also solitude with Paul was revealing to her in a ruthless, cruel manner his weaknesses. There were none of them perhaps very terrible, but she did not wish to see them. She would like to shut her eyes to them all. If she lost that friendly kindness that she felt for him, then indeed she had lost everything. She felt as though he were wilfully trying to tug it away from her. Why was it that she had never shrunk from the faults of Martin and Uncle Matthew, faults so plain and obvious, and now shrunk from Paul's? Paul's were such little ones, a desire for praise and appreciation, a readiness to be cheated into believing that all was well when he knew that things were very wrong, an eagerness to be liked even by quite worthless people, sloth and laziness, living lies that were of no importance save as signposts to the cowardice of his soul. Yes, cowardice. That was the worst of all. Was it his religion that had made him cowardly? Why was Maggie so terribly certain that if the necessity for physical defence of her or some helpless creature arose, Paul would evade it and talk about turning the other cheek? He was so large a man and so soft, a terrific egoist finally in the centre of his soul, an egoist barricaded by superstitions and fears and lies, but not a ruthless egoist, because that demanded energy. And yet with all this he had so many good points. He was a child, a baby, like so many clergymen. Even her father could have been defended by that plea. He was not radically bad, he was radically good, but he had never known discipline or real sorrow or hardship. Wrapped in cotton wool all his life, spoilt, indulged, treated by the world as men treat women. His effeminacy was the result of his training because he had always been sheltered. Now his contact with Maggie was presenting him for the first time with reality. Would he face and grapple with it, or would he slip away, evade it, and creep back into his padded castle? The return to Skeeton and the winter that followed it did not answer that question. Maggie, Grace and Paul were figures, guarded and defended, outwardly friendly. Grace behaved during those months very well, but Maggie knew that this was a fresh sign of hostility. The shoo-shoo, my dear child, and the rest that had been so irritating had been, after all, signs of intimacy. They were now withdrawn. Maggie made herself during that winter and the spring that followed as busy as possible. She ruthlessly forbade all thoughts of Martin, of the aunts, of London. She scarcely saw Caroline, and the church was her fortress. She seemed to be flung from service to service, to be singing in the choir, she had no voice, asking children their catechism, listening to Paul's high, rather strained voice reading the lessons, talking politely to Mrs. Max or one of the numerous girls, knitting and sewing, always so badly, and above all struggling to remember the things that she was forever forgetting. Throughout this period she was pervaded by the damp, oily smell of the heated church, always too hot, always too close, always too breathless. She had many headaches. She liked them because they held back her temptation to think of forbidden things. Gradually, although she did not know it, the impression gained ground that she was queer. She had not been to the Toms often, but she was spoken of as their friend. She had seen Caroline, who was now considered by the church a most scandalous figure, scarcely at all, but it was known that she was an old friend. Above all, it was understood that the rector and his wife were not happy. "Oh, she's odd. Looks more like a boy than a woman. She never says anything, seems to have no ideas. I don't believe she's religious really either." She knew nothing of this. She did not notice that she was not asked often to other houses. People were kind. The Skeeton people were neither malicious nor cruel, but left her more and more alone. She said to herself again and again, "I must make this a success. I must." But the words were becoming mechanical. It was like tramping a treadmill. She got no further, only became more and more exhausted. That spring and summer people noticed her white face and strange eyes. "Oh, she's a queer girl," they said. The summer was very hot, with a little wind that blew the sand everywhere. Strange how that sand succeeded in penetrating into the very depth of the town. The sand lay upon the pavement of the high street so that your feet gritted as you walked. The woods and houses lay for nearly 2 months beneath a blazing sun. There was scarcely any rain. The little garden behind the rectory was parched and brown. The laurel bushes were grey with dust. They saw very few people that summer. Many of their friends had escaped. Maggie, thinking of the green depths of Harborne a year ago, longed for its coolness. Nevertheless, she was happy to think that she would never have to see Harborne again. As she had foretold, laziness settled upon Paul. What he loved best was to sink into his old armchair in the dusty study and read old volumes of Temple Bar and the Cornhill. He had them piled at his side. He read article after article about such subjects as the silkworm industry and street signs of the 18th century. He was very proud of his sermons, but now he seldom gave a new one. He always intended to. "Don't let anyone disturb me tonight, Maggie," he would say at supper on Fridays. "I've got my sermon." But on entering the study he remembered that there was an article in Temple Bar that he must finish. He also read the Church Times right through, including the advertisements. Grace gradually resumed her old functions. She maintained, however, an elaborate pretence of leaving everything to Maggie. Especially was she delighted when Maggie forgot something. When that happened she said nothing. Her mouth curled a little. She treated Maggie less and less to her garrulous confidences. They would sit for hours in the drawing-room together without exchanging a word. Maggie and Paul had now different bedrooms. Early in the autumn Maggie had a little note from Mr. Magnus. It said, "You have not written to any of us for months. Won't you come just for a night to see your aunts? At least let us know that you are happy." She cried that night in bed, squeezing her head into the pillow so that no one should hear her. She seemed to have lost all her pluck. She must do something, but what? She did not know how to deal with people. If they were kind and friendly, there were so many things that she could do, but this silent creeping away from her paralyzed her. She remembered how she had said to Catherine, "No one can make me unhappy if I do not wish it to be." Now she did not dare to think how unhappy she was. She knew that they all thought her strange and odd, and she felt that strangeness creeping upon her. She must be odd if many people thought her so. She became terribly self-conscious, wondering whether her words and movements were strange. She was often so tired that she could not drag one foot after another. A few weeks before Christmas something happened, a terrible thing perhaps, but she was delivered by it. She was sitting one afternoon a few weeks before Christmas in the drawing-room alone with Grace. It was her at-home day, a Friday afternoon. Grace was knitting a grey stocking, a long one that curled on her lap. She knitted badly, clumsily, twisting her fingers into odd shapes and muddling her needles. Now and then she would look up as though she meant to talk, and then, remembering that it was Maggie who was opposite to her, she would purse her lips and look down again. The fire hummed and sputtered, the clock ticked, and Grace breathed in heavy, despairing pants over the difficulties of her work. The door opened, and the little maid, her eyes nervously wandering towards Grace, murmured, "Mr. Cardinal, ma'am." The next thing of which Maggie was conscious was Uncle Matthew standing clumsily just inside the door, shifting his bowler hat between his two hands. The relief of seeing him was so great that she jumped up and ran towards him, crying, "Oh, Uncle Matthew, I'm so glad, at last." He dropped his bowler in giving her his hand. She noticed at once that he was looking very unhappy and had terribly run to seed. He was badly shaved, his blue suit was shabby and soiled. He was fatter, and his whole body was flabby and uncared for. Maggie saw at once that he had been drinking, not very much, but enough to make him a little uncertain on his feet and unsteady in his gaze. Maggie, when she saw him, felt nothing but a rush of pity and desire to protect him. Very strangely she felt the similarity between him and herself. Nobody wanted either of them. They must just love one another because there was no one else to love them. She was aware then that Grace had risen and was standing looking at them both. She turned round to her, saying, "Grace, this is my uncle. You've heard me speak of him, haven't you? He was very kind to me when I was a little girl. Uncle, this is my sister-in-law, Miss Trenchard." Uncle Matthew smiled and rather unsteadily came forward. He caught her hand in both his damp, hot ones. "Very pleased to meet you, Miss Trenchard. I know you've been very good to my little Maggie. At least when I say my little Maggie, she's not mine any longer. She belongs to your brother now, doesn't she? Of course she does. I hope you're well." Maggie realized then the terrified distress in Grace's eyes. The grey stocking had fallen to the ground, and Grace stared at Uncle Matthew in a kind of fascinated horror. She realized, of course, at once that he was what she would call tipsy. He was not tipsy, but nevertheless tipsy enough for Grace. Maggie saw her take in every detail of his appearance, his unshaven cheeks, the wisps of hair over the bald top of his head, the spots on his waistcoat, the mud on his boots, and again as she watched Grace make this summary, love and protection for that unhappy man filled her heart. For unhappy he was. She saw at once that he had had a long slide downhill since his last visit to her. He was frightened immediately now of Grace and the room and the physical world, but frightened also behind these things at some spectre all his own. Grace sat down and tried to recover herself. She began to talk in her society voice. Maggie knew that she was praying, over and over again, with a monotony possible only to the very stupid, that there would be no callers that afternoon. "And so you know Glebeshire, Mr. Cardinal? Fancy! I've never been there in my life. Fancy that, although so many of my relations live there. I once nearly went down one wet Christmas, and I was going to stay with my aunt, but something happened to prevent me. I think I caught a cold at the time. I can't quite remember. But fancy you knowing Glebeshire so well." All this came out in a voice that might have issued from a gramophone, so little did it represent Grace's real feelings or emotions. Maggie knew so well that inside her head these exclamations were rising and falling. "What a horrible man! What a dreadful man! Maggie's uncle! We're lost if anyone calls. Oh, I do hope no one calls." It was obvious meanwhile that Matthew was urgently wishing for a moment alone with Maggie. He looked at her with pleading eyes, and once he winked towards Grace. He talked on, however, running some of his words into one another and paying very little attention to anything that Grace might say. "No, I haven't seen my little niece, Miss Trenchard, for a long time. Didn't like to interfere, in a way. Thought she'd ask for me when she wanted me. We've always been the greatest friends. I'm a bachelor, you see, never married. Not that I'd like you to fancy that I've no interest in the other sex, far from it, but I'm a wanderer by nature. A wife in every port, perhaps. Well, who knows? But one's lonely at times, one is indeed. A pretty tidy little place you've got here. Yes, you have, with a garden too." Paul came in, and Maggie saw him start as Matthew's stout figure surprised him. She felt then a rush of hostility against Paul. It was as though at every point she must run in fiercely to defend her uncle. Meanwhile Grace's worst fears were realized. The little maid announced Miss Purves and Mrs. Max. A terrible half-hour followed. Miss Purves, as soon as she understood that this strange man was Mrs. Trenchard's uncle, was all eager excitement, and Uncle Matthew, bewildered by so many strangers, confused by a little unsteadiness in his legs that would have been nothing had he not been in a small room crowded with furniture, finally clasped Mrs. Max by the shoulder in his endeavour to save himself from tumbling over the little table that held the cakes and bread and butter. His hot, heavy hand pressed into Mrs. Max's flesh, and Mrs. Max, terrified indeed, screamed. He began to apologise, and in his agitation jerked Miss Purves' cup of tea from the table onto the floor. After that he realised that it would be better for him to go. He began elaborate apologies. Paul saw him to the door. He gripped Paul by the hand. "I'm delighted to have met you," he said in full hearing of the trembling ladies. "You've given me such a good time. Give my little Maggie a good time too. She's not looking over well. Send her up to London to stay with me for a bit." Maggie saw him to the gate. In the middle of the little drive he stopped, turning towards her, leaning his hands heavily upon her. "Maggie, dear," he said, "I'm in a bad way, a very bad way. You won't desert me." "Of course I won't," she answered. "I may want your help in a week or two." He looked dismally about him, at the thick, dull laurel bushes and the heavy grey sky. "I don't like this place, Maggie," he said, "and all those women. It's religion again, and it's worse than that chapel. You don't seem able to get away from religion. You're not happy, my dear." "Yes, I am," she answered firmly. "No, you're not, and I'm not. But it will be all right in the end, I've no doubt. You'll never desert me, Maggie." "I'll never desert you," Maggie answered. He bent down and kissed her, his breath whisky-laden. She kissed him eagerly, tenderly. For a moment she felt that she would go with him, just as she was, and leave them all. "Uncle," she said, "you understand how it is, don't you? We'd have asked you to stay if we'd known." "Oh, that's all right." He looked at her mysteriously. "That new sister-in-law of yours was shocked with me. They wouldn't have me in the house. I saw that. And I only had one glass at the station. I'm not much of a man in society now. That's the trouble. But next time I'll come down and just send you a line and you'll come to see me in my own little place. Won't you? I'm in the devil of a mess, Maggie, that's the truth, and I don't know how to get out of it. I've been a bit of a fool, I have." She saw the look of terror in his eye again. "Would some money?" she suggested. "Oh, I'm afraid it's past £5 now, my dear." He sighed heavily. "Well, I must be getting along. You'll catch your death of cold standing out here. We ought to have been together all this time, you know. It would have been better for both of us." He kissed her again and left her. She slowly returned into the house. Curiously, he had made her happier by his visit. Her pluck returned. She needed it. Grace was now stirred by the most active of all her passions, fear. Nevertheless, Grace and Paul behaved very well. Maggie understood the shock that visit must have given them. She watched Grace imagining the excited stories that would flow from the lips of Miss Purves and Mrs. Max. She was determined, however, that Grace and Paul should not suffer in silence, and Uncle Matthew must be vindicated. At supper that night she plunged. "Uncle Matthew's been very ill," she began, "for a long time now. He wasn't himself this afternoon, I'm afraid. He was very upset at some news that he'd just had, and then meeting so many strangers at once." Maggie saw that Grace avoided her eyes. "I don't think we'll discuss it, Maggie, if you don't mind. Mr. Cardinal was strange in his behaviour, certainly. It was a pity that Miss Purves came, but it's better not to discuss it." "I don't agree," said Maggie. "If you think that I'm ashamed of Uncle Matthew, you're quite wrong. He's very unhappy and lonely." She felt her voice tremble. "He hasn't got any one to look after him." Grace's hand was trembling as she nervously crumbled her bread. Still without looking at Maggie, she said, "By the way, you did the church flowers this morning, didn't you, eh?" Maggie turned white and, as always on these occasions, her heart thumped, leaping as it seemed into the very palms of her hands. "But it was tomorrow," she began. "You remember that I told you 3 days ago that it was to be this morning instead of the usual Thursday because of the Morgans' wedding." "Oh, Grace, I'm so sorry. I had remembered, I had indeed, and then Lucy suddenly having that chill." Paul struck in. "Really, Maggie, that's too bad. No flowers tomorrow? Those others were quite dead yesterday. I noticed at evensong. Really, really. And the Morgans' wedding." Maggie sat there trembling. "I'm very sorry," she said, almost whispering. Why did fate play against her? Why, when she might have fought the Uncle Matthew battle victoriously, had Grace suddenly been given this weapon with which to strike? "I'll go and do them now," she said. "I can take those flowers out of the drawing-room." "It's done," Grace slowly savouring her triumph. "I did them myself this afternoon." "Then you should have told me that," Maggie burst out. "It's not fair making me miserable just for your own fun. You don't know how you hurt, Grace. You're cruel, you're cruel." She had a horrible fear lest she should burst into tears. To save that terrible disaster she jumped up and ran out of the room, hearing behind her Paul's admonitory, "Maggie, Maggie." It is to be expected that Mrs. Max and Miss Purves made the most of their story. The rector's wife and a drunken uncle. No, it was too good to be true, but it was true nevertheless. Christmas passed and the horrible damp January days arrived. Skeeton was a dripping covering of emptiness, hollow, shallow, deserted. Every tree, Maggie thought, dripped twice as much as any other tree in Europe. It remained for Caroline Purdy to complete the situation. One morning at breakfast the story burst upon Maggie's ears. Grace was too deeply moved and excited to remember her hostility. She poured out the tale. It appeared that for many months Caroline had not been the wife she should have been. No, there had been a young man, a Mr. Bennet from London. The whole town had had its suspicions, had raised its pointing finger, had peeped and peered and whimpered. The only person who had noticed nothing was Mr. Purdy himself. He must, of course, have seen that his house was filled with noisy young men and noisier young women. He must have realized that his bills were high, that champagne was drunk and cards were played, and that his wife's attire was fantastically gorgeous. At any rate, if he noticed these things, he said nothing. He was a dull, silent, slow-thinking man, people said. Then one day he went up to London, or rather, in the manner of the best modern problem play, he pretended to go, returned abruptly, and discovered Caroline in the arms of Mr. Bennet. He flung Mr. Bennet out of the bedroom window, breaking his leg and his nose, and that was why everyone knew the story. What he said to Caroline was uncertain. He did not, however, pack her off, as Miss Purves said that he should have done, but rather kept her in the big ugly house, just as he had done before, only now without the young men, the young women, the champagne and the flowers. "I must go and see her," said Maggie when she heard this story. Grace turned the strange pale yellow that was her colour when she was disturbed. "Maggie," she said, "I warn you that if you go to see this abandoned woman, you will be insulting Paul and myself before the whole town." "She is my friend," said Maggie. "She is a wicked woman," said Grace, breathing very heavily, "and you're a wicked woman if you go to see her. You have already made Paul miserable." "That is untrue," Maggie said fiercely. "It is I that have been miserable. Not that it hasn't been my own fault. I should never have married Paul." "No, you should not," said Grace, breathing as though she had been running very hard, "and for that I was partly to blame. But fancy what you've done since you've been with us. Just fancy. It's terrible. Never a greater mistake. Never, never." Maggie tossed her head. "Well, if it was a mistake," she said, "the end of pretending has come at last. I've been trying for nearly 2 years now to go your way and Paul's. I can't do it. I can't alter myself. I've tried and I can't. It's no use. Grace, we'd never get on. I see it's been hopeless from the first. But you shan't make Paul hate me. You've been trying your hardest, but you shan't succeed. I know that I'm stupid and careless, but it's no use my pretending to be good and quiet and obedient. I'm not good. I'm not quiet. I'm not obedient. I'm going to be myself now. I'm going to have the friends I want and do the things I want." Grace moved back as though she thought that Maggie were going to strike her. "You're wicked," she said. "What about those letters in your drawer? You've never loved Paul." "So you've been opening my drawers," said Maggie. "You're worse than I, Grace. I never opened anyone's drawers nor read letters I shouldn't. But it doesn't matter. There's nothing I want to hide. Paul knows all about it. I'm not ashamed." "No, you're not." Grace's eyes were large with terror. "You're ashamed at nothing. You've made everyone in the place laugh at us. You've ruined Paul's life here. Yes, you have. But you don't care. Do you think I mind for myself? But I love Paul, and I've looked after him all his life, and he was happy until you came. Yes, he was. You've made us all laughed at. You're bad all through, Maggie, and the laws of the church aren't anything to you at all." There was a pause. Maggie, a little calmer, realized Grace, who had sunk into a chair. She saw that stout middle-aged woman with the flat expressionless face and the dull eyes. She saw the flabby hands nervously trembling, and she longed suddenly to be kind and affectionate. "Oh, Grace," she cried, "I know I've been everything I shouldn't, only don't you see I can't give up my friends? And I told Paul before we married that I'd loved someone else and wasn't religious. But perhaps it isn't too late. Let's be friends. I'll try harder than ever before." Then she saw in the way that Grace shrank back, her eyes staring with the glazed fascination that a bird has for a snake, that there was more than dislike and jealousy here. There was the wild, unreasoning fear that a child has for the dark. "Am I like that?" was her own instinctive shuddering thought. Then, almost running, she rushed up to her bedroom. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Chapter 7. Death of Aunt Anne. Maggie, after that flight, faced her empty room with a sense of horror. Was there truly, then, something awful about her? The child, for she was indeed nothing more, looked into her glass, standing on tiptoe that she might peer sufficiently, and saw her face, pale, with its large dark eyes rimmed by the close-clipped hair. Was she then awful? First her father, then her aunts, then the Warlocks, now Grace and Paul, not only dislike, but fright, terror, alarm. Her loneliness crushed her in that half-hour as it had never crushed her since that day at Borheddon. She broke down altogether, kneeling by the bed and her head in her pillow, sobbing, "Oh, Martin, I want you. Martin, I want you so." When she was calmer, she thought of going down to Paul and making another appeal to him, but she knew that such an appeal could only end in his asking her to change herself, begging her to be more polite to Grace, more careful and less forgetful, and of course to give up such people as the Toms and Caroline, and then there would come, after it all, the question as to whether she intended to behave better to himself, whether she would be more loving, more... Oh no, she could not, she could not, she could not. She saw the impossibility of it so plainly that it was a relief to her, and she washed her face and brushed her hair and plucked up courage to regard herself normally once more. "I'm not different," she said to the looking-glass. "There's no reason for Grace to make faces." She saw that the breach between herself and Grace had become irreparable, and that whatever else happened in the future, at least it was certain that they would never be friends again. She went downstairs, prepared to do battle. Next morning she paid her visit to Caroline. It was a strange affair. The girl was sitting alone in her over-gorgeous house, her hands on her lap, looking out of the window, an unusual position for her to be in. Caroline was at first very stiff and haughty, expecting that Maggie had come to scold her. "I just looked in to see how you were," said Maggie. "You might have come before," answered Caroline. "It's years since you've been near me." "I didn't like all those people you had in your house," said Maggie. "I like it better now there's no one in it." That was not, perhaps, very tactful of her. Caroline flushed. "I could have them all here now if I wanted to ask them," she answered angrily. "Well, I'm very glad you'd rather be without them," said Maggie. "They weren't worthy of you, Caroline." "Oh, what's the use going on talking like this?" Caroline broke out. "Of course you've heard all about everything. Everyone has. I can't put my nose outside the door without them all peering at me. I hate them all of them, and the place too, and everyone in it." "I expect you do," said Maggie sympathetically. "Nasty cats. As though they'd never done anything wrong in all their days. It was mostly Alfred's fault too. What does he expect when he leaves me all alone here week after week eating one's heart out? One must do something with one's time, just like all men. At first there's nothing too good for you. Then when they get used to it, they can't be bothered about anything. I wonder what a man thinks married life is. Then to listen to Alfred, you'd think we were still living in the days of the good Queen Victoria. You would indeed. Wouldn't let me go up to London alone. There's a nice thing for you. And all because he did let me go once and I meant to stay with Mother and Mother was away, so I had to sleep at a hotel. Why shouldn't I sleep at a hotel? I'm not a baby. And now he keeps me here like a prisoner, just as though I were in jail." "Is he unkind to you?" asked Maggie. "No, he isn't. It's his horrible kindness I can't stand. He won't divorce me, he won't let me go away. He just keeps me here and is so kind and patient that I could kill him. I shall one day. I know I shall." She stood for a moment, pouting and looking out of the window. Then suddenly she turned and, flinging her arms around Maggie, burst into tears. "Oh, Maggie, I'm so miserable. I'm so miserable, Maggie. Why did I ever come here? Why did I ever marry? I was so happy at home with Mother." Maggie comforted her, persuading her that all would soon be well, that people very quickly forgot their little pieces of scandal, and that so long as she did not run away or do anything really desperate, all would come right. Maggie discovered that Caroline had escaped from her crisis with an increased respect and even affection for her husband. She was afraid of him, and was the sort of woman who must be afraid of her husband before her married life can settle into any kind of security. "And I thought you'd altogether abandoned me," she ended. "I wasn't coming while all those people were about," said Maggie. "You darling," cried Caroline, kissing her. "Just the same as you used to be. I was angry, I can tell you, when month after month went by and you never came near me. I used to tell people when they asked me that you were odd. She's not a bit like other people, I would say. Not a bit, and it's no use expecting her to be. She's always been queer. I used to know her in London. They do think you odd here, darling. They do indeed. No one understands you. So odd for a clergyman's wife. Well, so you are, aren't you? I always tell them you had no bringing up." Caroline, in fact, very quickly recovered her flow. As soon as she found that Maggie was not shocked, she reasserted her old superiority. Before the visit was over, she had rather despised Maggie for not being shocked. At Maggie's departure, however, she was very loving. "You will come soon again, darling, won't you? It's no use asking you to dinner because, of course, your husband won't come. But look in any afternoon, or we might go for a drive in the motor. Goodbye. Goodbye." Maggie, on her return, found Grace looking at the midday post in the hall. She always did this in a very short-sighted way, taking up the letters one by one, holding each very close to her eyes, and sniffing at it as though she were trying to read through the envelope. This always irritated Maggie, although her own letters were not very many. Tonight, when she heard the hall door open, she turned and dropped the letters, giving that especial creaking little gasp that she always did when she was startled. "Oh, it's you, Maggie, is it? Where have you been?" "I've been to see Mrs. Purdy," Maggie said defiantly. Grace paused as though she were going to speak, then turned on her heel. But just as she reached the sitting-room door, she said, breathing heavily, "There's a telegram for you there." Maggie saw it lying on the table. She picked it up and hesitated. A wild beating of the heart told her that it must be from Martin. She didn't know what told her this, except that now for so long she had been expecting to see a telegram lying in just this way on the table, waiting for her. She took it up with a hand that trembled. She tore it open and read, "Come at once. Your aunt dying. Wishes to see you. Magnus." No need to ask which aunt. When one aunt was mentioned, it was Aunt Anne, of course. Oh, poor Aunt Anne! Maggie longed for her, longed to be with her, longed to be kind to her, longed to comfort her. And Mr. Magnus and Martha and Aunt Elizabeth and the cat. She must go at once. She must catch a train after luncheon. She went impetuously into her husband's study. "Oh, Paul," she cried, "Aunt Anne's dying, and I must go to her at once." Paul was sitting in his old armchair before the fire. He was wearing faded brown slippers that flapped at his heels. His white hair was tangled. His legs were crossed, the fat, broad thighs pressing out against the shiny black cloth of his trousers. He was chuckling over an instalment of Anthony Trollope's Brown, Jones and Robinson in a very ancient Cornhill. He looked up. "Maggie, you know it's my sermon morning. Interruptions." He had dropped the Cornhill, but not fast enough to hide it from her. She looked around at the dirty untidiness of the study. "It's all my fault, this," she thought. "I should have kept him clean and neat and keen on his work. I haven't. I've failed." Then her next thought was, "Grace wouldn't let me." The study, in fact, was more untidy than ever. The pictures were back in their places whence Maggie had once removed them. Husband and wife looked at one another. If she felt, "I've not managed my duty," he felt, perhaps, "What a child she is after all." But between them there was the gulf of their past experience. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said, yawning. "Is she an old lady?" "No, she's not," said Maggie, breathing very quickly. "I love her very much. I've been thinking, Paul, I've not been very good about my relations all this time. I ought to have seen them more. I must go up to London at once." "If your aunt's bad and wants you, I suppose you must," he answered. He got up and came over to her. He kissed her suddenly. "You'll be wanting some money," he said. "Don't be long away. I'll miss you." She caught the 2:30 train. It seemed very strange to her to be sitting in it alone after the many months when she had always been either with Grace or Paul. An odd sense of adventure surrounded her, and she felt as though she were now at last approaching the climax to which the slow events of the last 2 years had been leading. When she had been a little girl, one of the few interesting books in the house had been The Mysteries of Udolpho. She could see the romance now, with its 4 dumpy volumes, the F's so confusingly like S's, the faded print, and the yellowing page. She could remember little enough of it, but there had been one scene near the beginning of the story when the heroine, Emily, looking for something in the dusk, had noticed some lines pencilled on the wainscot. These mysterious pencilled lines had been the beginning of all her troubles, and Maggie, as a small girl, had approached sometimes in the evening dusk the walls of her attic to see whether there, too, verses had been scribbled. Now, obscure in the corner of her carriage, she felt as though the telegram had been a pencilled message presaging some great event that would shortly change her life. It was a dark and gloomy day, misty with a gale of wind that blew the smoke into curls and eddies against the sky. There seemed to be a roar about the vast London station that threatened her personally, but she beat down her fears, found a taxi, and gave the driver the well-remembered address. As they drove along, she felt how much older she was than when she was last in London. She had been ignorant of all life and the world. Now she felt that she was an old, old woman with an infinite knowledge of marriage and men and women and the way they lived. She looked upon her aunts and indeed all that world that had surrounded the chapel as something infinitely childish, and for that reason rather sweet and touching. She could be kind and friendly even to Amy Warlock, she thought. She wished that she had some excuse so that she might stay in London a week or two. She felt that she could stretch her limbs and breathe again now that she was out of Grace's sight. And she would find out Uncle Matthew's address and pay him a surprise visit. She laughed in the cab and felt gay and light-hearted until she remembered the cause of her visit. Poor, poor Aunt Anne. Oh, she did hope that she would be well enough to recognise her and to show pleasure at seeing her. The cab had stopped in the well-remembered street before the same old secret-looking house. Nothing seemed to have changed, and the sight of it all brought Martin back to her with so fierce a pang that for a moment breath seemed to leave her body. It was just near here, only a few steps away, that he had suddenly appeared, as though from the very paving-stones, when she had been with Uncle Matthew, and then had gone to supper with him. It was from this door that he had run on that last desperate day. She looked up at the windows. The blinds were not down. Her aunt was yet alive. She paid the taxi and rang the bell. The door was opened by Martha, who seemed infinitely older and more wrinkled than on the last occasion. Her old face was yellow like drawn parchment, and her thin grey hairs were pasted back over her old skull. She was wearing black mittens. "Miss Maggie," and there was a real welcome in her voice. Maggie was drawn into the dark little hall that smelled of cracknel biscuits and lamp oil. There was the green baize door, and then suddenly the shrill cry of the parrot, and then out of the dark the fiery eyes of Thomas the cat. "Oh, Miss Maggie," said Martha, "or I suppose I should say Mrs. now. It's a long, long time." "Yes, it is," said Maggie. "How is my aunt?" "If she lives through the night they'll be surprised," Martha answered, wheezing and sighing. "Yes, the doctor says, if Miss Cardinal sees morning, he says." Then, as Maggie hesitated at the bottom of the staircase, "If you'd go straight to the drawing-room, Mum, Mr. Magnus is waiting tea for you there." Maggie went up, past the armed men into the old room. She could have kissed all the things for their old remembered intimacy and friendliness. The pictures, the books, the old faded carpet, the fire-screen, the chairs and wallpapers. There, too, was Mr. Magnus, looking just as he used to look, with his spectacles and his projecting ears, his timid smile and apologetic voice. He did seem for a moment afraid of her, then her boyish air, her unfeigned pleasure and happiness at being back there again, and a certain childish awkwardness with which she shook hands and sat herself behind the little tea-table reassured him. "You're not changed at all," he told her. "Isn't that dreadful?" she said. "When all the way in the cab I've been telling myself how utterly different I am." "I suppose you feel older?" he asked her. "Older? Why, centuries." "You don't look a day," he said, smiling at her. "That's my short hair," she answered, smiling back at him, "and not being able to wear my clothes like a grown woman. It's a fact that I can't get used to long skirts, and in skeeton it's bad form to cross your knees. I try and remember," she sighed. "The truth is I forget everything just as I used to." "How is Aunt?" she asked him. He looked very grave, and behind his smiles and welcome to her she saw that he was a tired and even exhausted man. "They don't think she can live through the night," he answered her. "But, thank God, she's out of all pain and will never suffer any more. She's tranquil in her mind, too, and the one thing she wanted to put her quiet was to see you. She's been worrying about you for months. Why didn't you come up and see us all this time, Maggie? That wasn't kind of you." "No, it wasn't," said Maggie. "But I didn't dare." "Didn't dare?" he asked, astonished. "No, there were things all this would have reminded me of too badly. It wasn't safe to be reminded of them." "Haven't you been happy then there?" he asked her, almost in a whisper. "Oh, I don't know." She didn't look up at him. "I made a mistake in doing it. It was my fault, not theirs. No, I haven't been happy, if you want to know. And I shan't be. There's no chance. It's all wrong. They all hate me. I seem to them odd, mad, like a witch they used to burn in the old days. And I can't alter myself, and I don't want to." It was amazing what good it did her to bring all this out. She had said none of it to anyone before. Oh dear," sighed Mr. Magnus. "I hadn't known. I thought it was all going so well. But don't tell your aunt this. When she asks you, say you're very, very happy and it's all going perfectly. She must die at peace. Will you, my dear, will you?" His almost trembling anxiety touched her. "My dear Mr. Magnus, of course I will. And I am happy now that I'm back with all of you. All I want is for people to be fond of me, you know, but there's something in me—" She jumped up and stood in front of him. "Mr. Magnus, you're wise, you write books, you know all about things. Tell me the absolute truth. Am I odd? Am I queer? Am I like a witch that ought to be burnt at the stake?" He was deeply touched. He put his hands on her shoulders, then suddenly drew her to him and kissed her. "I don't find you odd, my dear, but then, God forgive me, I'm odd myself. We're all rather odd in this house, I'm afraid. But don't you worry, Maggie. You're worth a wagon-load of ordinary people." She drew slowly away. She sighed. "I wish Paul and Grace only thought so," she said. They had a quiet little tea together. Maggie was longing to ask Mr. Magnus questions about himself, but she didn't dare to do so. He wrapped himself in a reserved, friendly melancholy which she could not penetrate. He looked so much older, so much more faded, as though the heat and fire had gradually stolen away from him and left him only the grey ghost of what he had been. "Are you writing any books, Mr. Magnus?" she asked him. "Any books," he answered, smiling. "Surely one would be enough, my dear. I have one half finished, as a matter of fact, but it's not satisfactory. If it weren't for the bread and butter, I don't think I'd ever tackle it again. Or rather the bread, I should say. It's precious little butter it brings in." "What's it called?" she asked. "The Toad in the Hole," he said. "What a funny name. What does it mean?" "I don't know," he shook his head. "It meant something when I began it, but the meaning doesn't seem important now." In a little while he left her, saying, "Now, if I were you, I'd take a little nap, and later on I'll wake you and we'll go and see your aunt." She slept, lying back in the blue armchair in front of the fire, with only the leaping flames as light to the room. Strange and dim but unspeakably sweet were her dreams. It seemed that she had escaped forever from Paul and Grace and Skeeton, and that in some strange way Martin was back with her again, the same old Martin, with his laugh and the light in his eyes and his rough red face. He had come into the room. He was standing by the door looking at her. She ran to him, her hands stretched out, cries of joy on her lips. But even as she reached him, there was a cry through the house. "Your Aunt Anne is dead! Your Aunt Anne is dead!" And all the bells began to toll, and she was in the chapel again, and great crowds surged past her. Aunt Anne's bier borne on high above them all. She cried aloud, and woke to find Mr. Magnus standing at her side. One glance at him told her that he was in terrible distress. "You must come at once," he said. "Your aunt may have only a few minutes to live." She followed him, still only half awake, rubbing her eyes with her knuckles, and feeling as though she were continuing in that episode when Martha had led her at the dead of night into her aunt's bedroom. The chill of the passages, however, woke her fully, and then her one longing and desire was that Aunt Anne should be conscious enough to recognise her and be aware of her love for her. The close room, with its smell of medicines and eau de cologne and its strange breathless hush, frightened her just as it had done once before. She saw again the religious picture, the bleeding Christ and the crucifix, the high white bed, the dim windows and the little table with the bottles and the glasses. It was all as it had been before. Her terror grew. She felt as though no power could drag her to that bed. Something lurked there, something horrible and unclean, that would spring upon her and hold her down with its claws. "Maggie," said the clear, faint voice that she knew so well. Her terror left her. She did not notice Aunt Elizabeth, who was seated close to the bed, nor Mr. Magnus, nor the nurse, nor the doctor. She went forward unafraid. "Doctor, would you mind," the voice went on, 3 minutes alone with my niece?" The doctor, a stout, red-faced man, said something. The figures, all shadowy in the dim light, withdrew. Maggie was aware of nothing except that there was something of the utmost urgency that she must say. She came close to the bed, found a chair there, sat down and bent forward. There her aunt was lying, the black hair in a dark shadow across the pillow, the face white and sharp, and the eyes burning with a fierce, far-seeing light. They had the intense gaze of a blind man to whom sight has suddenly been given. He cries, "I see, I see," stretching out his arms towards the sun, the trees, the rich green fields. She turned her head and put both her hands about Maggie's. She smiled. Maggie said, "Oh, Aunt Anne, do you feel bad?" "No, dear, I'm in no pain at all. Now that you've come, I'm quite happy. It was my one anxiety." Her voice was very faint, so that Maggie had to lean forward to catch the words. "You'll have thought me unkind all this time," said Maggie, "not to have come, but it hasn't been unkindness. Many times I've wanted, but there seemed to be so much to do that it wasn't right to come away." "Are you happy, dear?" Aunt Anne said in her ghostly whisper. "Very, very happy," said Maggie, remembering what Mr. Magnus had said to her. Aunt Anne sighed. "Ah, that's good. It was my one worry that you mightn't be happy. I was all wrong about you, Maggie, trying to push you my way instead of letting you go your own. I should have waited for God to show his direction. But I was impatient, and if you were unhappy—" She broke off, and for a moment Maggie thought that she would speak no more. She lay there, with her eyes closed, like a waxen image. She went on again. "I've always loved you, Maggie, from the very first, but I was so impatient for you to come to God. I thought that he would reveal himself and you not be ready. He did reveal himself, but not as I had thought. He came that night and took Mr. Warlock with him. That was true, Maggie, that night. All true, all true. God will show you his way. It will be revealed to you. Heaven and its glories. God and his dear Son." She stopped again and lay with her eyes closed. Maggie timidly at last said, "Aunt Anne, I want you to forgive me for all my wickedness. I didn't mean to be wicked, but I just couldn't say my feelings out loud. I was shy of them somehow. I still am, perhaps. Maybe I always will be. But I just want to say that I know now how good you were to me all that time, and I'm grateful from my heart." "You'll get better, won't you, Aunt Anne? And then I'll come often? I'm shy to say my feelings, but I love you, Aunt Anne, for what you've been to me." She stopped. There was a deathly stillness in the chamber. The lamp had sunk low, and the fire was a gold cavern. Dusk stole on stealthy feet from wall to wall. Aunt Anne did not, it seemed, breathe. Her hands had dropped from Maggie's, and her arms lay straight upon the sheet. Her eyes were closed. Suddenly she whispered, "Dear Maggie, Maggie, my Lord and my God, my Master." Then very faintly, "The Lord is my shepherd, my shepherd. He shall lead me forth beside the pastures, my rod and my staff. The Lord—" She gave a little sigh, and her head rolled to one side. Maggie, with a startled fear, was suddenly conscious that she was alone in the room. She went to the door and called for the doctor. As they gathered about the bed, the caverns of the fire fell with the sharp sound of a closing door. Next morning Maggie wrote to Paul, telling him that her aunt was dead, that the funeral would be in 2 days' time, and that she would stay in London until that was over. She had not very much time just then to think of the house and the dead woman in it, because on the breakfast table there was this letter for her. 23 Cromwell Road, Kensington, March 12, 1912. Dear Mrs. Trenchard, I hear that you have come to London to visit your aunt. I have been hoping for some time past to have an opportunity of seeing you. I'm sure that you will have no wish at all to see me. At the same time, I do beg you to give me half an hour at the above address. 5 o'clock tomorrow would be a good time. Please ask for Miss Warlock. Believe me, yours faithfully, Amy Warlock. Maggie stared at the signature, then with a quickly beating heart decided that of course she would go. She was not afraid, but Martin's sister, what would come of it? The house was strangely silent. Aunt Elizabeth sniffed into her handkerchief a good deal. Mr. Magnus, his face strained with a look of intense fatigue, went out about some business. The blinds of the house were down, and all the rooms were bathed in a green twilight. About 4:15 Maggie went down into the Strand and found a cab. She gave the address, and off they went. Sitting in the corner of the cab, she seemed to be an entirely passive spectator of events that were being played before her. She knew remotely that Aunt Anne's death had deeply affected her, that coming back to the old house had deeply affected her, and that this interview with Amy Warlock might simply fasten on her the fate that she had for many months now seen in front of her. She could not escape, and she did not want to escape. They found the house, a very grimy-looking one, in the interminable Cromwell Road. Maggie rang a jangling bell, and the door was ultimately opened by a woman with sleeves turned up at the elbows and a dirty apron. "Is Miss Warlock at home?" The woman sniffed. "I expect so," she said. "Most times she is. What name?" "Mrs. Trenchard," Maggie said. She was admitted into a hall that smelt of food and seemed in the half-light to be full of umbrellas. The woman went upstairs, but soon returned to say that Miss Warlock would see the lady. Maggie found that in the sitting-room the gas was dimly burning. There was the usual lodging-house furniture, and on a faded red sofa near the fire old Mrs. Warlock was lying. Maggie could not see her very clearly in the half-light, but there was something about her immobility and the stiffness of her head, decorated as of old with its frilly white cap, that reminded one of a figure made out of wax. Maggie turned to find Amy Warlock standing close to her. "Mrs. Thurston," Maggie began, hesitating. "You may not know," said Amy Warlock, "that I have retained my maiden name. Sit down, won't you? It is good of you to have come." The voice was a little more genial than it had been in the old days. Nevertheless, this was still the old Amy Warlock, stiff, masculine, impenetrable. "I hope your aunt is better," she said. "My aunt is dead," answered Maggie. "Dear me, I'm sorry to hear that. She was a good woman and did many kind actions in her time." There was something very unpleasant about that room, with the yellow light, the hissing gas, and the immobile figure on the sofa. Maggie looked in the direction of old Mrs. Warlock. "You needn't mind Mother," said Amy Warlock. "For some time now she's been completely paralysed. She can't speak or move. But she likes to be downstairs, to see the world a bit. It's sad after the way that she used to enjoy life. Father's death was a great shock to her." It was sad. Maggie remembered how fond she had been of her food. Like a waxen image. Like a waxen image. The whole room was ghoulish and unnatural. "I've asked you to come and see me, Mrs. Trenchard," continued Miss Warlock. "Not because we can have any wish to meet, I am sure. We have never liked one another. But I have something on my conscience, and I may not have another opportunity of speaking to you. I don't suppose you have heard that very shortly I intend to enter a nunnery at Roehampton." "And your mother?" asked Maggie. "Mother will go into a home," answered Miss Warlock. There was a strange little sound from the sofa, like a rat nibbling behind the wainscot. "I must tell you," said Miss Warlock, speaking apparently with some difficulty, "that I have done you a wrong. Shortly after my father's death my brother wrote to you from Paris." "Wrote to me?" repeated Maggie. "Yes, wrote to you through me. I destroyed the letters. He wrote then 5 times in rather swift succession. I destroyed all the letters." Maggie said nothing. "I destroyed the letters," continued Amy Warlock, "because I did not wish you and my brother to come together. I did not wish you to, simply out of hatred for you both. I thought that my brother killed my father, whom I loved. I knew that the one human being whom Martin had ever loved beside his father was yourself. He did love you, Mrs. Trenchard, more truly than I had believed it in his power to love anyone. I think you could have made him happy. Therefore I did not wish you to meet again." There was a pause. Maggie said at last, "Were there no other letters?" "Yes," said Miss Warlock, "one this summer. For more than a year there was nothing. Then this summer a little one. I destroyed that too." "What did it say?" asked Maggie. It said that the woman to whom he had been married was dead. He said that if you didn't answer this letter, he would understand that you would not want to hear from him any more. He had been very ill. Where did he write that? In Paris. And where is he now? I don't know. I have heard from him no more. Maggie got up and stood, her head raised as though listening for something. You've been very cruel, Miss Warlock, she said. Perhaps I have, said Miss Warlock, but you cannot judge until you know with what reason I hated my brother. It is a very old story. However, now I hate no one. I will not apologize for what I have done. I do not want your forgiveness. I had to absolve my conscience. And you have no idea where he is now? I have no idea. He may be dead for all I know. Maggie shivered. If you have any more information you will give it me? I will give it you. This is my address. Maggie gave her a card. They said good day, looking for one moment face to face, eye to eye. Then Maggie turned and went. Her eyes were dim so that she stumbled on the stairs. In the street she walked, caring nothing of her direction, seeing only Martin. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Chapter 8. Death of Uncle Matthew. Grace, during the days that Maggie was in London, regained something of her old tranquillity. It was wonderful to her to be able to potter about the house once more, mistress of all that she surveyed, and protected from every watching eye. She had had, from her very earliest years, a horror of being what she called overlooked. She had a habit of stopping when she had climbed halfway upstairs, of suddenly jerking her head round to see whether anyone were looking at her. You would have sworn, had you seen her, that she was deeply engaged upon some nefarious and underhand plot. Yet it was not so. She was simply going to dust some of her hideous china treasures in her bedroom. Always after breakfast there was this pleasant ritual. She would plod all round the house, duster in hand, picking things up, giving them a little flick and putting them back again, patting treasures that she especially loved, sighing heavily with satisfaction at the pleasant sight of all her possessions tranquilly in their right places. As she looked around the ugly sitting-room and saw the red-glazed pots with the ferns, the faded football groups, the worsted mats and the china shepherdesses, a rich warm feeling rose in her heart and filled her whole body. It was like a fine meal to a hungry man. Every morning at 9:30 she was hungry in this fashion, and every morning by 11 o'clock she was satisfied. Her thick body thus promenaded the house. She was like a stolid policeman in female attire, going his rounds to see that all was well. From room to room she went, pausing to pant for breath on the stairs, stumbling always because of her short sight at the 3 dark little steps just outside Paul's bedroom, always sitting down on her bed to take a breath, and to get a full gaze at the crucifix of bright yellow wood that hung just under her mother's picture. Tramp, tramp, tramp round the house she went. It was incredible how deeply Maggie had interfered with this ritual. She had certainly not intended to do so. After that first effort to change certain things in the house, she had retired from the battle, had completely capitulated. Nevertheless, she had interfered with all Grace's movements, and, as the terror of her grew, it seemed to pervade every nook and corner of the house, so that Grace felt that she could go nowhere without that invasion. Oh, how she resented it, and how afraid she was! After Paul and Maggie returned from that summer holiday, she saw that Paul too felt Maggie's strangeness. To Grace, from the beginning of that autumn, every movement and gesture of Maggie's was strange. The oddity of her appearance, her ignorance of everything that seemed to Grace to be life, her strange, half-mocking, half-wondering attitude to the church and its affairs, like a heathen in Central Africa, her dislike of the Maxes and the Pinsents and her liking for the Toms and Caroline Purdy, her odd silences and still odder speeches, all these things increased the atmosphere that separated her from the rest of the world. Then came the day when Grace, dusting in Maggie's bedroom, discovered the bundle of letters. She read them with shame at her own dishonesty and anger at Maggie for making her dishonest. To her virgin ignorance, the passion in them spoke of illicit love and the grossest immorality. Her heart burnt with a strange mingling of envy, jealousy, loneliness, shame, and eagerness to know more. Then came Uncle Matthew's visit, then Caroline Purdy's disgrace, The Count was fully charged. Maggie, that strange girl found in the heart of London's darkness, alone, without friends or parents, was a witch, a devilish, potion-dealing witch, who might at any time fly through the night sky on a broomstick as surely as any medieval old hag. These visions might be exaggerated for many human beings, not so for Grace. Having no imagination, she was soaked in superstition. She clung to a few simple pictures, and was exposed to every terror that those pictures could supply. Maggie now haunted her day and night. Everywhere she could feel Maggie's eyes piercing her. 1,000 times an hour she looked up to see whether Maggie were not there in the room watching her. She hated her now with terror that was partly fear for her own safety, partly love and jealousy for Paul, partly outraged modesty and tradition, partly sheer panic. She had as yet said very little to Paul. She waited the right moment. Maggie's absence showed her how deep and devastating this fear had been. She saw that it embraced the whole life of Paul and herself in Skeeton. She had grown fond of Skeeton. She was a woman who would inevitably care for anything when she had become thoroughly accustomed to its ways, and was assured that it would do her no harm. She liked the shops and the woods, the sand and the sea. Above all, she adored the church. During a large part of every day she was there, pottering about, talking to the caretaker, poking her nose into the hymn books to see whether the choir boys had drawn pictures in them, rubbing the brasses, making tidy the vestry. The house, too, she loved, and the garden and the bottles on the wall. She might have known that she was not popular in the place. She cannot have failed to realize that she had no woman friend and that she was seldom invited to dinner. This did not matter to her. Her affections, and they were very real and genuine, were all for her brother. Had she Paul, she wanted no one else. That was enough. And now it might be that they would have to leave the place. Already the talk about Maggie was intolerable. Grace heard it on every side. After Matthew Cardinal's visit, the talk rose to a shriek. Grace knew that those sudden silences on her entrance into the room meant lively and excited discussion. How terrible for the poor rector! Such an odd girl, taken out of the slums. Yes, quite drunk. He knocked Mrs. Max down. Oh, I assure you that she went to see Caroline Purdy the very day after. She did indeed. Yes, Grace knew all about it. Unless things changed, Paul would have to go. His life was ruined by this girl. Nevertheless, for a whole happy week the world seemed to sink back into its old accustomed apathy. The very house seemed to take on its old atmosphere. Paul came out of his study and went about paying calls. That hour, from 6 to 7, when he was at home to his parishioners, seemed once again to be crowded with anxious old women and men out of work and girls in trouble. He took Grace with him on his rounds. Everyone was very friendly. Grace was able to reassume some of her old importance. Her old flow of conversation, checked recently by the sense of Maggie's strangeness, returned to her. In the morning she would stand by her brother's study table, duster in hand, and pour out her heart. You know, Paul, it's all very well, you may say what you like, but if Mrs. Max thinks she's going to have the whole of that second pew, she's mistaken. It's only for a week or two that she's got the Broadbents staying with her, and I know what she's after. Just fancy. What she wants is to put the Broadbents in that second seat the 2 Sundays they're here, and then stick to it after they're gone. Just fancy what Miss Beats and Miss Hopwood will feel about it. What I mean is that they've had that seat for nearly 8 years, and now to be turned out. But I assure you, Paul, from what Linda Max said to me yesterday, I believe she intends that. I do indeed. She thinks Miss Beats and Miss Hopwood will get used to sitting somewhere else after 2 Sundays. I'm sure they won't mind. Poor old things, she said only yesterday. Poor old things. Just fancy. Why, Mary Beats is very little older than I. You'll have to put your foot down about it. You will indeed, Paul. Yes, you will. Give Linda Max an inch and she takes a mile, I always said. And this is just the kind of thing. So happily Grace ran on, and Paul looked up from his desk at her, digging his fingers into his white hair, smiling at her in just the old confidential way that he used to have before Maggie came. She revived, too, her old habit of talking to herself. This had always been an immense relief to her. It had helped her to feel reassurance. Lately she had felt that Maggie was overhearing her and was laughing at her. This had checked her and made her suspicious. Now as she began to mount the stairs she would murmur to herself, "It might be better to tell Jenny to go to Bartlett's. After all, it's quicker that way, and she'll be able to tell the boy to bring the things back. She needn't wait. All the same, she's stupid. She'll make a muddle of it as likely as not. And Womble's boy is livelier than Bartlett's. That's something after all. But if she goes out at 2:30, she'll never be back by 4. Unless she went by Smith's Lane, of course. She might do that. Oh dear, these stairs are a trial. Yes, she might do that, and then she'd only be an hour altogether. I'll suggest that. Her murmur was a cheerful, monotonous sound accompanying her as she went. She would stop and rub the side of her nose with her thumb, considering. In the house, when there was no fear of callers, she wore large loose slippers that tap-tapped as she went. In the evening she sat in Paul's study all amongst the Cornhills, the Temple Bars, and the Bible concordances. They were very cosy and happy, and she talked incessantly. For some reason she did not dare to ask him whether he were not happier now that Maggie was away. She did not dare. There was not the complete confidence that there had been. Paul was strange a little, bewitched by Maggie's strangeness. There was something there that Grace did not understand. So she said nothing, but she tried to convey to him, in the peculiar warmth of her good-night kiss, what she felt. Then Maggie returned. She came back in her black clothes and with her pale face. Her aunt had died. She was more alone even than before. She was very quiet and agreed to everything that Grace said. Nevertheless, although she agreed, she was more antagonistic than she had been. She had now something that intensely preoccupied her. Grace could see that she was always thinking about something that had nothing to do with Skeeton or Paul or the house. She was more absent-minded than ever, forgot everything, liked best to sit in her bedroom all alone. "Oh, she's mad," said Grace. "She's really mad. Just fancy if she should go right off her head." Grace was now so desperately frightened that she lay awake at night, sweating, listening to every sound. "If she should come and murder me one night," she thought. Another thought she had was, "It's just as though she sees someone all the time who isn't there." Then came 13th of March, that dreadful day that would never be forgotten by Grace so long as she lived. During the whole of the past week, Skeeton had been delivered up to a tempest of wind and rain. The High Street, emptied of human beings, had glittered and swayed under the sweeping storm. The Skeeton Sea, possessing suddenly a life of its own, had stormed upon the Skeeton promenade, and worried and lashed and soaked that hideous structure to within an inch of its unnatural life. Behind the town the woods had swayed and creaked, funeral black against the grey thick sky. Across the folds the rain fell in slanting sheets with the sibilant hiss of relentless power and resolve. After luncheon on this day the 13th, Maggie disappeared into the upper part of the house, and Grace settled down on the drawing-room sofa to a nice little nap. She fell asleep to the comforting patter of rain upon the windows and the howling of the storm down the chimney. She dreamt, as she often did, about food. She was awakened with a sudden start by a sense of apprehension. This happened to her now so often that there was nothing strange in it, but she jumped up, with beating heart, from the sofa, crying out, "What's happened? What's the matter?" She realized that the room had grown darker since she fell asleep, and although it was early still, there was a sort of grey twilight that stood out against a deeper dusk in the garden beyond. "What is it?" she said again, and then saw that Jenny, the maid, was standing in the doorway. "Well, Jenny?" she asked, trying to recover some of her dignity. "It's a man, Mum," said the little girl. Grace had got her cheap from an orphanage. "A gentleman, Mum. He's asking for Mrs. Trenchard. He give me his card. Oh, Mum, he is wet too." She had scarcely finished, and Grace had only taken the card, when Matthew Cardinal came forward out of the hall. He was a dim and mysterious figure in that half-light, but Grace could see that he was more battered and shabby than on his last visit. His coat collar was turned up. She could only very vaguely see his face, but it seemed to her strangely white when before it had been so grossly red. She was struck by his immobility, partly perhaps because she had been roused from sleep and was yet neither clear nor resolved. He seemed to her some nightmare figure. This was the man who was responsible for all the trouble and scandal. This was the man who threatened to drive Paul and herself from her home. This was the blackguard who had not known how to behave in decent society. But behind that was the terror of the mystery that enveloped Maggie, the girl's uncle, the man who had shared in her strange earlier life, and had made her what she now was. As he stood there, motionless, silent, the water dripping from his clothes, Grace was as frightened as though he had already offered her personal violence or held a pistol to her head. "What do you want?" she asked hoarsely, stepping back to the sofa. Jenny had left the room. "I want to see my niece," he answered, still without moving. She recognized then, strangely, in his voice a terror akin to her own. He also was afraid of something. Of what? It was not that his voice shook or that his tongue faltered. But he was terrified. She could feel his heart thumping behind the words. "I'm sorry," she said. "You can't see her. She's upstairs resting." She did not know whence the resolution had come that he was not, in any case, to see Maggie. She did not know what catastrophe she anticipated from their meeting. She was simply resolved, as though acting under the blind orders of some other power, that Maggie should not see him, and that he should leave the house at once. "I must see her," he said, and the desperate urgency in his voice would have touched anyone less terrified than Grace. "I must." "I'm sorry," she answered. The fear in his voice seemed now to give her superiority over him. "It's impossible." "Oh, no," he said. "If she's here, it can't be impossible. She'd want to see me. We have things. I must... You don't understand, Miss Trenchard." "I only know," said Grace, "that after what occurred on your last visit here, Mr. Cardinal, Maggie said that she would never see you again." "That's a lie," he said. She made no answer. Then at last he said pitifully, "She didn't really say that, did she?" "Yes, I'm sorry, but you can understand after what occurred." He came suddenly forward, the water trickling from him onto the carpet. "You swear that's true?" She could see now his face and realized that he was, indeed, desperate, breathless as though he had been running from someone. "Yes, that's true," she answered. "Maggie said that." Those were Maggie's words. "Oh, well, I'm done." He turned away from her as though her announcement had settled something about which he had been in doubt. "It isn't like Maggie. But still she hasn't written. She saw I was hard up last time. All I deserve. He turned round to Grace again. "I can't quite believe it, Miss Trenchard. It doesn't sound like Maggie, but perhaps you've influenced her. That's likely. If she should change her mind, I'm at the Sea Dog. Not much of a place. Quiet, though. Yes, well, you might tell her not to bother. I'm finished, you see, Miss Trenchard. Yes, down. You'll be glad to hear it, I've no doubt. Well, I mustn't stay talking. I wish Maggie were happier, though. She isn't happy, is she?" The question was so abrupt that Grace was startled. "I should hope so, Mr. Cardinal," she said. "Oh, no, she isn't. I know. Always this religion she gets into. If it isn't one sort, it's another. But she's a good girl. Don't you forget that. Well, I must be going. Good day. Good day." He was actually gone, leaving a little pool of water on the carpet behind him. Grace sat down on the sofa again. What a horrible man! What a horrible man! But she had been wrong to say that about Maggie. Yes, she had. But he had taken her by surprise. Oh dear, how her heart was beating, and how strange he had looked. She could scarcely breathe. She sat there lost in stupefied wonder. At last tea came in, and with it Paul and Maggie. Grace felt ashamed and frightened. Why was Maggie always making her do things of which she was ashamed? It was as though the girl had power over her. Absurd, of course. Nevertheless, as she poured out the tea, she was haunted by that man's eyes. Yes, he had undoubtedly been very unhappy. Yes, in great trouble. Maggie sat quietly there. Paul was preoccupied with a letter that must, he had decided, be written to the Church Times. It was a letter about churchwardens and their growing independence. He finished his tea hurriedly, but before he left the room, looking at Maggie rather wistfully, suddenly he bent down and kissed her. She glanced up at him, smiling. "Is there anything I can do for you, Grace?" she asked. Then, as it were without her own desire, Grace was compelled to speak. "There's something I ought to tell you," she began awkwardly. Then she stopped. Maggie was troubled. She knew that when Grace was uncomfortable, everyone else was uncomfortable. "What have I done now?" she said rather sharply. "It's nothing that you've done," answered Grace also sharply. "I'm sure I don't know, Maggie, why you should always think that I'm scolding you. No, I don't indeed. It's nothing that you've done. Your uncle came to see you this afternoon." "Uncle Matthew?" Maggie jumped up from her chair. "Came here?" "Yes." "And wanted to see me? Oh, Grace, why didn't you tell me?" "I have told you. There's nothing to make a fuss about, Maggie. Really, you needn't look like that, as though I were always doing something wrong. I only did it for your sake." "For my sake? But why? I wanted to see him. I was trying to see him in London. Oh, Grace, what did he say?" "What did he say? Well, fancy, as though I could remember. He said he'd come to see you, and when I said he couldn't, he went away again." "Said he couldn't? But why couldn't he?" "Really, Maggie, your tone is extraordinary. Fancy what Paul would say if he heard you. He wouldn't like it, I'm sure. I said that after the way he'd behaved last time he came here, you didn't want to see him again." "You said that? Oh, Grace, how did you dare?" "Now, Maggie, don't you look like that. I've done nothing, I'm sure." "Did you say that I'd said that I didn't want to see him again?" Grace shrank back behind the tea-things. "Yes, I did. Maggie, you frighten me." "I hope I do. You're wicked, you're wicked. Yes, you are. Where is he now?" "He's at the Sea Dog, that dirty public house on the seafront, near Tunstall's. Where are you going?" "I'm going to him, of course." Maggie turned and looked at Grace. Grace was fascinated as a rabbit is by a snake. The two women stared at one another. "How strange you are, Grace," Maggie said. "You seem to like to be cruel." Then she went out. When the door was closed, Grace found that she was all in a perspiration. Her hand trembled so that when she tried to pour herself another cup of tea, just to fortify herself, she poured it into the saucer, and the tea was cold. No use now. When she rose at last to go in and seek consolation from Paul, her knees were trembling so that she staggered across the floor. This couldn't go on. No, it could not. To be frightened in one's own house. Absurd. Really, the girl had looked terrible. Murder, that's what it had looked like. Something must be done. Murmuring aloud to herself again and again, "Something must be done," as she crossed the hall, she walked slowly, her hand to her heart, ponderously, as though she were walking in the dark. Then, as soon as she had opened the study door, she began, before she could see her brother. "Oh, Paul, I'm so frightened. It's Maggie. She's very angry. Fancy what she said." Maggie, meanwhile, had gone straight up to her bedroom and found her black hat and her waterproof. Her one thought now was lest he should have caught the 5 o'clock train and gone back to London. Oh, how hurt he would be with her, how terribly hurt. The thought of the pain and loneliness that he would feel distressed her so bitterly that she could scarcely put on her hat, she was so eager to run and find him. She felt, at the thought of his fruitless journey through the rain, the tenderest affection for him, maternal and loving, so that she wanted to have him with her at once, and to see him in warm clothes beside the fire, drinking whisky if he liked, and she would give him all the money she possessed. She had still touched very little of her own £300. He should have as much of that as he liked. The death of Aunt Anne had shown her how few people in the world there were for her to love. After all, the aunts and Uncle Matthew had needed her as no one else had done. She made little plans. She would perhaps go back with him to London for a little time. There was, after all, no reason why she should remain in this horrible place forever. And Paul now seemed not to care whether she went or stayed. She ran out into the wind and the rain. She was surprised by the force and fury of it. It would take time and strength to battle down the High Street. Poor Uncle Matthew, to walk all the way in the rain and then to be told that she would not see him. She could imagine him turning away down the drive, bitterly disappointed. Probably he had come to borrow money, and she had promised that she would not fail him. When she reached the High Street, she was soaked. She felt the water dripping down her neck and in her boots. At the corner of the High Street by the booksellers she was forced to pause, so fiercely did the wind beat up from the Otterson Road, that runs openly to the sea. Maggie had not even in Glebeshire known so furious a day and hour when the winds tossed and raged but never broke into real storm. It was the more surprising. She had to pause for a moment to remember where Tunstall's the butcher was. Then, suddenly recalling it, she turned off the High Street and found her way to the mean streets that ran behind the promenade. Still she met no one. It might have been a town abandoned by all human life and given over to the wind and rain and the approaching absorption of the sea. It was now dark, and the lamp at the end of the street blew gustily with an uncertain flare. Maggie found Tunstall's, its shop lit, and Mr. Tunstall himself, stout and red-faced, behind his bloody counter. She went in and asked him where the Sea Dog might be. He explained to her that it was close at hand, on the right, looking over the promenade. She found it at last because it had an old-fashioned creaking wooden sign with a blue sailor painted on it. Timidly she stepped into the dark, uneven passage. To the right of her she could see a deserted room with wooden trestles and a table. The bar must be near because she could hear voices and the clinking of glasses, but in spite of those sounds the house seemed very dead. Through the walls and rooms she could hear the pounding beat of the sea. She walked to the end of the passage and there found an old wrinkled man in riding breeches and a brightly coloured check shirt. "Can you tell me where a gentleman, Mr. Cardinal, is staying?" she asked. He was obviously very deaf. She had to shout. She repeated her question, adding, "He came from London today." A stout middle-aged woman appeared. "What is it?" she asked. "The old man's stone deaf. He can't hear at all." "I was wondering," said Maggie, "whether you could tell me where I could find a Mr. Cardinal. He came down from London today and is staying here." Cardinal, the woman thought, scratching her head. "Was it Caldwell you meant?" "No," said Maggie, "Cardinal." "I'll go and see." The woman disappeared whilst the old man brushed past Maggie as though she were a piece of furniture. He departed on some secret purpose of his own. "What a horrible place," thought Maggie. "Uncle must be in a bad way if he comes here. I never should sleep for the noise of the sea." The woman returned. "Yes, he's here. Number 5. Come this afternoon. Up the stairs and second door on the right." The stairs to which she pointed offered a gulf of darkness. The woman was gone. The noises from the bar had ceased. The only sound in the place was the thundering of the sea, roaring as it seemed at the very foot of the house. Maggie climbed the stairs. Halfway up she was compelled to pause. The darkness blinded her. She had lost the reflection from the lamp below, and above her there was no light at all. She advanced slowly, step by step, feeling her way with a hand on the rickety banisters. At the top of the stair there was a gleam of light, and turning to the right she knocked on the second door. There was no answer, and she knocked again. Listening, the noise of the sea was now so violent that she fancied that she might not have heard the answer, so she turned the handle of the door and pushed it open. She was met then by a gale of wind, a rush of the sea that seemed as imminent as though she were on the shore itself, and a dim grey light that revealed nothing in the room to her but only shapes and shadows. She knew at once that the windows must be wide open. She could hear some papers rustling, and something on the wall tapped monotonously. "Uncle Matthew," she whispered, and then she called more loudly, "Uncle Matthew! Uncle Matthew!" There was no answer, and suddenly a strange, quite unreasoning terror caught her by the throat. It was all that she could do not to cry out and run down to the gas-lit passage. She held herself there by sheer force. The smell of the sea was now very strong. There was a tang of rotten seaweed in it. As she remained there she could see more clearly, but it seemed that the room was full of some dim, obscuring mist. She moved forward into the room, knocked her knee against a table, and then, as the panic gained upon her, called more loudly, "Uncle! Uncle! Are you in? Where are you? It's I, Maggie." "Oh, well, of course he isn't here," she said to herself. "He's downstairs." And yet, strangely, something seemed to persuade her that he was there. It was as though he were maliciously hiding from her to tease her. Feeling her way cautiously, her hands before her face, she moved forward to close the windows, thinking that she must shut out that abominable sound of the sea and the stale stink of the seaweed. She was suddenly caught by a sweep of rain that wetted her hair and face and neck. She started back and touched a piece of damp cloth. She turned, and there, very close to her but above her and staring over her head, was Uncle Matthew's face. It was so close to her that she could have touched it by putting up her hand. It was white-grey, and she would not have seen it at all had she not been very near to it. She realized nothing, but she felt that her knees were trembling and that she would fall if she did not steady herself. She put out her hand and clutched damp, heavy, thick cloth that enwrapped, as it seemed, some weighty substance like stone or brick. She passed her hand upwards, and suddenly the damp cloth gave way beneath her fingers, sinking inwards against something soft and flabby. She sprang away. She stood for one shuddering moment, then she screamed again and again, shrieking and running, as it were for her life. Out of the room, down the passage. She could not find the staircase. Oh, she could not find the staircase. She stood there, leaning against the damp wall, crying, "Oh, help, help, quickly!" There were steps and voices. Then the woman whom she had seen before appeared at the turn of the stair, holding a lamp. "What is it?" she asked, raising the light high. Maggie did not answer, only leaning there and staring down. "You'd better come, Bill," the woman said. "There's something wrong up here." The woman came up the stairs, followed by 2 men. They moved cautiously as though they expected to find something terrible round the next corner. "What is it?" said the woman again when she came up to Maggie. But Maggie made no answer. They pushed past her and went into the room. Maggie followed them. She saw the room obscured by mist. She heard some whispering and fumbling, then a match was struck. There was a bead-like flare, followed suddenly by the flaming of a candle. In the quick light the room was bright. Maggie saw her uncle, hanging from some projection in the rough ceiling. A chair was overturned at his feet. His body was like a bag of old clothes, his big boots turning inwards towards one another. His face was a dull grey and seemed cut off from the rest of his body by the thick blue muffler that encircled his neck. He was grinning at her. The tip of his tongue protruded at her between his teeth. She noticed his hands that hung heavily like dead fish. After that she knew no more, save that the sea seemed to rush in a great flood, with a sudden vindictive roar, into the room. End of section 23.